This week we're at London. We're gonna play at the Wembley Arena. When I think of England, I think of double-decker buses.
I never played at such a big arena before, so it's gonna be fun. I'm really looking forward to play there. I'm so excited right now.
We're playing against H2K Gaming.
It's been a long time rivalry already since the last split. We and Co were on Cloud and Eclipse.
They really want to win against each other.
I think winning this means a lot to us.
I really think there's a lot more pressure in Co.
They're really choke. I play actually even better.
They gave me this opportunity and I don't want to disappoint them.
This is a good experience because we're in front of a big crowd.
We will learn a lot about each other.
I really want to play now.
In the best of threes, the best team always wins.
We have broken out of the studio in Cologne, Germany, and we are broadcasting to you live from London, England. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry. That's the Vuvuzela! That was the Vuvuzela. It is going to be a very special weekend, ladies and gentlemen, of League of Legends action.
Yeah, and it is great to be here at the historic SSE Arena at Wembley. And what better way to start off our day than with the European Challenger Series finals. I think they like you, my friend.
It's good to be casting at home. That's
it is,
sure.
and we do need to give thanks to everyone here and our friends at Coca-Cola. This is a best of 3 for the Summer 1 title between Ninjas in Pyjamas and H2K Gaming.
Yeah, and immediately after the final, of course, we'll be kicking off week 5 of the European LCS with a top-of-the-table clash between SK Gaming and Alliance. That's going to be followed by the super hot crew. They're going to be facing the Copenhagen Wolves.
Millennium will then do battle with Rocket, and Gambit Gaming will go up against Fnatic.
But first, here is a look at the path that the Ninjas in Pyjamas took, and H2K, of course, took to make it to the finals. As the #1 seed to lead off the tournament, NIP went 4-1 overall. The only loss was against Ocelot's Gamers 2 in the semi-finals.
Yeah, now the second seed, H2K Gaming, also went 4-1, only dropping a single game to Lublin Shore, but they still secured the victory in the last round. So yesterday, Gamers 2 did actually win that battle for 3rd place, meaning that they will automatically be entered into the Series 2 quarterfinals.
Meanwhile, their opponents, Lublin Shore, and the rest of the Challenger teams must now re-qualify and play 2 elimination games to return to the bracket for the Summer 2. And of course, in the Challenger Series, victories mean points. The teams with the most points at the end of the Summer Series 2 will get a chance to compete for an LCS spot, so their scores are very important.
Yes, they really are. H2K Gaming and Ninjas in Pyjamas are both sitting pretty at the top with at least 7 points. Whoever wins here today will earn 2 more for a total of 9. Never do math on stream. That will close out the first series here in the Challenger.
Yeah, Gamers 2 is in 3rd place with 5 points for their victory yesterday. Lublin Shore is now 4th place with 4 points. Denial Esports, SMW, and SK Gaming Prime, and of course, Unicorns of Love, all ended the tournament with 1 point. For more information about the schedule, the teams, and the players, head over to lolesports.com, where you can find all the information and much more.
Yeah, you can track how all the teams are performing both in the Challenger Series and the LCS on the road to the Summoners Cup. You can even vote on today's matchups. Just give a thumbs up to the team that you think will win on the schedule, and we will be checking in before each game to see how everyone voted.
Yeah, and to find out more information about the upcoming shows back home in Cologne, Germany, click on the tickets for all of the details. And now let's head on to today's final. It is Ninjas in Pyjamas against H2K Gaming. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they've gone through a number of changes since you may have seen them last. So let's guide you through the team as they are right now. NIP's starting top laner used to be ex-Gambit's mid laner, Alex Ich. But sadly for this event, Mozilla will be stepping in due to visa issues. I know, guys, it's not good. He has, of course, played alongside Reckless when playing for Fnatic Beta, and has also played with Exile in the mid lane, of course. While Mozilla definitely has some Challenger Series credentials, he will have some big shoes to fill, as Alex Ich, of course, has been dominant for NIP in recent weeks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, D-Man. Alexic destroyed in several games last week at DreamHack Summer and in the semi-finals for the Challenger Series. So Mozilla will need to channel that same level of control if he wants to have a positive impact, especially against Oduwamne, who's a very strong top laner. He plays standard meta tanks and bruisers that we're used to seeing, Jack, Shyvana, Trundle. So we'll see if he's going to stick to that or pull something fun out for this final.
Well, Ko is the jungler, and he is the phenom that everybody was talking about last spring when he played for Cloud9 Eclipse. Unfortunately, he was too young to compete in the promotion series, but he's tipped to be a future star, that's for sure.
Yeah, many viewers are going to be familiar with this guy. He's an incredibly talented jungler. He's hyper-aggressive, he's gank-heavy, and he looks to impact lanes and counter jungle with ruthless efficiency. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, Exile came in to replace Nukeduck in the semi-finals, had to go toe-to-toe with Ocelot. He picked himself up just as many kills as Nukeduck did during the entire Spring Challenger Series. He went 13 kills in 3 games. Fantastic.
So the biggest difference between Exile and Nukeduck is the level of aggression and decisive play at early stages. Exile appears to work well with Ko, and he does appear to get involved quicker than Nukeduck did. So we'll see again if this is going to help NIP, considering they're playing with a sub in that top lane.
Well, Freeze is the very strong AD carry who has had a lot of LCS experience, of course, back in summer 2013. He's probably the most known for his Draven, but recently he's been dominating on Twitch, picking up the Plague Rat in 4 out of 5 games for NIP.
Yeah, he's just a very talented, aggressive AD carry. He's got the ability to carry his entire team. The one thing I do like is he seldom gets caught out of position. If you watch how he plays, he has to be a priority target for H2K Gaming if they're looking to win this.
Well, alongside him is Voidal on support, arguably the second most, or probably now the most experienced player on the team as it stands. Of course, he played for Gambit Gaming at the Season 3 World Championships.
Yeah, so he looked after that support role for most of the summer split. Between then and now, Voidal has definitely grown in ability. He's picked up some title victories when he was playing with Cloud9 Clips along the way, and he's definitely just grown into an all-star, one of the best supports in Europe.
So NIP come into this game as the favorites after winning DreamHack just last weekend. When looking at their statistics, they are very good at finding kills, but less impressive in objective play.
Yeah, they definitely like to hunt. They have secured the highest kills of all Challenger Series teams with 97. They've got the lowest average deaths per game, but when you look at objective play, they're not sitting in first. So we need to see if this kill-hungry style hurts them against H2K, who may be able to respond.
And speaking of H2K, they also has a fair number of familiar faces. And they've been quietly going about their business in the Challenger Series to reach this final. Oduwamne is the top laner, a name many of you may remember from Cloud9 Eclipse back in the spring.
Yeah, definitely. Odd one, I believe Twitch chat was calling him. He's a fantastic top laner. He just revels in his position. He always outfarms his direct opponent. And in every game he's played, his opponents have had the least farm accrued. So it's impressive when you consider lane swaps, when you consider varying matchups. So we need to keep an eye out for his top lane Kayle, which is his most dominant champion in the last few weeks.
Yeah, 31 KDA in the last 3 games is very impressive, that's for sure. Trashy is the jungler. He played with Recent Gaming in the last round of the Challenger Series and barely lost out to Denial back then. Now he's taking his carry jungle style to a new team, proving he can turn it into a success.
Yeah, Trashy is just instrumental in H2K's wins. His incredibly impressive kill participation exemplifies this. When ahead, he dictates the pace of the entire map. But he is going to be facing his toughest opponent in Ku, and I want to see if he has that same level of freedom. I also want to see if he plays Java in the 4th, because I think he's phenomenal on the Prince.
Well, in the mid lane is Forbidden, another player from former Cloud9 Eclipse Challenger team. He was also known for his Riven play, but has transitioned very well to the likes of Orianna and Nidalee with much success.
Yeah, so Forbidden's just an all-round solid player. He plays assassins, he plays bruisers, mages, poke, anything his team requires, and I do feel his highest impact is when he's on those assassin champions, but when you look at the team's picks and bans, it's very clear that Forbidden plays what his team needs, not necessarily what he always wants to play.
Well, alongside him is the 4th former member of Cloud9 Eclipse. He'll be seen today. It is Hyanan, the AD carry.
Yeah, Hyanan is the brains of the team. At least that's what his nickname implies. Solid AD carry. He's got good mechanical ability. I do contrast him to Freeze because I feel like he gets caught out from time to time, so his positional play isn't the strongest. And I want to see how he matches up against Freeze, who has Worlds level experience as well.
Well, AOD is the support. He's new to this big stage, and this will be the first time he's ever played in a large offline environment. That's a hell of a lot of pressure when you sit on that stage and look out at this crowd right now, because let's see if the synergy with Hyanan continues to work as it has online.
Yeah, so the thing about AOD is the passive support. He tends towards those reactive support champions like Morgana, like Karma. And in the games I've seen, he's definitely, again, more reactive than proactive in terms of making plays. But it was his engages against Lublin Shaw in the semifinals that kept H2K's hopes alive. If he wasn't on point with those soul shackles, I think they would have lost. I don't think they would have made the finals. So all props to him for turning things around on a reactive champion like Morgana.
Well, before we head into Champ Select, let's check in and see how you guys predicted this series will play out. According to the votes, you believe Ninjas in Pajamas will win this best of 3 by 88%.
It definitely sounds like the crowd has got their back as well. But it only matters in-game, it only matters in the field, and we'll have to see. Very interestingly, just before we get to picks and bans, all 6 members of the Cloud9 Eclipse roster are playing this weekend. And the reason I say 6, you've got all 5 of the core team playing in this game, and Santorin, who was their substitute, is playing for Coast, and he's playing in the NA final tomorrow. So Cloud9 Eclipse definitely proving they had very good sourcing in European Challenger players.
I like the irony that he switches to NA and then still plays the final in Europe. Gotta be happy about that one. Anyway, picks and bans going to be getting underway in just a second. What are we expecting to see from these teams? Twitch has been a big, big figure for Freeze, and I'm guessing Hyunan's going to be after it as well.
So I asked Freeze earlier if he was going to get his hands on Twitch, and he looked at me and he said, they let me play it in the semifinals, and I got to play it DreamHack. So I don't know if the teams are going to prioritize it, but I definitely think it is a consideration. The only thing is, Freeze can have that same impact on Lucian, on Draven, on other champions. So it's very difficult to measure it. I want to see how the junglers play out, because I think Ko and Trashy are both very key components of their teams when they're winning. And considering them 4.9, you know, Lee, Elise, and Eve being the priority tier picks, we've been seeing in North America when junglers get banned out, we're seeing Jarvan, maybe Vi, maybe Nocturne. So that's where I think my focus will be.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans about to get underway for the first of this best of 3 series. Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, starting out as the blue team with the first ban will go towards them. So it is going to be Morgana there. You talked about AOD's Dark Bindings landing straight away, targeting that support player.
Yeah, but we have seen AOD playing Karma in the past. Thresh is still available as well. Voidal was a very big Thresh player. We know he plays Sona because Gambit made him play it last year. And in all of the semi-final series against Gamers 2, he also got his hands on Braum. There was a lot of very early pickups on the Mustached Menace, so we need to see who will get his hands on that later.
Kassadin banned out by the red side, no surprises there. There's the Lulu ban, so taking that away from potentially for Bivin or Odoamne. We've seen it in the top lane a fair few times, and of course originally he was a support player, so a number of bans still targeted towards him. Lee Sin will be the next ban that's about to come on your screens. Now this does surprise me a little bit, because it's H2K that have banned it out rather than NIP. Trashy has, what, 1,500 solo queue games on Lee Sin. It's like the equivalent of Anivia for Froggen, I guess.
Trashy is a very good Lee Sin player, but I don't think it's too surprising. In the previous Challenger Series in the first split, Ko on Lee was absolutely dominant, and he would get in everybody's faces, and he's a very good early aggressive jungler. But considering that Elise is still up, if H2K don't ban Elise or Evelyn, I think it is a consideration for first pick. Alternatively, if anyone want to play it safe, they can lock in that Braum, because again, it doesn't reveal anything. Braum will fit in a lot of compositions, and he synergizes with a multitude of champions.
Kale also banned out by NIP. A champion actually I'm expecting to see pretty much 100% ban this weekend, actually. Evelyn, the final ban. So another jungle ban. That surely means that Elise has to be the first pick. No, they've left it open. They've basically baited them, said, you can take the route, we're going to take Elise.
Yeah, so this is one of those situations where there's a lot of strong champions up and available.
Ooh,
you can see Freeze with all of the, you know, his notes, looking through picks and bans. By locking in Twitch, Freeze is going to the champion that he's played, as you highlighted, 5 out of his last 6 games. But it does allow a multitude of others through.
Ooh.
A lot of focus on Thresh from AOD. We need to see how he plays, because I don't know if he's got that playmaking ability in him.
So this is what surprised me, because generally it's considered there is the holy trinity of junglers right now. 2 of them were banned out, which meant Elise had to be picked up by one of these teams. That's generally the 3rd one in there. But Jax is almost a poison chalice lately, because every team that seems to pick him up tends to lose, despite the fact he's a very strong champion. He takes a long time to get going.
Yeah, that's the problem. He needs 2, 3, 4 items minimum before he's a completely terrifying threat. Most teams can run Shyvana into him quite effectively, and you can counter him in that regard. But what we also need to remember is, with 2 junglers being banned away and Elise locked in, we seen last week Jax was played in the jungle by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the strongest in my mind because he takes even longer to power up, but it is something to consider, is something to keep in mind when we look at this pick and ban phase.
This is actually, with Yasuo in the mid lane, Riven's not a bad option.
No, you do have shields. You can, melee v melee. It's going to be difficult, but the mobility of Yasuo might make Riven's life difficult. I don't think we're going to see this Riven, purely because Febiven hasn't run it recently. He has been playing the likes of Orianna, Nidalee, which is still up and available, but you won't run Nidalee into Yasuo, as Yasuo is considered a counter.
Jarvan in the jungle. This is something we've seen in the semi-final to great effect by Trashy.
Trashy destroyed Lublin Shaw with his Jarvan. He had incredible tower dives, and I was blown away by watching his presence and his ability to avoid wards. That was one of the most impressive things about Trashy. He could get behind enemy lines because he knew the most common ward places and just use his flag and drag combo to mitigate that and reduce the threat. I do like Trashy on this champion, but again, it is all in. If Jarvan falls behind and he doesn't have the tankiness to stay alive in fights in the mid game, he's just going to get squashed. There's so much damage on the side of NIP. Trashy early, and he's all in.
And of course, Braum being picked in there. Just like against Gamers 2, Voidal's managed to get his hands on this. He was the first man to play it on 4.9, so it has worked out very well for him. And of course, Shyvana in the top lane for Mozilla.
I'm almost expecting an Orianna because it's the safe pick. It gives you late game. The only thing about H2K's comp is the Jax will need some time to scale. This is actually very smart. LeBlanc into Yasuo, because of the silence and the mobility, you can also juke around. You can punish Yasuo in the earlier levels, but if Febiven takes too much damage early on, he can get bullied out of lane by this Yasuo. It is a high damage pick, and I also like that because if LeBlanc and Jarvan decide to tower dive and go babysit Oduwamne and Jax, there is some utility to buy time to get Jax to that monstrous level that he wants to be at.
So teams locked in, everybody getting seemingly what they wanted. The Lucian Thresh combo is a deadly combo. The Twitch Braum combo is the new superpower in that bottom lane. And of course, the junglers, we're going to see how this Jarvan can measure up. Of course, Svenskeren ran it back in the LCS last week as well to great effect. So a lot of champion choices in here that I think everyone on the two teams are going to be very happy with.
I do feel that if H2K get ahead, they have got the engage ability from Thresh, LeBlanc, Jarvan, and even Jax to maintain that lead. But the problem is it's going to hinge on Trashy's performance in the early game. If he falls behind Elise, he has less tools to work with as the game scales.
Well, now that the players have chosen their champions, who do you guys think has the better comp? Send a tweet to @LOLesports with the hashtag NIPwin or hashtag H2KWin, and we'll check those results out shortly. It's great for these guys to be able to play on the big stage. They are the opening game of the day, of course, the opening game of the week here in London. And I don't know about you, Trevor, but I am delighted to be actually back here in London at last, finally doing an event in England.
And I completely agree. The crowd is definitely behind it. And, we've got some great players on stage. Everybody in this game has got experience on stages, but I was talking to the NIP guys and they said, we've never played on a stage this big.
Yeah.
And we've never played on a stage this prestigious. So
let's face it, England has never had an esports stage this big either in England. So this is the biggest we've been to so far.
And thank you to everybody for coming. You guys are awesome.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 underway. Ninjas in pajamas as the blue team are going to be facing off against H2K as the red team. How will the inaugural opening game work out for them? Will First Blood come early on in the level 1 stages?
Well, there's definitely the potential for it. There is so many assassination and hard CC abilities, but it is risky in the first game of a best of 3. There's a lot of pros that talk about the first game being almost a throwaway game, figuring out what your opponents are doing, getting into their mindset. And yes, if you lose the first game, it is a risky place to be. But being on red side, you can counter, you can adjust your playstyle. And that's what the series is going to determine. Who can adjust to their opponents better under the lights in this setting.
So we'll see how it works out. Pink ward early picked up by Coop. Finding out Trashy there, going to land that spider right. Nope, just avoided it. Managed to get a simple ward down there. That won't get cleared out quite so quickly, but it doesn't look like we're going to see any early invades. It's going to be safe stuff for both of these teams.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, and it also doesn't look like lanes are swapping yet. As I say, that freeze is backing away, so NIP may be setting up a lane swap themselves. Neither team got deep vision, so they couldn't predict where or if the lane swap was happening. And against a Jax, Shyvana's can do well in the early stage, but you can delay a Jax farming and delay his CS even further if you push him into a 2-on-1 situation. So this could be a timing decision from NIP to try and not only keep Oda down, but also buy some time for Freeze to get to that Blade of the Ruined King and allow him to set up those pick plays with both Yasuo and Elise.
And the buddy system working for Ko and Mozilla. Mozilla, of course, this is technically his first official game for Ninjas in Pajamas. Alexic really wishes he could have been here, but it's sadly not. And meanwhile, Exile in this mid lane. How is this going to work out? LeBlanc up against the Yasuo. We've seen some very aggressive Yasuos from the Chinese scene, but we're still yet to see one in Europe.
Yeah, the Yasuo, you need to play super aggressively, and if Exile jumps on Forbidden early, when his shield is up and gets some lane control, I mean, it's a pretty even trade in the grand scheme of things. Exile's going to have that passive shield build up from Flow, and if he times his aggressive plays right, he can put Forbidden in a defensive spot, but it all depends on who gets the poke advantage and who can maintain the sustain. You'll notice that both champions have still got their pots. We've seen Yasuo's going the likes of Vampiric Scepters early just to survive in lane.
So check this bottom lane out. You can see Brahm's heading down there, so it's going to be, looks like Mozilla and Brahm heading down towards this bottom lane. Mozilla, of course, still using that buddy system, still alongside Ko in the jungle, which is leaving Freeze all on his own in that top lane.
And this is what we talked about. Trashy on Jarvan, avoiding the wards. He's snuck around from the NIP thanks to the flag and drag. Oda should have Counter-Strike. They're going to go all in on Exile. Here they come from the side.
See if Forbidden can silence him out quick enough. Trashy coming in with a double buff. Oda He's got that Counter-Strike ready. Instead, we see him jumping away. He's going to get caught out, stunned out. That's Zilla going to go down. Flashes away. The Ignites don't run it. Trashy has to follow through. One more hit is there. And it's first blood for Trashy.
And Trashy does it on Jarvan. This is exactly what he did against Loveland Shore. But instead of ganking the side lanes where there was a numbers disadvantage, they were so sneaky. Very intelligent play. Avoiding the wards, pulling in the support of Oda on Jax, and they get first blood.
And actually, Mozilla using the teleport to get to the mid lane, make sure that doesn't get pressured down. Of course, there was 4 members of H2K there. They're both in the jungle, actually, just below Mozilla. Being careful he doesn't get caught into it. Oda teleporting to top.
And what's very smart about H2K's play is they have their duo lane in the bottom. So if they wanted to force out a dragon play, they could do that at an earlier stage than NIP. They have control of that area of the map. What they also need to keep in mind is Elises tend to try that.
They caught out by Ko. That's a lot of damage. Counter-Strike money, but he repels away from it. Flashes through. One more hit should do it. And Ko gets himself a kill. Back into mid lane. Exile trying to get away. He gets blasted out by Forbidden.
So trading 1 for 1, that was Oda just being somewhat unfortunate. The one thing I did like, Ko repelled the Counter-Strike. He managed to throw himself in the air and avoid the dodge. Because Exile doesn't have Flash, H2K may be able to rinse and repeat that mid lane gank. Thanks to the very hard CC LeBlanc, Jarvan, Jax, Thresh offer, anytime the Exile moves forward, H2K can come in behind him.
Well, so it's finally going to be this top laner. The support, Voidal's with him, so they're going to try and stick together. And this is actually leaving a long time for Freeze in that top lane. But in terms of CS, he hasn't got himself that far ahead. However, he did get an assist off that kill just a moment ago because he managed to start out the damage on Oda very early on.
But the very important thing to note is once Freeze takes out this tower, he's going to be unlocked from that lane. And it's going to give him the ability to roam around the map. If Ko and Exile want to invade the red side jungle of H2K, they don't have the safety of that top tower to fall back to. So yes, he's not necessarily ahead in terms of CS, but in terms of map presence and pressure, once Freeze starts recalling him back away, H2K have to worry, where is the rat? Is he ambushing me? Is he looking for those kills? Because he should have enough for a Cutlass soon.
Yeah, continuing that farm in the top lane. Not a great deal of anything special coming out of the items just yet. Tekken Doran's ring actually picked up by Forbidden, so making sure he's got that sustain in the mid lane against Exile, who is still only level 4, by the way, so he's a level behind at the moment. Ku's with him. Trashy's coming back around. This time around, Trashy needs to be a little more cautious. And still, we haven't seen NIP warding out against that Jarvan play.
No, so the problem is it's very difficult. If H2K have studied NIP's warding, they can use that, as you said, the flag and drag from Jarvan to avoid different routes. But you'll see that the vision just behind the Dragon Pit for H2K will reveal any reverse red side wards. So it's just smart play from H2K, and it's more intelligent against NIP without Alex, because Alex was the shot caller. He was their in-game leader. Freeze actually mentioned that some of the scrims they've been playing lately, they've been somewhat indecisive once they're under pressure or in the mid to late game. So we need to see if this early lead for H2K gets into the heads of the Ninjas in Pajamas.
As you can see, H2K have switched lanes. They've now got Hyun and AOD in this top lane on Thresh and Lucian. They are just in time to maybe go in and cause some problems on that blue buff, which will be spawning in around about 30 seconds time.
I'm not sure if NIP are going to make aggressive plays until Mozilla gets level 6. He's just got his teleport available. He's a tiny bit behind Oda in terms of experience. But H2K have been playing super aggressively. They've been the ones finding the ganks, making the plays. But it's only equated to 300 gold. It is literally just that single kill difference. CS-wise, pretty close in the top lane. Exile is falling a little behind, but finally H2K look to be grouping for Dragon, and they've got their whole team here for support.
Going to get straight on this one. Nothing that NIP can really do to try and challenge this one. Ko is nearby, still only level 5 though, has not got Smite available just yet. It's still on cooldown, so they need to try and delay this one if they're going to get in there. H2K secure that, no problem.
Yeah, no vision, no real support from the rest of NIP. Mozilla has opted not to finish the tower off. He's denying the CS from Jax again, just trying to take every little victory that he can. Oda does have teleport, so if he wanted to save, I'm not really sure if he can save this tower now. Mozilla's going to try.
This may be a problem, actually. He's going to take the tower down, Mozilla. Question is, can Oda take him down? He's got a big minion wave with him. He doesn't fancy this fight. They're both only level 5, so he hasn't got Dragon Descent to leap away. Leap Strike, though, was used early on.
Yeah, Burnout plus the boots from Mozilla was able to get him out clearly. So tower finally taken down. Freeze wasn't able to secure it in his last push. Has rejoined this duo lane against Hyun and eventually AOD and Trashy. He's going to get found out by Ko.
Oh, Fabiven's managed to catch in there. Fabiven caught out. Ultimate comes out from Exile, but Fabiven quickly distorts away from that one. Also, in the bottom area, you can see Trashy was caught out, but that red buff not enough to keep the damage on.
So it was actually NIP that went for that blue buff invade. After the Dragon was secured by H2K, they had prioritized, obviously, the Dragon camp over NIP's blue, and they went down. We do see that Hyanin is overextended, and Freeze wants him.
He's going to get caught out and slowed down here. Is it going to be enough to stop him, though? He can quickly dash away. Voidal trying to catch on towards him, but not enough damage. They didn't get that stun down quick enough.
Yeah, Voidal was just too far away. Voidal did have flash, he didn't have his ultimate, unfortunately. No concussive blows passive from Braum to actually stun anyone up. And H2K, I'm very impressed with their opening 10 minutes. They've had a very clear game plan. They've ganked Exile on Yasuo, and they're continuing to pull ahead, but it's by no means a dominant lead at this stage in the match.
Right now, red buff going to be going across to Trashy. You can see it there, just clearing that one up. Exile in his mid lane, fairly ineffective so far. Of course, taking the 2 deaths that H2K have picked up, but he has been taking these raids every single time from Ko. Ko himself, I think, just secured himself the blue buff, so they're keeping the blue buff on a leash for now.
And I think that's purely because of the fact that Exile is behind and they've ganked him multiple times. Ko has had some very good invades and counter ganks. If you consider the first kill NIP secured was thanks to Ko going for a jungle invade of H2K and catching Oda out. They managed to force Trashy and Fabiven out of his own blue buff area a moment or two ago. And this is very traditional for Ko. He likes to counter jungle, and he likes to spend a lot of time in his opponent's half of the map. So it's working, but it hasn't equated to any sort of lead. And Ko is also building tanky. You can go a couple of different routes on your lease, and he's gone for that Spirit of the Ancient Golem as his first item pickup. So let's see if he goes towards Aranduans maybe as his next item. That could do very well against the high mobility of H2K.
Looks like Voidal wants to try and make some sort of play, lands that passive onto AOD, but doesn't get followed up. Ko is coming down to this bottom half of the map, so we may see a potential invade, potential gank on towards him. We do see Trashy actually heading away from here, so this is going to be a 3-on-2 situation.
Especially because Voidal just got access to his ultimate. Because there's so much CC from both Braum and the Cocoon of Elise, if Hyanin and AOD overextend, we could see Voidal going in. But again, it needs to be very well executed because they have to lock one of them down for a prolonged period of time.
Red ward placed out there by Mozilla behind the H2K jungle. Voidal still looking to try and create something. Fabiven, though, look at this. They're closing in towards the top lane. And Mozilla, he's got to be starting backtracking quickly. He's going to get 2-on-1 here. Trashy's not getting close enough. Quick check, and you can see that the golems have already gone. But look at the bottom half of the map.
We'll see how effectively Ko can come in from behind. The minion wave's not pushing against H2K, and you can see they feel something's up. Voidal...
He walked past the ping ward.
Yeah, Voidal and Freeze have gone very aggressive multiple times. There's a ton of pings from H2K. and they respond well. Good defensive warding allows them to back off. I do want to highlight as well, NIP's composition can actually do well against the Jarvan Cataclysm because Shyvana, Elise, Yasuo, and Braum can all get out of the Cataclysm with their natural abilities if they time them correctly. So Twitch is the only one that can really get locked in, and for H2K, they're going to be looking to try assassinate him quickly and then deal with the rest of NIP, primarily using Cataclysm as a disruptive ultimate as opposed to an entrapping ultimate.
Well, the problem I'm seeing right now is the fact that Odoamne is getting free farm in the top lane. That you saw that Mozilla had pushed that wave down, and he actually got himself fairly ahead of Mozilla in terms of farm. We do see Forbidden going a little bit aggressive. Actually, the Ignite was used there. Wasn't really completely committed to the attack. He just keeping Exile away.
Yeah, and the one thing you do see is Exile managed to farm himself back up to relevance. You know, he was camped twice in the first 5 minutes of the game, and is now only 5 CS behind Forbidden. The fact that Exile is now getting more attack damage just with his levels, and he's got the Zeal built up, he can trade pretty effectively. He's now got the support of the rest of Mozilla and Co. And it looks like they're going to get a lot of damage. Look for Cataclysm from the side. Trashy wants to go in.
Co taken pretty low there, and again the minion wave was cleared out. There comes Trashy, jumps on towards Co, destroys him where he stands. Trashy now, he's in trouble, he gets taken down. Quick return kill by Mozilla.
Yeah, so they end up trading 2 for 1, but you need to look at Summoner spell trades. NIP had to burn 1, 2, 3 flashes and an Ignite for only the flash of Trashy. So yes, they end up trading evenly on gold, but Ninjas in Pajamas are now down much more summoner spells than H2K. So it's actually H2K that come out ahead in that situation, as well as defending their own tower.
Fantastic stuff, working out well for them. We did see Freeze backing off. Hadn't quite got enough gold, it seems, to get that Bilgewater Cutlass. He's waiting in the base. I think he's going to wait for that gold to tick on up so he can just about afford it. There he goes, just gets it in, locks it in. So Blade of the Rune King now picked up. Meanwhile, Bloodthirster has yet to be completed by Hyanan. And of course, that dragon is up in 5 seconds' time. You can see already H2K moving into position for it.
And with teleports on both Mozilla and Odoamne, both teams have the option to try and pull resources to the split-pushing top laner. What I think NIP should be looking to do now is almost bait Odoamne into a split-push position and then gank him with that freeze on Twitch and Co on Elise, because they need to do something. He's got a 25 or 30 CS lead over Mozilla, and it's growing very, very quickly.
Look in the base, Mozilla is a long way away from this one. He's got teleport available though if he really needs to join in. This could be the first big 5v5. Void will try and lock into position and freeze his position. Will be...
If H2K group, they're going to get knocked up by Voidal, and that's exactly what Exile wants. They're going in!
They're going to jump on towards him. AOD bounced in the air there. Where's he going to go towards? He can look towards Odoamne. Odoamne trying to get the damage across. Exile taking so low. The double tap not quite enough. Odoamne does go down instead. Hyanan on the side there, but look at that. The dragon's already been secured. And now they're going to keep on chasing. Mozilla, full hit points, finally joins his fight, but he's way too late to get involved in this one. And H2K are just dropping them. It's a triple kill in the end by Forbidden. Exile is going to be able to escape this one. Distortion not quite up in time.
Very good peel away from H2K. Voidal dove into the fight trying to get that Glacial Fissure down, and because he didn't get any knockups, Exile never got an ultimate off. Look at how effectively H2K just split. Nobody was knocked up by that Glacial Fissure, and such good focus onto Exile from H2K meant he didn't get his last breath down, and it just, all of that damage, all of that burst from the Assassin was completely negated. Very well played by H2K. Unfortunate for NIP, they mechanically didn't land what they needed to.
Yeah, the fight went on long enough that, of course, we saw Forbidden able to get that triple kill, keep that cooldown going. Voidal holding the wave, making sure it doesn't get lost out to the tower, so Freeze can come and get some of those kills, and they need to start getting that assassination rat on the roam. Get him going. At the moment, it is a big problem. Check out that 50-50. You guys very much split on this one right now. And warranty so, because H2K has started off very well. They're going to dive on towards Odoamne caught out there. Good counter-strike goes down, but he gets locked up by the Cocoon. Odoamne will go down, but he got the kill on Mozilla, so it's a good trade in the end.
Yeah, they also got a kill on Exile in the mid lane. Now, what I do like about NIP is they did identify, if you can get Odoamne split pushing, they have the champions to actually gank him and punish him. Unfortunately, they took too long to start doing it, and that was why Odoamne got a kill in that top lane. So this just looks like a fairly simple 2v1, and Exile just gets shut down and locked down.
Yeah, caught out completely, no way out of that one. So H2K starting off very well here, 9-4. And I talked about Jarvan earlier on. I know Shyvana takes a while to get going, but he's now 30 CS behind. That's a big differential when you're up against the Jarvan. Jax rather, sorry.
It really is. He can't really win these trades. Odo1's got a good place. He's working towards his Trinity Force. And because he's got so many threats from Trashy and Forbidden, if NIP opt to focus one of them, one of those sort of solo laners down, the others can finish off. Forbidden is looking to pop Ko. He needs to make sure he gets that silence. Forbidden with goes up.
He's 4-0-3. He's already got the Morellonomicon and the Rabadon's Death Cap almost completed. He is going to be a beast. All we're seeing right now from Exile is the static shift. He cannot compete right now in this mid lane.
No, he really can't. And the problem is, because Exile is so far behind, once Odo1 continues to split push, there's no one from NIP that can truly contain him. Mozilla may be able to delay him, may be able to kill those minion waves and hold him off towers for a limited period of time, but eventually Odo1 is just going to start ignoring him and going for towers. And maybe a tower dive here from H2K.
Well, he puts the ward down. It's going to give him vision, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get out of this one. Even in a 2-on-2 situation, there's a lot of damage from H2K here. We got the play to the Rune King already on Jax, who pounces on Counter-Strike, lands quickly, locking him up. He goes down in seconds, and now Ko's got to be careful. He's trying to get on towards Forbidden. He has found the right Mimic to get towards, but you can see it. Odoamne's there. He gets him. Gets the shutdown bonus. Can he turn it around on towards Odoamne? Odoamne putting some big damage back on towards Ko.
Odoamne is just chunking absolutely everybody. Exile should be able to get this tower. He does. He's looking for a fight with Trashy as well.
Does he fancy this one? He has got a level advantage, but in terms of item-wise, they are pretty even, because still, as we mentioned, Exile yet to get that big damage item. That's the top tower for Odoamne.
So they end up trading kill for kill as well as tower for tower. But I do think this is a little more important for NIP, because with both the middle and top towers down, it allows NIP to try get into the blue buff area of H2K and just focus all of their resources on this bottom lane to regain control of the Dragon Pit. They're down 2 dragons, they're down 4,000 gold, and if NIP do not stop the rots right now, H2K will be too far ahead for them to come back in this game.
Well, Dragon just over 2 minutes away. Freeze needs to get rocking in this game. He's barely been seen, honestly. He's just been farming up, but you can see he's actually behind on Hyanan in the farm as well. Hyanan, the brains of the team, it's what it means in Swedish, or so we're told, at least. Anyway, we're either being trolled quite badly, or that's the actual case. But Freeze, he's really not been unlocked. We saw him obviously in the top lane. We thought if he takes his tower down quick enough, he's going to be able to get out. But look in the top lane again. They're looking to gank up on Mozilla. This time around, there's no tower to save him. Forbidden's closing.
H2K are doing what NIP should be doing. NIP should have been focusing this Jax, trying to shut him down, get Mozilla into a lead so that Mozilla can 1v1 Jax. Because they do scale effectively, but obviously they go in different directions. Mozilla's going to be building and itemizing and working towards a big team fight presence. And if Mozilla was able to get, the CS that Odoamne currently has, NIP could force team fights. NIP could let Mozilla dive in with Dragon's Descent and then be backed up with Exile. That is not available to them because Mozilla will just get popped. He hasn't even built any magic resistance, so Forbidden can continue to punish him until Mozilla gets some of that MR.
Yeah, Mozilla trying to get as tanky as he can, and that's rightly so when you're up against the Jax, who's 50 CS ahead of you. But frankly, you can't compete with him anymore. I mean, he does get a little bit of magic resist off the Dragon's Descent, effectively the same as a Negatron Cloak, but that's not enough. When you're looking at LeBlanc, who has that Rabadon's Death Cap already completed along with the Necronomicon.
Morellonomicon.
It's the technical correct name, but Morellonomicon is what we called it in this game.
Yeah, so at this point, it's all about H2K. I just think they've had fantastic ganks, which has then led them to Dragons. Now, the previous team fight, NIP initiated it, and it was a poorly executed Glacial Fissure from Voidal, which meant Exile couldn't get damage down. So Dragons spawned. Mozilla once again is late to the party. Dragons team.
Oh, that's gone. That's gone. They're not even getting close to that. That's so much damage now coming out of H2K. NIP way too slow to react to this one. And now they're in a tricky situation because there's a lot of members of H2K moving in towards this mid lane. They're not going to follow through. They could have pushed that mid turret.
Yeah, they could have. And I hate to call Mozilla out. He is struggling. He is behind already. But he was again late to the fight. In the previous Dragon Engage, Mozilla had back to finish his Sunfire Cape. He did have teleport available, and maybe if that fight had worked a little differently, he could have got there in time. But again, he's just not on 100% the same page as the rest of the Ninjas in Pajamas. And keep in mind, he was only subbed in this last week and a half. So there is an adjustment period, and he seems to be struggling.
Yeah, H2K currently 5,000 gold in the lead. Looking good. Let's see what they can do now that those outer turrets are starting to crumble. Just the bottom one remaining for them to keep on pushing. You can see Freeze back down here, keeping that farm going, keeping ahead just about against Hyanan. You guys at home, of course, tweet us NIP win or H2K win to see who you think this is. It's going to be a best of 3, don't forget. It's not just one single game. A lot of matches to go today, of course. Following this best of 3 will be the 4 LCS matches, starting out with SK Gaming up against Alliance. A giant first game for the LCS.
Yeah, it will be incredibly exciting. This game has also delivered 15 kills in 20 minutes, and H2K have been very intelligent. They don't know they stood on top of a ward, so looking to jump on anybody moving to red buff, but look at this, NRP's come up, Freeze is ambushed in, Voidal gets the start with that Winter's Bite.
But H2K are in a position to try and react to this one as well. You can see it's going to be Voidal picked out, he tries to block the damage down, does manage to get the ulti down, Exile on towards him, but there's just not much damage coming through from it. Trashy Pounce is in there, H2K having to back away from this one, they have lost Forbim, and that's a big damage dealer, but look at Hyanan out the side trying to put all the damage down, they're going to lock on towards him, Trashy goes down, AOD can he get closed on, he will do, Exile gets in there, gets onto the second, it's a triple, it's a quadra kill! For Exile, that's exactly what NIP needed to get back in this game.
It really, really was. H2K spent so much time focusing down Code and putting damage on Mozilla, they ignored Exile and Freeze. Absolutely brilliant play. The one thing I do want to note, Exile actually pulled the trigger too early. He didn't manage to catch Hyanan. Pay very careful attention to the Glacial Fissure because Exile jumps in. I don't even know if Hyanan got knocked up. 1, 2... No, Hyanan sidestepped it. Okay, so he couldn't have even got hit. But the one thing that H2K do is, in this tight enclosed corridor, all of Mozilla's AoE is shredding through everyone. Freeze is untouched until this last moment, and Exile picks his time to re-engage. Everybody was low, and he just lands those last hits, grabbing forward.
Fantastic stuff. That puts him right back in the game. Blade of the Rune King picked up by Exile. He has the damage. You can also see the Ghost Blade was picked up by Freeze, so he's going to be running to look around and stealth.
Okay, so the Freeze has picked himself up, that Ghost Blade and the Blade, as you highlighted. And I like the build, because if you compare the stats, Freak talked about this in the Challenger last week. Yomu's Ghost Blade has similar stats with the active on to a static Shiv. But what it also gives Freeze is plus 30 AD as well as cooldown reduction. So he can get more of his rat-a-tat-tats and more ambushes. So he can play that stealth game. Ko has got the support of the rest of his team, so smart play by Oda1 there. But the thing that Freeze needs to do, if he goes into a fight, opens ambush, uses Ghost Blade and his ultimate, and he doesn't kill somebody in that window of opportunity, he will then have less combat stats. So he needs to pop someone quickly, and we'll see if he can do it.
Blue buff just been picked up by Exile. H2K in good position around this jungle area. Ko's going to come around the back, but instead it's going to be H2K collapsing in towards Mozilla. Hooked in there, they're going to dive on towards Exilla. He's trying to take all the damage, taking it around. Meanwhile, Trashy's pinned out down the bottom here. Trashy will get away there, just slides on through. Voidal comes around the side, one more hit should do it. Freeze manages to get the poison tick on towards him. AOD now going to be the target. Exile chases on towards him, does manage to put a good win wall up. That's AOD going down, he's locked up, and that's a 2-for-1 exchange. This time NIP once again in favor. It's 12-12, they can go to Baron.
This is going to be very, very risky for NRP. Oda1 there has a lot of chain CC if he can get multiple targets, and Forbidden can pop somebody. But it's a 3v4. Whoever lands the first crowd control is going to be in the advantageous position here. Baron's being melted. Smite is available for Ko. Here comes H2K.
The Cocoon lands on Oda1. They do not lock on towards Hyanan quite close enough. They've kept the Baron alive. He's managed to tick down. He will be going down very quickly. They're looking to peel. You can see Oda1 once again. This time caught out. There's no ultimate available for Exile just yet. They're taking a lot of Baron damage. This time Oda1 gets locked up, and look at that. Exile goes down. They're going to pounce on this one. That's Ko dropping as well. Voidal's going to get picked off here. They jump on towards Freeze. They find the rat. That's a double kill for Hyanan. And just like that, H2K are back in the game.
And now H2K can grab Baron. They have got a numbers advantage. They have full health on their jungler. Going to decide to play this one safe. The problem for NIP, they needed to have backed the moment Freeze took all that burst. The delay in that call is what cost them. Forbidden can always re-engage because with the Morel and Nomicon, with LeBlanc's low cooldowns, he's just going to get a multitude of spells off over and over and over. And NIP, unfortunately, just didn't have what they needed to get through that Jack's frontline. And look at that, Forbidden's got 4, that's probably the 5th spell he's gone off during the course of this fight, and he even gets away with his life.
2 Trinity Forces were picked up after that fight. 1 for Jax and 1 for Lucian. That is a big damage upgrade for H2K. This is going to be serious problems, and once again, NIP, they have to perform the perfect fight. They need Voidal to land that knockup. If they can get onto either Hyanan or Forbidden, it will be a great move. That will take the main damage dealer down. Dragon's up in 12 seconds time. It looks like NIP this time are moving into position to take it.
Yeah, Mozilla's with them. They've also got better positioning. So H2K will be the ones that need to engage in this situation. And if H2K group up with Jax, Jarvan, and LeBlanc diving forward, it will actually play into NIP's favor. They can get the knock-up from Steel Tempest on Yasuo. They can get the knock-up from that Glacial Fissure. We'll see how it works out. H2K are splitting. They don't want to get a multi-man, and Freezer started.
Freezer started, Ratatat is running, but he's going to get caught out. A lot of damage go down on towards him. Hyanan's going to get focused. He's been caught out the back, coming around the backside, though. You can see Jack Odawamne jumping straight in towards the Odawamne. He's tanking every single member of the team, and now you can see H2K turning this back around. Just to the side, there's Hyanan, still untouched. They've moved to the tower. They hook Mozilla in towards the tower. Ko gets focused on. He repels away. He's got nowhere to go. He's going to drop straight down. H2K all very, very low. But Mozilla's going to get picked up from the side. Odawamne once again. Hyanan comes inside them. Gets the ace on NIP. H2K take them down once again. A 4-for-1. 5-for-1.
NIP needed to get every member of H2K. They committed on 3, and they didn't get the kill onto Hyanan. They did not manage to blow him up. Look at the flanks. On the left-hand side of your screen, you've got Odawamne and Forbidden coming in, and Hyanan is going to get out. Exile and Mozilla are too far away. So when those dive buddies of Jackson LeBlanc lock up multiple NIP members, there was just not enough tools for them to get away cleanly. Lose your damage dealers of Yasuo on Twitch, and that's it. You're done.
Baron picked up by H2K. That's a big, big issue now. What are NIP going to do about this one? You can see this is the end closing up. The cleanup crew comes through for H2K. And no doubt about it. Quick sidestep here from Hyanan. Nicely done.
Very nicely done as well. Hyanan is just doing, he's playing his role correctly. He hasn't been required to win the early game. His teammates did that for him. And now when he's under pressure from NIP diving onto him, he has actually avoided a lot of the damage that he needs to. H2K with an 8,000 gold lead with all of the stats that Baron gives them, as long as they keep playing the team fights the way that they are, they should close this game out. But keep in mind, we're only 3 towers to 3. Neither of these teams have made inroads into their opponent's half of the base, and that's what it's all about.
H2K will clear out this dragon. I don't think NAP want anything to do with it. They stepped away from the fight here. Where are H2K going to go towards? Can they push through that mid lane? I think in the last fight, I think they just really didn't count how much damage H2K had built up after that failed Baron attempt. I don't think they realized how many items were just completed from the back of that fight.
Also, Freeze was the one that initiated in the alleyway. He popped the Ghost Blade, he popped the Blade of the Rune King, and he didn't assassinate anybody. The moment that Ghost Blade runs out, he loses a lot of the combat stats, and if you contrast a Bloodthirster Last Whisper Trinity Force against a Ghost Blade Blade of the Rune King, he's actually behind in outright combat stats. So Freeze, again, he's all inning on this assassination playstyle. If he doesn't assassinate somebody, he's going to fall behind.
Blue buff continues to go to Ko, and NIP now have to play defensive duties here. H2K, where are they going to go? It's their turn to push. They've had this Baron buff for a good solid minute already. And they've not really made a great deal with it other than taking that single dragon, which they could have done without anyway.
So this is the problem for H2K. If they group up in the narrower corridors towards towers, they do run the risk of those multi-man ultimates, and that's the only thing that can pull NIP back in yet. Finding a pick-off on H2K when they're on the sides, or getting those big multi-man last breaths, which is what Exile needs to do. Mozilla's got teleport, so he's going to arrive to this defense maybe a little late, but the minion wave has already been dealt with.
Next one is Kong lining its way down there. Trash is going to try and sneak around the side, but they have good ward coverage still at the moment. NIP have their own jungle. As you can see, Trash is clearing out. Minion wave comes in, but they have good clearance. They can quickly blast it down, but that's a lot of damage on the tower. Mozilla takes a big burst, and that tower goes down very quickly. H2K, will they keep pushing? I'm not sure they will. They want to rotate around and take some more outers.
Yes, they're definitely what they should be doing. What H2K are not doing necessarily well is letting the side lanes push for them. Had H2K planned a little further ahead and got those minion waves pushing faster, they could have rotated immediately from middle tower to bottom or middle tower to top. Unfortunately, now they have to split up. Odawamne is going bottom lane, Diana's going top. And I don't know if they're going to recommit to going that deep into enemy territory. So, small misplays by H2K. But again, they're far enough ahead that it's not game-changing by any means of the imagination. And if you look at Mozilla, down 3,000 gold, and item-wise, he's got a Negatron cloak as his only MR. That's the only MR item he's built up against Febiven with Deathcap, Needlessly Large Rod, Void Staff, and Marina Knock.
There's a full 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. It's enough time to take this tower down if they commit to it. NIP have wisely gone wide around the jungle area. You can see HDK was setting up to try and create something. Mozilla hooked in. That's not really the target they wanted. Well blocked off by Voidal as well, mitigating all of that damage.
Or that NIP could have gone in. Yawnin was caught by the cocoon, and because NIP are so far behind, they didn't want to run the risk of throwing everything at the AD carry. H2K now, they're going to focus the tower. They've started the fight.
They're focused on AOD. I'm not sure that's the right target. Voidal just gets destroyed where he stands. Straight locking in there. Good ultimate from Exile, but just not enough damage to follow on through. This time the Rat is just going to get taking all of that damage from the Cullen. He's having to back away. That's another tower and 3 kills for 1 to H2K.
Yawnin completely untouched that team fight. Exile threw himself in with the last breath, only managing to take out AOD. And Febiven, while he went low, he's in no threat of going down. H2K going to tank up the inhibitor turret. They may even decide to push further. It's a 4-on-2. Here comes Freeze. Ghostblade's not available, keep that in mind.
Oh, big burst damage there coming out from Febiven. Catching on towards Freeze. That just shows how dangerous now Freeze's position is. In fact, there's so much damage built up. This is a replay.
So, you know, Ku and the rest of the team, they're split on the left and the right-hand side. Last breath, it only hit AOD and Trashy, and Febiven, other than an auto attack in a tower, he actually wasn't under champion threat. I think NIP were not on the same page in that team fight. You know, H2K, they were split up themselves, and NIP was looking at different threats on different sides of the lane, and they didn't combo all of their abilities together. And they haven't actually been doing that all game long.
So H2K stepping up in this game. Remember, it's a best-of-3 series, but they have big advantages in this matchup. Next time is the top lane they're going to push down towards. They've still got that inner turret to go to in there, but one inhibitor down is going to cause problems for NIP. Of course, they're going to have to fight those super minions in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think the way H2K have played, they may just let the super minions do the work until Baron spawns.
Oh, trying to set up a gank.
And let's see if they can kill him
They're
quickly
getting down towards Odoamne. The lockup's there. There's the stun. They've managed to stun him out. He's got nowhere to leap to. Counter-strike, though, goes straight into Freeze. Look at that damage. He can just turn around. Tanks up 3 members, no problem. Then turns it back around. Cataclysm leaps in. Coco's out. Press R, goddammit. Get him out of that Cataclysm. Coco's down. But Vivian is the one that gets the kill. And I think that just really shows how strong H2K are right now. 3 members on Odoamne. Couldn't take him down.
No, they couldn't. They have not invested enough into controlling or containing Jax. So he is now so far ahead that he 1v3s for 6 or 7 seconds and comes out ahead. H2K with the numbers advantage can now siege the top inhibitor turret. Mozilla's trying to split push, but all this is going to do is give away another turret to NIP. Finally, Mozilla's recalling, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, it's way too late for this party. That's the tower going down. The inhibitor will follow, and NIP are now faced with the challenge. Do they want to fight them in the open? Will they hold them out in the Nexus turrets? H2K wisely take their objective and step away.
Yeah, H2K can completely disregard Baron and finish just with the lanes, but because Baron's 20 seconds away, they may just secure it anyway. With super minions top and bottom lane, the map is completely theirs. If anyone from NIP moves forward, they will be jumped on.
Just off to the left-hand side is Mozilla taking that minion wave. He's in full vision of H2K. They're not going to go for it, though. They have got ward coverage here, NIP, so they're going to see that H2K have now grouped. That ward is timed out just at the right time, but they know...
Want to play Baron baits.
They have
it is a European game after all.
I don't think that H2K really want to fight for it. They're all walking past towards, so they're in full vision. 2 members. H2K, I think, can take this Baron before NIP get close enough.
Yeah, they really can. They've got so much damage all the way down the line. NIP should just be controlling or should be focusing on pushing the bottom wave out.
Oh, they're way too late.
They're looking for a fight, and let's see if they engage.
Well,
Decide not to.
No, I was surprised H2K didn't turn on them there. I think it's just simply the fact that Odoamne was down to half health, so H2K, stacks of gold, 1,000 plus for every single member on H2K. All going to back away and get themselves a chunk of items and put the killing blow on NIP.
Yeah, from the get-go of this matchup, H2K have been in absolute control. Their ganks on Exile with Trashy and Odoamne was just so good. We don't see a lot of Jarvan in the LCS, you know, and with the changes to junglers, why not see more of it? If you can land those, you know, Dragon Strike combos and knock people up, and combo with mobility of Jax, you see how disruptive it is. It gave Febiven such an early laning phase, and Exile has been running scared since those opening kills.
Yeah, and I think the 10-11, Febiven has been working wonders, got fed early on, has never really looked back. Exile has got that Infinity Edge completed, so if they can still land one of those perfect AoE combos, it may be enough, but I'm not sure. We saw it earlier on. It's very hard to take them down, especially with the health regen they now got.
It is, and I don't think we've seen an excellent ultimate from Exile yet. He's had a few decent ones, but none on priority targets. So we do see inhibitors respawn. Oh, look at the damage from Feven. And that's on the tank.
That is the tank, the tankiest member of NIP. Inhibitor goes down, they're going to rotate around. They've got the minion wave coming in as well. Are they going to try and pick out a target? Voidal uses that shield, the Unbreakable. That's going to be down in this next fight. That's an important item to try and block this. Wind Wall, of course, is up for Exile, but I'm wondering if they're just going to tank straight through this one. Will the rest of the team have to deal with super minions off the side there? You can see they're coming in. There is going to be the combo, but again, it's only O2 they're catching out. You can see Hjarnan just off the side. Hjarnan putting all of the damage down, gets himself a double kill, keeps on chasing, gets himself the triple kill, chases on towards Freeze, dashes in there. That's going to be another one picked up by Febivan, and Mozilla, the only man standing just over the side, flashes out of the hook. It doesn't matter. H2K are going to run straight in towards the base, take down the Nexus turrets, and they will take game one.
Dominant victory from H2K Gaming. Led from the front, Trashy for me. Trashy set that all up. He got his hands on Jarvan. He did this to Loveland Shore. He's just done it to the Ninjas in Pajamas. And I think it's ban-worthy. I really think it's ban-worthy. That was a great, great performance and very decisive play.
And it just shows the confidence that H2K have, disregarding that holy trinity of junglers. They purposely did it so they knew that Elise would get selected by NIP. No way about that. They were that confident in their Jarvan play, though. They secured that one and just said, you know what? We don't care about this holy trinity. We've got our own overpowered jungler.
Exactly. And when you've got a team that works with your ganking style so effectively, you can just keep punishing and keep punishing. O2 had a free lane. His tower was lost early, and there was no pressure on him to shut down his CS or to gank him. And it was actually Febivan that went to gank Mozilla multiple times because Mozilla had no magic resist early. He only built armor. One Negatron cloak by the end of the game against, what was the final score? 11-14 LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's not really going to cut it, is
it?
it? Yeah. 42 kills, though, overall. Not a bad first game. Quite action-packed. It's a little bit more than we were expecting. If you remember, cast your minds back to NIP versus Millennium. I was thinking this was going to be a little bit slower.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be a little bit slow as well. I do think it was because of the team comps. Because NIP had this comp that had to all in, and if they all in and it worked like it did once or twice, they'd get a lot of kills and win the fight. But more often than not, it didn't. And of course, because Jarvan and LeBlanc just play so aggressively, I think that was very impressive.
Well, for now, we are going to check in with Shocks, Joe, and Officio after that match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eva Shock supporter along with Joe Miller and Martin Officio, and to break down that win from H2K. Well, gentlemen, it was an explosive game to start it off with here in the finals of the Challenger Series, and let's take it back to the beginning. The Officio, maybe break down the picks and bans for us. A lot of comfort picks coming in for both sides.
Right, so H2K actually banned away 2 junglers. Normally you would expect them to pick Elise as their third one left of the elite junglers here, but they clearly wanted Jarvan. It was very obvious because on their first 2 picks they went Jax and Thresh instead of taking the Elise pick here. I think they were expecting NIP to just instant lock Elise and maybe even give Twitch over to the side of H2K here. Obviously, it was first pick Twitch from NIP, really wanted this pick, which didn't actually work out too well for them because they fell behind. However, it was clear H2K had a plan, get Jarvan for Trashy and just be very aggressive early on here, and we saw it, of course, with all the camping in the mid lane.
I think they were both pretty cutthroat lineups as well. I mean, we saw there at the end, we mentioned actually backstage that there's no wave clear really on either team, so if you start to fall behind with that comp, you're going to lose the game. So it was all about who was going to get started earlier on, and well, we saw H2K managed to carry it through.
Yeah, let's touch on a couple of things in that early game. First off, Jarvan putting down the pressure, and NIP actually getting the lane swap that they wanted, but they couldn't do that much with it.
Right, so yeah, NIP wants lane swap because they have Twitch and Braum, which is not a very good lane early. They want to get a few levels going, then they can become very, very strong. So it would have been easy for H2K to shut them down. Also, Jax does well against Shyvana in the early stages of the laning phase, so of course NIP got the lane swap. However, because Exile had some very poor wards, in my opinion, around the mid lane, it was very easy for H2K to just shut him down and gank him over and over and get Fabian very fed in the mid lane on LeBlanc.
Also hard, though, I think, to ward out against this kind of team. True. We saw it for the first blood, that Jarvan just comes straight through the back of the Dragon Pit, Jax jumps over onto his head, and you can't really ward every possible scenario for that.
True.
So absolutely, very sneaky Jarvan there, surpassing the wards. Now, whatever happens in the early game, you're only as strong as your team fight. So we're going to take a look at a couple of those team fights. We're going to get the first one up on the screen, actually, where the teams fight for Dragon, and it is H2K that chooses to, NIP that chooses to engage here.
Right, so yeah, H2K already started the Dragon. It was an issue for NIP throughout the entire game, actually. H2K was always one step ahead when it got to start the objectives here. They're starting up the Dragon, and now the key thing for NIP in this fight is Voidal needs to land his ulti, knock up 1 or 2 members so Exile can use his ulti and just instantly blow someone up. So if you roll the clip here, we see the exact opposite happen here. Exile misses his ulti, Voidal misses the ulti here, so Exile is actually useless in this fight here. He didn't use it, he took all the damage, had to jump out of the fight. This was basically 4 versus 5 in favor of H2K. Therefore, even though they get 1 kill on the side of NIP, there's nothing they can do, and February just picks up more and more kills and becomes also strong on this LeBlanc.
And doing really well, I think, in terms of rotating people in and out of that fight there, making sure that no one went too low. We saw LeBlanc coming in and out, in and out. Also, Odo Amne pulled off a brilliant strike at the start of that fight. Just walked around the corner, I think stunned up 3 of them. Really, really good fight for H2K.
Absolutely, and we touched on the Febiven build when we were backstage. He's going full aggression, has a Rabadon, Zedcat, Morellonomicon in there. No early armor actually for him. It did pay off. Would you say that's the way he played it or the way his team played it, and was it a good choice?
Well, obviously it worked for him because you wanted to just try and snowball the game with as much damage as possible. However, when you're against Twitch and Yasuo, normally you really want to either just get some early armor or go full on for the Hourglass so you can actually protect yourself. And we actually do see here in the next replay we have, you just pull it up on the screen, which is the team fight where NIP turns things around. If there had been an Hourglass onto February, he would have been in a lot better situation. So if you just roll the clip here, this time it's actually H2K invading onto NIP. But the great thing for NIP is Voidal takes all the damage. He's the target first. He gets a great ulti this time around, so we see the difference here. Exile gets onto February. Again, remember, no Hourglass, so he has no way to protect himself once February is onto him. So it's an easy kill, and therefore, with all the burst damage now gone from this LeBlanc here, NIP can clean up the fight, pick up the quarter kill, and get back in the game.
Really, really well done. I actually thought that may just be a turn of it, but fact is that LeBlanc was pretty damn fed already. Okay, if you manage to target her out right at the start of the fight like we saw there, it can go your way, but we saw time and time again that he just came in the fight, did his damage, left so that he didn't take too much damage in the meantime, and then just came back in once the cooldowns were up as well. He was, in my opinion, far too far ahead.
Agree, and it's one thing we really have to give H2K credit for. The targeting in team fights were pretty much perfect. I mean, the late game team fights was, okay, where's Freeze? Pop, he's dead. Okay, where's the next one? Exile, Doom, you're dead now. LeBlanc just went in and out, and Odo Amne taking all the damage together with Trashy. So they were very good at picking out the right targets.
Yeah, absolutely. Superior targeting there from H2K. On the other side, we saw it, a quadra kill coming in for Yasuo there for NIP, a double kill right after that. They're very low, and they decide to go for Baron at 24 minutes in, which was kind of their death sentence.
It was a weird decision, especially because the members alive from H2K was the Jax, full HP, LeBlanc, full HP, and of the AD carry, I believe also pretty much full HP. So all the carries from H2K were still alive, and yet you go for this Baron here, only 4 members. It was just very risky. NIP shouldn't have done it. They could have gone top lane instead. There was a big wave pushing into the tower, take a tower and back away.
Another thing was, they saw them coming, they had vision of the backside, they saw them loop around, they had time to actually stop doing the Baron and completely disengage from that one and walk away from it completely. Chose not to, and well, we saw what happened. Luckily for them, I think, at least at that point, that H2K went decently low themselves and didn't do Baron straight after.
And luckily for them as well, they can come back in the next game, of course. So guys, shortly, what do you think NIP can do to go into this second game more confidently?
So I basically think pick and ban phase went okay for both teams here. I don't think they have to change up too many things. Obviously, the LeBlanc was an issue, but that's because Exile didn't expect all their ganks on him early on. That's where the early kills came in, started the whole snowball. I basically think NIP, if they want to play this comp, have to be more decisive and have to play the team fights better, because there were some bad team fights and that's why they fell behind. And also, of course, to the early pressure from Trashy. I don't think they have to ban away Jarvan or anything.
I think the great thing is it's a best of 3, right? So this is kind of always how it goes in a best of 3, that you feel your opponent out a little bit in the first game. You've got that 5, 10, 15 minutes in between games to maybe you can't correct everything, but at least you've got the time to talk about what went wrong. And I think you hit the nail on the head there when he said there were some team fights that just either were started off wrong or they shouldn't have just got into in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what happens. But for now, we have to take a quick break. But when we return, it is Game 2 between the Ninjas in Pajamas and H2K Gaming. We'll be right back.
Beatboxing.
Beatbox is lame.
Drop the bass. Sing it. Wow, wow.
But look at Yanan out the side trying to put all the damage down. They're going to lock on towards him. Trashy goes there. AOD, can he get closed on? He will do. Exile gets in there, gets them to the second. It's a triple, it's a quadra kill. They're taking a lot of bound damage. This time Oduane gets locked up, but look at that. Exile goes down. They're going to pounce on this one. That's code dropping as well. Poison's going to get picked off here. They jump on towards Freeze. They find the rat. That's a double kill for Yanan. Bo gets focused on. He repels away. He's got nowhere to go. He's going to drop straight down. H2K all very, very low. But Mozilla's going to get picked off around the side. Oduane once again. Yanan comes inside them. Gets the ace on NIP. Yanan putting all of the damage down. Gets himself a double kill. Keeps on chasing. Gets himself the triple kill. Chases on towards Freeze. Dashes in there. That's going to be another one picked up by Febivan. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to London, England, where we are live in the SSE Arena at Wembley for Game 2 of the European Challenger Series. It is currently 1-0 to H2K Gaming. A great start for them, for sure. 42 kills overall in that game, and we've got to talk about Trashy, man. Fantastic pick. We talked about it. We were thinking, should they have gone for Elise? Clearly, he had another card in his pack.
I absolutely love Trashy on Jarvan. He performed exquisitely against Lublin Shaw. He dominated this previous game against Ninjas in Pajamas, and I feel it is a ban-worthy champion against this man because I haven't seen him have the same level of impact on the likes of Lee Sin or the likes of Elise. So we need to see if NIP agree because we're about to jump into game 2.
Yeah, Picks and Bans going to be getting underway in just a few moments. What do we think then, Picks and Bans? LeBlanc, big deal. 12 kills in the end there, 12 to 11 or something like that, even more kills, I think.
The thing is, the reason Febiven could do what he was doing was because of the support of Odoamne and Trashy. Because they roamed around with him, got those ganks in the middle lane, it allowed him to get ahead. And then because he was ahead, he could just pop people. I don't know if he would have had that same level of impact had he not had the ganks from Jarvan. So we really need to just see how that plays out.
Be gone.
But I also think Jax is another concern. I think Jax has to be banned away. Odoamne had a great game. It was very clear NIP didn't have a strategy to deal with him, and we need to see how they deal with themselves right now.
Yeah, we're going to see. It's going to be getting underway in just a moment. The teams are pretty much ready to go, so I'm wondering if it's going to be the mid lane focus. Of course, Exile on Yasuo didn't really seem to crack on. He got a good quad kill in there, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the fact that Thresh was played by AOD. Morgana was banned away for him. And while his Thresh was good, it wasn't needed to be a playmaking champion because the rest of his team did that well. So we'll see how this Picks and Bans plays out.
So Picks and Bans underway. Lee Sin being the first target ban this time around. H2K once again taking that away from Ko. Kassadin also banned out by the red side once again. This time around, of course, it's NIP. Looks like the next one will be Evelyn. So again, H2K focusing on those junglers. They know that Jarvan is a strong jungler for them. They're forcing Ko onto Elise.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. They could also pull a 180 and first pick Elise if they wanted to go that route. Twitch is still available. Jax is still available. As you've already mentioned, the likes of LeBlanc is still up. So there's a lot of champions that both of these teams could work towards. And it actually looks like H2K are going to be playing a different top laner for this matchup. With Jax being banned away, it means Mozilla needs to look at or think about the likes of Trundle, Shyvana, Renekton, etc.
Well, final ban will be for NIP. Let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be coming in a second. It is Kale once again. So NIP sticking with the same 3 bans as game 1, and H2K the only ones to switch things up.
Lulu was up. So in the previous game, because NIP were blue side, they didn't have to ban Kassadin. They banned Lulu instead. And with Lulu being available, it may be a consideration for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Thresh first pick. That does surprise me. Clearly, that's a bit of a worry for AOD maybe in there. Of course, that does leave a number of options open. The Rat being one of them. And again, Yasuo locked in. So NIP sticking with their guns from game 1.
So if I were in H2K's position, I would consider locking in a Shyvana. Shyvana can do very well in the top lane against a multitude of champions and can also take it away from Mozilla, who may want to get the knock-up combo. The only risk of that route is then seeing a Lulu being locked in by NIP, and then it's very difficult as a Shyvana to deal with Lulu in that top lane. It can be very frustrating. So there is a lot of champions, but for the time being, NIP seem committed to trying that sort of pick assassination type combo of Twitch and Yasuo.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Zed, who's just hovered over a number of options coming out. Are we going to see that Jarvan? Are we going to see the Elise for Trashy? Will they lock in maybe the AD carries, of course? Number of options open. Don't think it's going to be Malzahar.
Playing with the crowd. H2K are 1-0 up. They can have some fun with this one. With a few seconds left on the clock, the Lulu is not surprising me. It is a champion that was banned away from them in the previous game, and I'm expecting this to go in Febiven's hands, but it can go to Odoamne in the top lane if they want to.
So, Lucian also picked in, locked in once again. That Lucian Thresh combo worked very well for Kianan and AOD in the previous matchup. Kianan, of course, picking up a number of kills. Are we going to see Braum once again for Voidal? Wasn't overly impressed by it, honestly.
He needs to hit more ultimates.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the previous game, the very first, the first few Glacial Fishes that he put down.
Not just the ultimates, the stuns. I think I remember seeing 1 stun, potentially, throughout the whole game.
It really didn't work out that well, but unfortunately, they were playing from behind for an incredibly long period of time.
I'm loving the crowd right now. They've got their phones out, I think it is. I'm not too sure. The glow sticks are either out there anyway. Shyvana looks like it may well get picked up once again. There are the crowd. It is a packed house here in the Wembley Arena in London, England. It's great to have this event here. And you know what, NIP, they are not adjusting their flow. They feel what they had in previous game worked out for them. Of course, I'm not convinced.
Nor am I. Now, they ran Elise in the jungle previously. It is still available if they want to go that route. And the knockups from Shyvana and from Braum were not enough to get Exile going in the previous game. So for them to recommit to the same strategy, I think they may realize that it was individual mechanical mistakes that ended up costing them that previous game. So if they fix them, maybe it can work. But at this point in time, they really need to do something drastically different.
Well, you can see H2K playing with the crowd. Don't think we're going to see Shaco in the jungle.
Nor do I.
It would be nice, but...
But Trashy does play a whole bunch of champions. I'm expecting Jarvan. I mean, it worked so well previously.
Yep.
Why not stick with it?
Exact same combo, just a different laner in the top there. So it will be Lulu top lane. That means LeBlanc being locked in. It's going to be Febivim once again up against Exile on Yasuo.
So we're not seeing a drastic difference, okay? H2K have committed to a similar playstyle to the previous game, where they've got this very tanky front line, you know, where they're going to have Lulu, they're going to have Jarvan, and they've got multiple knockups. The only thing is, I do feel there's less damage from H2K now. Jax will offer more damage in the mid to late game than Lulu will, but Lulu's going to offer more utility. So assuming Trash and Febivim get off to another strong start, then yes, they've got a great amount of tools. What I do like from NIP, Vi can help Exile get knockups with that stand aside when she throws the Assault and Battery down. It is a displacement, it can get people down. But what I really like is he can lock onto LeBlanc or he can lock onto Lucian and say, we want you dead, we're going to kill you, remove you from the fight, and then just try clean up the rest. We need to see if they can make it work.
Yeah, a lot more knockups. Maybe that's what they realized Exile's ultimate wasn't going to use quite enough, and they this time can single out Hyanan. For now, though, we're going to check out your tweets once more. Now that H2K leads the series by 1 game, will they take it here, or can NIP force a third game? Send us your hashtags at LOL Esports and use the hashtag H2KWin or hashtag NIPWin, and we're going to be checking those out in picks as the game gets started.
So pre-game, 88% in favor of NIP. We had the first Twitter, it switched to 50-50. And after this 1-0, I'm going to predict it's going to be in favor of H2K. Look at that, going out there.
After they 1-0 up. what a brave prediction from Trevor there. So what do we think? Predictions overall with the pick and bans?
A much more active gank pattern from Ko. He needs to interrupt Jarvan. He needs to interrupt Trashy. I think different warding might be key. We've seen the Dragon Pit playing into favor. I think for NIP to be successful, they cannot afford to let Trashy get ahead. So different ward placements and more active ganking or counter ganking definitely has to be on the cards for Ko. Even though Vi is a little weak until 6, he needs to try to disrupt Trashy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 underway, live in the Wembley Arena, which is what we all know it as, here in London. H2K, they're 1-0 up. Can they go all the way? Can they do a clean sweep? NIP has the red team defending their title, honestly, because they were the champions back in the spring split. However, despite their 3 to 7 hour epic with Millennium, they did not get into the LCS.
No, they did not, and the same partially passive style of play is still in them today. They fell behind and they were unable to break that lead that H2K had built up. So flag misses.
No, it landed.
Did it connect?
It landed. He lost 8 points.
Touche. So advantage H2K, they're in the lead. They've got the damage dealt graphs are in their favor.
Oh, Freeze is taunting off the side there, sniffing his cheese, taking a little nibble.
Does Twitch have cheese?
Did you not see him pull the cheese out?
I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
You're not watching the screen, man.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking about this game because the problem for Ko and Vi is a lot of the LCS level junglers are talking about how strong and effective she can be. But the reason we're not seeing her here in Europe all that often is because of her weak pre-6 ganking ability and etc. So there's some split decisions into how weak she is early, but
NIP,
once she hits 6, it's very, very simple, and crowd's proving me wrong.
Yeah.
Voting in favor of NIP.
Maybe they're doing it on purpose.
Maybe they are.
Prove that guy wrong.
Scumbags.
61%.
Scumbag.
Quick Shot doesn't know what he's on about. Let's change this. Let's vote against him. So no ping ward was picked up early on. I don't think I can see any. No, nothing was placed. So ping ward was picked up early by Ku last time around. Hasn't gone for it this time around. So standard starts from everyone. Of course, you got the double Doran's rings. Well, single Doran's rings. But Odo Omne and Forbiven up against the Doran's blades in the other lanes.
Also head-to-head lanes. Previously, NIP had started the lane swap on the top side to try and maybe shut down Odo Omne. It didn't work out really because he kept farming. And also, Void'll spend most of his time babysitting Mozilla, if you remember. Now that we've got straight-up lanes, I actually think Mozilla's going to have another difficult time against Odo Omne, being melee against the ranged poke of Lulu, and then dealing with those glitter lances is going to be incredibly frustrating. So Mozilla, again, he's on the same champion, but he needs to have a bigger impact.
Yeah, the early pressure definitely going towards H2K. You can see level 2 hit first by Odo Omne in this top lane. Down the bottom lane, it's also going to get hit first. So already NIP on the back foot. Trashy on the red buff, blue buff for Coke. Both going around. No invades by either team, so no advantage this early on. But again, this is the line matchup we saw again. You can see Exile already being aggressed upon by Forbiven.
So we need to see how Trashy handles now the straight-up lanes. Because he had the lane swap previously, he was able to pull resources from elsewhere and go for that gank in the middle lane. AOD, oh, he's caught Freeze.
That's a great hook onto Freeze there. Quick damage dealt out. Voidal tries to block the rest of it, but the damage was done on Freeze.
Yeah, very well done. That's going to give so much pressure in this lane in favor of H2K. Yes, Braum is very strong and is definitely a favorite support in many people's eyes, but he is very weak against ranged poke supports like Thresh. And we've seen in the LCS as well how Thresh plus whatever lanes can punish and bully him around. Only once Voidal gets more levels and ideally gets closer to 6 does he then become somewhat of an engaged support, you know, in many respects similar to Leona.
Forbiven once again being aggressive on Exile in the mid lane. Exile doing a good trade this time around, swishing his way around, managing to catch on towards him. This time, of course, Ko. I'm expecting Ko to be focusing a little bit more on this mid lane because Forbiven was just allowed to run away with it last game.
Yeah, I think so too. I really like the play there by Exile. He actually timed his poke or his trade just in time to land multiple sweeping strikes from his E and then dash back to safety from that last minion. So it does show he's got a good mechanical ability on this champion. And Ko, with Flash, with that Vault Breaker, it's not the strongest of crowd controls, but doesn't look like he even wants to.
No, he's just in down as a precautionary measure, but they already saw that the ward was placed. Of course, being on, Vi can manage to dash across, just as Trashy can do, of course. Just that single Vault Breaker to dash across in towards those bushes, so maybe trying to get into some sneaky position.
He could go middle.
Saw Trashy last time.
Exile's in trouble.
Exile's very deep on this one. Oh, he's caught up, locked up the stuns there. He's going to have to try and get away from this one. The flag attack comes in. It doesn't quite catch, doesn't knock him up, but Exile's still very low from this one. Trying to dash away from the minions. Any more hits will do. You can see one more last hit. There it is. It's going to be Forbiven once again with first blood.
Exile taking them on a walk around. Unfortunately, the Flash not getting him far away. AOD continues to punish Freeze and Voidal. That's an Ignite.
That's an Ignite used. Voidal with Unbreakable, stopping the majority of the damage there, but Freeze once again taken very low on health.
Yeah, and he's behind on CS. Yana and AOD just continuing to punish this lane out. Relic Shield starts for both AOD and Voidal, and it's all about H2K again. The first aggressive play that Exile made in that middle lane, and he gets punished for it. Trashy just happens to be going past, and a little unfortunate, but very well played by H2K. They responded well.
Trashy coming across to defend out this mid lane. That bottom lane duo is working very well. Hyun and AOD very much on the same page. You know, we were questioning AOD at the start to see whether he's going to be as effective alongside Hyun on this big stage, where it doesn't seem to be affecting him so far. This top lane though, Ko coming in, and he's going to get around the backside of Odo Omne. Odo Omne has used that speed already to try and get away. Good flash away from that Vault Break.
Successful gank from Ko. He's on level 5, so he's getting close to having that Assault and Battery unlocked. And once he has that, he needs to rinse and repeat that gank. He needs to come top lane, shut down Odo Omne, alternatively go middle lane, because both Forbiven and Odo Omne are flashless. They're less likely to get away. So good gank by Ko, especially in a pre-6 Vi.
Fiendish Nodex picked up early by Odo Omne there, realizing of course there's no magic resist for Mozilla, so hoping he can get some of that damage down early onto him, perhaps with those glitter lances. Forbiven in this mid lane. Dominant performance by him in the last game and looking to try and continue that flow. Already putting a lot of pressure on towards Exile. Exile clearly very confident in the fact that he's got this play. Voidal go very aggressive, has to quickly step back to freeze there. Dangerous play by him. That Unbreakable doesn't stop everything.
No, it really doesn't. I think he's just trying to prevent as much damage in the tower as possible. But he's at, like, you know, killing threat because of all the damage and the poking he's taken. There's no more pots in that bottom lane. And Exile, oh, that's a great chain.
It's a great chain landing on him. Exile just can't get involved in this fight anymore. Trashy hanging on around the side. You can see just in the bush was the jungler trying to cover this one off. Voidal has backed away, so 3
They're going to tower
currently. Will they go for it? They do hook on towards Freeze. They do follow through. AOD, not too sure he wanted to follow that one. And Freeze is going to try and take advantage of this one. Can't lock on towards AOD. Still no ultimates available for any of these players in spot lane.
That was actually very lucky on AOD's part. He followed through the death sentence, but no damage had landed under the turret range. It was targeting Hyanin. So luckily, AOD manages to take a very long ride and walks away. Still not having a turret aggro. H2K are just outplaying Ninjas in Pajamas across the map. Every single one of their roles is pulling ahead, is playing more aggressively. And look at the CS difference between Hyanin and Freeze. That's a very big amount at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's actually equated to a Vampiric Scepter versus a BF Sword. That's a big difference between the two AD carries. Mozilla in this top lane, he's taking pressure, and they've both hit their ultimate levels. You can see Odoamne just a little bit ahead right now, keeping the CS advantage up as well. Ko's going to get that red buff. He's going to hit that ultimate level in just a moment, so we'll see whether he starts to make some ganks. He's got to really start focusing on February. I've got a feeling he's going to run away with this game once again.
Yeah, Ko needs to... He needs to be successful on this first Assault and Battery gank. Much like Twisted Fate's first Destiny, if Ko doesn't get somebody ahead, it's a big cooldown. They're going in.
There he is. He's gone towards it. Distortion was already used by Vivins. That's why he's going to get locked down. Very well played there. Flash and Assault and Battery working brilliantly for Ko.
Yeah, very nicely done. It was actually just the Vault Breaker. Didn't even need the Summoner spell. But what I really like is the timing. There was no hesitation. Oh, Voidal's been caught. He's in trouble now.
Voidal trying to go aggressive. Good Vault Breaker there. Sorry, a Vault Breaker. Unbreakable. Blocking out that damage, which immediately leads them towards this dragon. I think these two members could probably take it themselves because that bottom lane's having serious problems.
Yeah, no support from Trashy. He was all the way top lane. And with Faviven being dead, NIP was a very smart play. What I do like about the gank middle, the moment Faviven used that distortion from his W, Ko just threw in instantly because he realized the number of options was not there. And of course, Ko no longer, Faviven doesn't have flash. They've caught Voidal again.
Another hook on towards him, but again, Unbreakable up just in time. Vault Breaker goes down. Freeze needs to get some damage down in this one because Voidal's in all sorts of trouble. That's not going to quite be enough with the Cullen. And this NIP bottom lane is in all sorts of problems. It's a 40 CS gap currently between Freeze and Hyanin.
That's a difference of 2 kills worth of CS at this stage in the game. And Freeze was able to tank up some of those culling shots, which did allow him, oh, very close, did allow him to save Voidal's life. But because Freeze and Voidal have not been able to recall, it means there's all of that pressure on the tower, which will be secured after the CS has been denied. And it opens up the blue buff for deep wards from H2K. Look at the vision they've got. So they're going to make a play on this next spawn in a few minutes' time.
Hyanin making sure that tower takes down every last minion until he clears them out there. So, big differential in his bottom lane. The mid lane is still very much even this time around, of course, with that gank on Forbidden from Ko. Maybe coming again here, charging up this time, yeah, like you say, without the ulti and distortion wasn't used. So Ko not able to pull the trigger, though Forbidden senses something's up. He hasn't spotted Ko, though.
So Assault and Battery still a little while away, 20 seconds on the clock. And if Exile can get his own knock-up and then chain the damage, maybe they can, but this is going to be very risky. They're waiting for Ko's Assault and Battery. Trashy's nowhere near. So it's just a patience game. Ko's either going to make a successful tower dive here, or he's going to have wasted 20 seconds of time.
I think they're waiting for Distortion to be used by Forbidden as well. To maybe try and go from Exile, clearly trying to bait this one out. We can see just in the bottom there, Voidal's going to come up. He's going to spot out that pink ward.
Assault and Battery's available.
See where the Forbidden
They're going to go in.
Goes aggressive. I'm not sure. Oh. Charged it up, didn't go for it. Pink ward cleared.
Maybe Ko's just having a cup of tea.
Well, maybe.
We are in London after all.
Maybe he is. There is no English people.
There's only a few people that enjoy tea, apparently.
There's only a few, yeah. I think the whole of China may argue with her on that one. There's a few people that live there as well. NIP, though, they keep pushing this bottom lane. 96 CS to 51. Big differential. Hyanin with a huge advantage. Hasn't quite got that Bloodthirster completed yet, though. H2K reacting, 3 members coming down here. There is a ward there, so Trash is spotted out. He's going to have to dive and commit to this one. There's no tower, remember, for NIP to fall back on. So Trash is well within his rights to dive on this one. Cataclysm still available, hasn't used it yet. Gets knocked up by Voidal. There's the Cataclysm catching him out there. Voidal's going to get locked up there. He's in all sorts of trouble. Hjanen, easy kill for H2K.
Yeah, the NIP do look to set something up in the top lane, but Odoamne is able to get away. Here comes Exile.
Oh, he goes straight on towards him. Face check from Odoamne there. Flashes across to the white on the left-hand side. Exile just dash across towards him. Has got flash available, but not going to follow because they didn't really have vision of Febiven in that mid lane.
H2K are pushing the bottom lane. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got a lot of HP to work with, and a minion wave is just backed up as well. So NIP, they didn't commit resources to attacking the top lane tower. Instead, Mozilla has backed away to defend. Oh, they've caught Exile.
Febiven once again going in towards him, gets the chains down. Trashy comes around, flag and drag, forces the flash away from Exile. And NIP on the back foot once again in this match.
And look how smart H2K are. After the presence in the middle lane, they just rotate their members from bottom to mid, and they're going to secure another tower here. Very smart play and positional from the players.
So H2K, big advantage, 2-0 in towers, good win wall there from Exile to block out that death sentence, which would have landed. However, H2K stacking that gold up. With those 2 towers going down, they're going to go off and purchase a bunch of items. Bloodthirster now completed. Morellonomicon, of course, on Odoamne in this top lane as well. Morellonomicon by Febiven in their mid lane as well. Everybody's starting to stack out in time for this next dragon.
So something that I didn't highlight in Picks and Bans that is a threat from Ninjas in Pyjamas is all of their damage is physical. You have this tiny bit of magic coming out of Mozilla and Shyvana, yes, but it's not what you would consider a threat. And that's the reason that Febiven and Odoamne have gone Morellonomicon instead of Athenes and Holy Grail. They don't need the additional MR from the Chalice and from the Athenes. So they can just prioritize, get the healing reduction, and work themselves towards maybe some armor-based items in the later stages of the game. Because once H2K hit that point where there are Hourglasses and Randian's Omens on their team, NIP's damage threat gets significantly reduced. And when you've got this all-physical composition, you need to get ahead, and you need to get ahead fairly early on so that you can continue punishing and extend that time frame where H2K need to prioritize armor. NIP are not out yet. They are still within this time frame where they can make a few more plays, but they need to get towers, dragons, and kills very quickly before they run that risk.
Remember, H2K already have that 1-0 lead. Mozilla again getting poked in his top lane. Odoamne continuing to just work him down with those basic attacks. He hasn't really used a Glitz Lance. There's a Glitz Lance landing. You can see Mozilla can't really do anything in reply to Odoamne at the moment in his top lane.
But he's still farming well. Odoamne has put a lot of time into bullying Mozilla away, but Mozilla is still relevant in CS. There was a gank from Ku, don't forget that, which of course would help him out. But again, he's staying relevant. So Glacial Fissure is available from Voidal. He needs to hit targets so that Exile can execute them. But Hjanen and AOD are wisely going up the river, and they're going to find the support of their teammates. I mean, they've completely mitigated all of the threat that Ninjas in Pyjamas had from that lane.
Yeah, they were trying to set up that gank, and it is not working out. Blue buff just spawned out there. Pink ward has been found by H2K, so that's going to clear out the vision that NIP had around that dragon pit area. And now with that dragon now spawning, NIP going to have to pick up this blue buff fast.
NIP lost the previous game because of poor engages around the dragon pit. They cannot afford to do the same. They are 3,000 gold down. They have secured their own blue, and there's going to be a big fight.
Oh, they were delaying on that blue buff. It does get taken by Kodo. Manages to finish it off. They're going to lock on towards AOD. AOD going down. That's going to be 1 kill picked up. You can see it's going to lock on there. Kodo taken down as well off the side there. But the Rat's got himself a double kill. Locking on towards Hjanen. Hjanen in all sorts of trouble. Mozilla's going to keep on chasing towards him. Has the burnouts run out? He can't quite close the distance. Doesn't matter. Locks him back down off the side there. Febiven's going to get caught out. The shield just enough from Odoamne. They're going to have to try and find him. Freeze is stealthing up. He's going to try and ambush on towards him. He doesn't want to catch on towards Odoamne. Odoamne, no mana, of course, for Freeze. Tries to turn it back around. Has he got the stun? Locks him up, and he hasn't done the damage. Has to flash away from it. Now Odoamne, he's going to get locked out again. They catch on towards him. Can it be enough? Mozilla comes in. Quick stand aside, gets in towards there. Voidal chasing on towards Febiven. Febiven distorts away. And I think they're safe now. And this fight's gone on long enough that everybody has respawned.
It ended up being a 3-for-2, and NIP managed to come away from that one mostly okay. If it wasn't for Voidal saving Freeze with a great concussive blows passive, he would have gone down. But very importantly, look at how quickly XL throws his ultimate down. He only caught AoD. I mean, Forbidden was caught up by Ko. Had that last breath been used a second or two later, the fight could have been a lot more convincing. Featherman is able to get a summoner heal, he gets a whole spell reel off. And I do think NIP did a good job at focusing Yon and Down out early. But unfortunately, that last breath needed to have been more important. Dragon was not secured, so we're going to see this fight again. Look at the ultimate counters. There's a lot that are not available.
Seconds out, round 2. NIP this time around going to try and focus on H2K. Ultimates are not available. Ratatat is down, and that's going to be H2K securing this one. Dragon Descent, Mozilla pounces across, but misses the entire team. Mozilla's going to get dropped down on the side there. He's in all sorts of trouble. Ko's going to go low as well. Trash is going to get focused down. That's another kill booked up by Freeze, but NIP are in all sorts of trouble. Voidal gets singled out as well. That's a double, that's a triple for Odawamne in the top lane. Fantastic stuff, and this time, NIP with no ultimates available should not have engaged.
NIP had nothing to fight for. Dragon had been secured by H2K Gaming. NIP seen it going down. They were trying to pick up some stragglers on the sideline, and after Mozilla committed to the fight, the rest of the team were like, oh, hang on a minute, we don't have the tools. Look at this. Mozilla's coming in fairly late from the top half. Dragon is secured, and then they start a fight. They didn't have the tools available. Not only do NIP lose the Dragon, they lose 3 kills, and they've lost a mid in a turret because of that play. I can't understand the decision making. That was very well played by H2K. They had the positional advantage, they punished NIP for engaging, and they've just accelerated further ahead.
And this is exactly like game 1. NIP making mistakes, making miscalculations, miscalls at the Dragon, and H2K reacting very well to this. And now the fact there's a 4-0 Lulu, Rabadon's death cap won't be too far away for him. Rabadon's death cap, once that gets picked up by Viviv, we know what it's going to be like. H2K closing in, and NIP, they need to realize just how far they fell behind after those 2 fights.
Yeah, the problem for NIP is exactly the same as the previous game, that they need to pick a fight. Because their composition is just all in, even more so now with Vi. The only tools Ninjas in Pajamas have to play with is big team fights. H2K don't necessarily have a big split pushing champion on their side. Lulu can do that okay, but it's not something you think of primarily when you see a top lane Lulu. So H2K can play this one patient, wait for another objective to fight over, and force NIP's hand. If they win the team fight, hey, they get more inner turrets.
So Odawamne in this top lane, he's got 2 on him. Mozilla, of course, that Dragon Descent in the last fight completely missing off the side. Ko not going to focus on this one because H2K, they've got 4 members in this mid lane. NIP need to react to this. They can push straight through.
And, you know, after all the hype we were talking about Ko, and after all the previous games where Ko's performed, at least previously, he had little to no impact in the bigger picture, and now his Vi has taken so long to get going. This is not what we associate with this jungler. This is not what we're used to seeing. So anyways, blue buff there looked like H2K were moving themselves in. They've got a lot of numbers in the bottom half of the map. NIP will secure themselves an uncontested tower, but it looks like H2K are trying to set something up. They're trying to make plays, and again, they've got very deep vision. The mini-map has always been H2K vision dominated.
He's thought about the ambush there for Biven. As soon as he used that distortion, he made his move towards him, but really with, as you mentioned, lack of vision, no knowledge about where everybody in H2K is. So, everybody resetting, everybody stacking out those items. Death cap almost complete by Forbidden. That was the needed large rod just popping into vision. Rabadon's death cap has been picked up by Odawamne in this top lane, which Mozilla still yet to complete. He's got that spectral cowl on there, yet to complete an item though. Mercury Tread's also picked up, but again, falling behind in obviously not only kills, but CS.
So that is one thing that does play into NIP's favor, is if Mozilla can start split pushing and pull some threat from Jarvan, from Lulu, it will open up other areas of the map. But in order to make that work, NIP has to be on the same level of communication. Mozilla needs to say, hey, I'm going to try and draw aggro. I'm trying to pull Odawamne or Febivid or Trashy my direction. And when they do, sneak a tower, grab a dragon, try to flank somebody. It isn't the case right now because Mozilla is still working his way towards this Blade of the Rune King. He's still working his way up in items. But it is a tool they have available to them. And it just seems as though NIP are waiting for H2K to make mistakes, and H2K simply aren't doing them.
And let's talk about H2K, because Forbidden, when DreamHack was going on, said, you know, the best challenger team is not there to compete with NIP. They called themselves out and said, we would have won DreamHack if we'd have gone there. Instead, they did not. This time around, though, They are looking like a shoe-in for a 2-0. They have a solid lead in this game. And NIP are trying to set up for something here. H2K trying to bait them out, but NIP not going to fall for it just yet. It's a ward fight in the bush.
Yeah, the statement definitely paying dividends thus far. They've had very clear strategic moves from the opening minutes of every game. The previous match, it was very clear. We want to shut down Exile. Oh, Freeze is going to die. It's a rat trap.
It's a rat trap. It's going to come out of ambush, but wasn't quite enough to draw him out there.
It hasn't sprung yet. The rat trap has been enabled.
I'm just going to say that's pretty cheesy.
Not bad. We'll have to see.
Sorry. I know.
We'll have to see how NIP pull themselves back into this game, because as it stands, they simply haven't made the right decisions. You know, previous game and this game, their team fight selection has been mediocre at best, and then they haven't executed when they have picked those team fights. So NIP, you can definitely feel they're running scared. And it's up to H2K, it's up to them to break H2K's lead.
Somebody needs to deal with Odoamne. The rest of H2K are coming around, and NIP are way too slow to react to this one. This is going to be a tower going down.
Yeah, and you know, Lulu, not somebody you traditionally call a split pusher. Odoamne's done it. He's 4-0. He's now pulled ahead of CS. He's got a good item lead. And it looks like NIP want to fight. Look at Ko. He's going to come from the sidelines. A multi-man knockup has to happen in order for NIP to win. And actually, they backed off.
Yeah,
they don't even want the fight.
They got no vision. That's the problem. They could not go in there. Dragon's going to be up in 5 seconds' time. And NIP, once again, absolutely no vision whatsoever of this river. H2K could pull the trigger. You can see NIP going to try and create and force some pressure on this mid lane turret. H2K coming across the side in correct force, and Ko is going to have to get away. It's going to go on towards Odoamne. You saw the damage on towards Freezer. Freezer's already running. The NIP do not want this fight. Freezer's already backing away. He's calling for everybody to back off, and they do eventually, but H2K you can see clearly much stronger now in this game.
Yeah, completely bullying them away. Because Freeze was dropped to 50% HP, NIP were not willing to risk a team fight where he could get just assassinated. Ironically, you could put an argument forward that with H2K grouping, NIP had a great opportunity for a good combo of ultimates. Doesn't work out, so Dragon secured by H2K, and NIP just run away, tails between their legs. They're not interested in anything H2K wants from them.
Yeah, NIP, they thought about forcing that mid lane. It was only AOD that was holding off, and again, it's still 5-1 in turrets now. What is Ko waiting for? Is it going to be the AD carry? I'm not sure he can take Hyanan, you know.
I don't think that he can. He's got some armor, but he's going to try. He does have the support of both Exile and Freeze. He's going to time it. Hyanan's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Good Vault Breaker knocks him off. Assault Battery follows. Exile comes pounding in, and Hyanan goes down.
So they've got 1 kill. What does it mean? Unless NIP can convert this into a tower, it's not worth a whole lot. Dragon was secured by H2K. NIP are still 5k gold down. And look, it's a start. It's a start. They've got pick champions.
Yeah, they've drawn him away from the bottom lane, and that's enough for Mozilla to get in there with a big minion wave. He may be able to take this tower down. He's got plenty of time to do the damage onto this one. I don't think Odoamne can get close enough. He could teleport in, but I don't think he's going to fancy it. That tower's gone.
Yeah, it does look to be the case. So Mozilla is going to secure that tower. It is the split-pushing Shyvana that we've talked about. If he decides to continue keeping Odoamne's attention, the rest of the team could look to set up another pick. But it actually came the other direction. It was NIP making a pick and then allowing Mozilla to split push. And I think NIP need to keep doing that. They need to get better wards in the map, and they need to just get more of those solo kills, because it's quite apparent that H2K simply have better team fighting ability this series.
H2K continue to keep full vision. If you just look at the map, just see there's next to no wards placed by NIP right now. They need to get some sort of vision down there. Pink ward placed by Voidal, but look at that. It's just all darkness by NIP. They have no clue what is going on, no information.
No, and it also explains why they're running so scared. H2K again with a heavy 4-5 man invade. That's the 3rd time this game that H2K have grouped up as 4-5 and invaded NIP's jungle for vision. And they've even got themselves a Scrying Orb to, once again, if they want to go for those heavy invades, to make sure they've got the information to work with. It's very intelligent play from H2K Gaming, and you just have to give them credit. I mean, they've pulled themselves up again, you know, 4,000 gold lead. They're trying to break this inner line of turrets, and we'll see how they siege.
Oh, Voidal just getting away from that one. Breakball coming up just at the right time to stop those chains coming on. Oh, they've caught out Freezes in that top lane. He's actually evacuating. They may try and run him down here. You can see they're splitting off. There's 2 going left, 2 going right. They're not going to quite close the gap on him, though. Ko is there. The rest of NIP had reacted. it was a dangerous fight to take.
So Freeze does have his red buff. It will help him somewhat in these opening fights. Still unkilled this game. 3-0-1-1. They're going in!
They're going in, but AOD was caught out. Not too sure that's the one that Exile wanted to focus on. Exile himself is in also trouble. He's going to go down. Ko has to flash out of this one as well. Oduwamne does take down Exile. Now you can see Mozilla taking all the damage. We can see Febiven flashing in towards it. The Ignite's not quite enough to take him down there. It was a 1-for-1 big trade, but that's going to be the tower for H2K.
It's not over yet. Yana's chasing Voidal.
Unbreakable is not going to be enough to stop all the damage from Yana. He does just about hold out. There's the tower going down. Objective control once again for H2K. They're going to back out, but another tower goes their way.
We have to ask NIP, what is the strategy? That was a last breath again on only the support, while Lulu was still present. You always knew Wild Growth was coming down. You always knew that was going to be used. I'm not quite sure what NIP were thinking. I think very good play from HTK. They managed to respond effectively. They get the tower down. Trading a jungler for a mid laner is a trade any day that these teams will take. And HTK, again, just extend that lead further. They extended map presence. They're maintaining vision control. And itemization-wise, Deathcap, Morella, Nomicon, the makings of a Void Staff from Febiven versus a Pickaxe, Cloak of Agility, and a Static Shift. Exile doesn't even have a large amount of attack damage built up. He's relying purely on that critical hit chance.
To try and land the combo, but again, if you can't kill the support with your ultimate, then you are not in a good situation for the mid laner. Kjarnan at the moment looking to try and catch on towards them. And NIP again in a dangerous position.
Well, we'll see if the Death Sentence can land. That's a very good slow from Voidal, as well as Unbreakable, and he needs to get his ultimate down.
He's going to get caught out. Flag and Drag, that's going to go in there. He tries to be the sacrificial lamb, but the rest of the team get locked up by that Dragon Strike jumping in towards there. Ko trying to cause some damage on towards it. Kjarnan caught out there. Oduwamne being focused on the backside. The Oduwamne will go down. Can Freeze get taken out? Yes, he will. He'll go down. The Vivian running away from this one. It's a good fight for NIP so far. They're going to lock on to Trashy. Trashy goes down. The Vivian caught out a little too close. Distorts away. And this time around, it's a 3-for-2, a 2 for NIP.
So that is a very important trade for the Ninjas in Pajamas because they needed to get the gold off of their opponents. Yes, 3-for-2 trade means H2K are not super far behind in gold, but NIP needed more. They need to continue picking up these kills and these trades. And that was actually a turnaround where Voidal was caught and he didn't have access to his Glacial Fissure. Had he been able to put that slowdown in that channel, it would have gone much better. And Freeze, his positioning was pretty good, but then he had to come in deeper to continue being relevant. And he's about to get turned and focused on by both AOD and Trashy. So pretty good fight overall for NIP, but if they had ultimates, they could have been better.
Honestly, if it wasn't for that death sentence from Trashy there, from AOD there, I think that could have been an ace. I think they may well have wiped out H2K, but death sentence landed, took him down. And just like the last game, NIP do manage to win themselves out a team fight. Can they do anything with it? Last time they just went headlong into H2K, got caught out. Voidal once again burst down, half his hit points gone down. Oduwamne locks on that Unbreakable, just about saving his life. Dragon is now up, and he's going to have to go back and top off that health.
I would say that definitely saved his life, and I would also say NIP have banned Morgana in both of the games they've played, which is AOD's sort of primary support that we've seen in the competitive scene. Oh, they're going for Kjarnan.
They're locked in Kjarnan, they're going to focus him down, but again, Wild Growth is enough to save the day. Now he's off the side, untouched. Exile getting focused down. That's going to get clocked off. It's AOD with the kill. Now they're going to choose on towards it. Forbidden Distortion was used. He can't chase him down. NIP trying to engage, catching out the AD carry, but they just don't have enough damage.
They can't. The Wild Growth from Lulu with that death cap is so massive. H2K Gaming, they know they've got a numbers advantage. They've started Baron. Now, Ko does have Assault and Battery. He didn't use it in that previous fight, and he does have Smite. This is going to be very risky.
Ko getting caught out. Oh, Forbidden's going to lock him down. He's going to get caught out. Oduwamne on him as well. 3 members lock him down. AOD gets himself a second kill. And that's going to be the Baron for H2K. Once again, NIP caught out again.
Floundering. Ninjas in Pajamas are simply floundering. H2K are working as a unit, Ninjas are not. And, you know, you do have to call it out that AOD on Thresh has been very impactful this matchup. I think his death sentences have been good. And remember, NIP, as I was saying before, they banned Morgana. And AOD's just like, well, that's fine. I'll just switch to Thresh, you know? You've got a player at this level, and he's doing well. But the rest of the team following Trashy's lead, supported by Febiven, and this time it's a much more team effort from everyone, but very, very well played, and they continue to grow this lead.
Yeah, like you say, from the pick and bounce, it seems a clear goal from H2K. They knew exactly what they wanted to play. They played The same composition both times around, just switching Jax out for Lulu, and it's worked brilliantly. Odoamne, honestly, in this series, has been the man to watch. 5-1-4 on Lulu, fantastic stats on Jax. He was up, what, 80 CS, I think, in the lead over Mozilla in the last matchup. Mozilla himself, 1-0-6, not doing too bad on Shyvana. Much better performance this time around. But the rest of his team, they're in all sorts of trouble. Freeze has got going. He's got 5-1-3. He's got the kills. They just need to get the positioning right, and they need to buy him a little bit of free time and maybe protect the rat rather than diving in headlessly.
So something that we haven't seen H2K do in either of the games is a legitimate siege. We haven't seen them set themselves up in a tower situation where they're sort of facing off 5v5. And it ends up working quite nicely, because if they do put themselves in that siege, they do run the risk of getting caught out by those Yasuo Brown combo. This is the first time they're going to be trying. Look at the damage on Freeze.
That's going to be Freeze having to back off. That's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. H2K all over this one. Meanwhile, you can see Mozilla trying his best to split push. He's going to teleport in. Where's he going to go, though? He has to go back to the base at the side there. Ko off the side. He's going to get spotted out. What's he going to do? He's going to have to run away from this one. He can't get involved. And that was a simple inhibitor taken by H2K.
Positional mistake from Ninjas in Pajamas, punished perfectly by H2K. With super minions now pushing up the middle lane, they look to siege both the top and the bottom. There are minions pushing in their favor, so now they're going to have the map working for them as well. And I really like the decisiveness from H2K. They have not hesitated. The moment somebody's been presented, they have just gone all in. And they push Freeze away, got that objective. Now, please don't jump on AOD. If NIP want to win this fight, they need to not focus Thresh down.
Oh, but I think they know they're in there. They're going to throw the Death Sentence straight out, quickly blocked out. This time Exiles get caught out as well. He's going to get locked up and taken down in seconds. The rest of the team try and jump on Trashy for some god-awful reason. He's just going to walk away from that one, happy to take it all up. Foidle taking very low, Mozilla taking low. Freeze gets picked off on the side there. Ko's going to be the last man standing. He goes down. A very easy 8 for H2K. They're going to run straight in the mid lane. They're going to take down the Nexus turrets. Odoamne can tank it out. And H2K will take this Challenger Series final very easily, 2-0.
2-0 uncontested. Last couple of hits on the Nexus turrets before they go down. AOD landing the death sentence through the needle, catching Freeze. A well-deserved victory.
Dominant performance there from H2K, honestly. Never in doubt, I don't think, either of those two games, whether H2K would come out on top. 17-10 in that last game. 42 kills in the first match, 27 in this one, but it was all about control, and NIP just a last-ditch effort in the end there, trying to catch out, trying to do a gank, but H2K knew they were there.
You have to question the decision-making. You have to question why the focus on AOD. So many times did we see the potential for good engagements in Exile, maybe just a little too trigger-happy on that last breath. So, you know, all props to H2K. They had a solid game plan. Early game was strong, mid game was strong, the team fight was strong, and completely deserving of the 2-0 victory.
So that means H2K are the Challenger Series 1 champions. Gives them 9 points, I believe.
Yeah.
Puts them at the top of the table, of course. It's quite an important seeding because they're going to go in towards that Challenger playoffs after the summer concludes, after Challenger Series 2 concludes as well. That's going to be coming up. Starting off, I believe it started off last night, I think. I may be wrong.
Maybe the online qualifiers.
Or next week, yeah.
The online qualifiers could be, because of course they do get
no
those
rest for the teams, that's for sure.
No, you get them from the Challenger ladder, but I think H2K, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic performance. NIP were, of course, playing with a substitute, so you can't discount that. And Freeze was saying earlier that, you know, Alex was their shot caller. But I don't think it would have made a difference because H2K disrupted NIP's game plan from the get-go. Such strong ganks on that Jarvan from Trashy. We talked it up, and he delivered.
Yeah, honestly, it was the mid lane and the bot lane where the game was won. It was dominant performances. Both times, LeBlanc for, I'll tell you his name in a moment. Febiven.
Yeah.
Dominant.
Yeah, it really
was.
Really good performance. He found the right targets, got the right damage, and I just think overall, H2K's decision-making and ability to deliver is what ended up helping them win that game. And it was very smart play, it was calculated, and it was very clear that they had thought a lot about this game. Maybe missing DreamHack to plan for the match was smart. Maybe watching NIP play and breaking down their movements and decisions allowed them to find that mid lane gank, you know, from game one. If you know they're level 1 wards, hey, pick Jackson Jarvan and we'll avoid them.
And let's talk about Trashy again. You talked about the Jarvan. 1-4-16 this time around. Fantastic performances, both games on the Jarvan, letting the trio of junglers go across. Fantastic, fantastic performance by H2K overall. For now, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is on stage with the victorious Forbidden and Hjarnan from H2K Gaming. Take it away, Shox.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First off, of course, congratulations to you guys, Hjarnan and Forbidden, closing out the victory here with H2K Gaming. Hjarnan, talk me through the series from your guys' perspective, because very convincing win coming in here versus NIP.
Well,
it's fine, you can help it out, but I'll give him the mic.
well, we didn't practice that much actually, but as you see, like we just put it out and we play good. So yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, absolutely, very good performance. Forbidden, talk me through how you guys went into the game. We saw you being very confident on Twitter before, and here playing LeBlanc 2 times. Very, very aggressive build, just going in there. Is that the way you want to play versus NIP? Is that the way to beat them?
Yeah, we kind of expected the Yasuo pick all the time because this is the best champion. And I played this matchup a lot and I know exactly what to do. So, and I felt safe with my build because LeBlanc is really mobile.
And tell me also a little bit about how the synergy was with the rest of the team, because obviously you guys with 2 members haven't been playing together for so long yet.
The synergy between me and the jungler isn't the best yet because he's still doing exams and school. So yeah, we have a lot of time still, so it's fine.
A lot of stuff to work on as well. And what about you coming in here playing with AOD and then playing against someone who used to play with Voidal?
Well, it felt good, but me and AOD haven't played that much either because I also got exams. So, and we both work out as well, so it's like bad timing all the time, and we can never like duo queue and anything. So we haven't played that much together, but he's done with the exams now, so we can start playing together.
Well, if that is with not a lot of training, you guys already look very good, I must say. Final question, maybe Forbidden, looking ahead to the next Challenger Series and, of course, that goal of getting the LCS, where do you think you're at right now? What are your team? What do you have to do?
I think if everyone is done with school and exams, I think we're going to be #1 team in Challenger scene, and we will definitely get into LCS.
All right, well, a great start here. Congratulations once again, Forbidden and Hjarnan. Now we're going to go over to Joe and the Fish Show to break down the game.
I showed the first question.
For H2K, sewing it up in 2 games. Let's go all the way back to the beginning again, because we talked about team comps. Not a lot changed actually for game 2.
Yeah, very few picks actually were different here. This time NIP went for the Vi pick instead of Elise, so they wanted more knockups for the Yasuo this time around. Really try and set Exile up here and go straight for the team fights. However, once again, they have a comp which can fall behind. You talked about it after last game. You have no wave clear on the side of NIP here. You have Twitch, you have Yasuo. I mean, it's very risky wave clear, at least if you want to do something. So once you fall behind, it was easy for H2K to just take control of the whole thing.
We saw in game number 1 that they elected for that lane swap. There was no lane swap this time around, and specifically that bottom lane, there was a huge CS disparity.
Right, so we had the Twitch and Braum once again for NIP, and it's not a good lane in the early stages unless you can surprise people at level 1, but it's very hard to do here in competitive play, of course, because people expect it to happen. So it's a bit of a risky lane. They didn't lane swap. Even Shyvana would have been a lot better than Lulu in a lane swap because Shyvana can jungle so well and clear pretty much the Wraith camp or the golems by herself, where Lulu is forced to stay with her jungler. So in that case, you know, we have to say NIP should have lane swapped.
So let's move it on a little bit further then towards the team fights. We've actually got a replay of the one just after 17 minutes around the Dragon. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so we talked about last game how it's an issue for NIP if they have the wrong engages on this fight here, and they always pick the wrong fights. This fight here is the exact same thing. Look here, first of all, at the cooldowns. Ku doesn't have his Vi ultimate at this point here. Voidal, no ultimate, which means Mozilla is the only knockup for Exile here to start the whole thing, and if we just roll the clip, we actually see Mozilla coming in, flanking around, but he then misses his jump, so he doesn't have anyone. It's a good jump away by Hjarnan, of course. It means Exile, this time around, doesn't have any knockups, he can't do anything. Once again, he's stuck without doing anything in these team fights, especially again, 4v5 in the favor of H2K, and therefore they win the fight, and it's just been the issue for NIP. They don't know when to engage, and once they actually do go in, is always going in favor of H2K because they don't have all the ultis or they're in a wrong position.
And that's what we thought, you know, this is a best of 3. One thing that you have kind of up your sleeve is to, after the game 1 where you've not played so well, where your team fights have not gone so well for you, you have that time to talk about it, to maybe, you know, start with a blank canvas here, but just didn't work out that way for Ninjas in Pajamas. We actually have another team fight in the top lane, which, again, targeting questionable as they go in for the support.
It's pretty much the same deal, except here NIP actually has all the ultis ready. If you just pull the replay up on the screen, everyone can follow, of course, what we're talking about here. And the weird thing for me is, you need to notice the fact that AOD, the support here from H2K, is standing right next to Odo Amne, who's the top laner. Normally you would target the top laner, especially because Lulu here didn't build Hourglass. So H2K, they're very manly here. They don't need any Hourglasses. So Feb event, doesn't matter. Lulu in the top lane, don't even care. Even though you're against Vi, you're against Twitch, you're against the Yasuo, so many things that can kill you here. But let's just roll the replay. Notice how NIP have the chance to go for Lulu. Again, no Hourglass, yet they pick the support. I have no idea why. It simply means Wild Growth on Lulu support, he's fine. AOD is like 50% HP now backing out. And NIP just invested everything on trying to kill him. And it's easy for H2K to turn it around. Mozilla almost goes down in the end. Survives though. Still, it's a tower for H2K. And it was the trap from NIP which didn't work because they chose the support.
And you have to say, H2K looking very, very good moving forward. For Ninjas in Pajamas, I want to touch quickly on Mozilla, obviously standing in for Alex Ich here. He had a couple of ultimates where if they would have landed, maybe they would have changed things around, but overall his performance in lane and towards the mid-game, he wasn't really what you'd say is a weak link.
No, I mean, game 1 he fell behind in CS, but also the lane swap wasn't too good for him there, so he actually fell a bit further behind than he should have. This game around, he kept up in farm against the Lulu. That's very well played. He just didn't really have much of an impact, and it's very hard. I mean, he recently just got into the team here, and obviously he needs more time to perform well.
Well, that does it, guys, for the EU Challenger Series Summer 1 Finals. Congratulations once again to H2 Gaming for taking a 2-0 win over Ninjas in Pajamas. And, of course, thanks to our friends over at Coca-Cola as well. Right now, though, we have to take a short break. But when we return, the European LCS will kick off here at Wembley. Now it's going to be Alliance taking on SK Gaming for that top-of-the-table battle. Don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, it's not 1 yet, so please try hard.
He does get taken by Kodo, manages to finish it off. They're going to lock on towards AOD. AOD going down. That's going to be 1 kill picked up. You can see it's going to lock on there. Kogo taken down as well at the side there. Going in, but AOD was caught out. Not too sure that's the one that Exile wanted to focus on. Exile himself is in all the trouble. He's going to go down. Ko has the flash out of this one as well. He's just going to walk away from that one. Happy to take it all up. Boyle taking very low. Mozilla taking low. Freeze gets picked off at the side there. Ko's going to be the last man standing. London arguably is the best city in the world.
The home of cricket, cups of tea and Sunday roasts.
I'm really excited to play at the Wembley Arena.
Wembley is, of course, an epic location.
To sell out Wembley Arena inside an hour is just mind-boggling for England.
Gonna be thousands of League of Legends fans there.
12,000. I can't even comprehend that many people in the room. It's gonna be crazy.
People are going to scream and it will help us when playing the game.
All of esports has never had an event this size in England.
I've already got so many friends coming to London, so like I've got hundreds of people messaging me like, oh, I'm gonna see you there. We're bringing SHC banners, so I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to playing in London because it's my hometown. I hope I can do well in front of the crowd.
I really can't wait to get in and deliver a brilliant show.
We're here to drink tea and play League of Legends, but we're all out of tea.
Smith, and alongside me is my fellow caster countryman and very good friend Joe Miller, and we are here at the historic SSE Arena at Wembley. This venue has hosted performers like the Beatles, the Rolling Stones and the Who, but today it will host some of the best League of Legends players in Europe as Week 5 of the European Challenger Series Championship Series will begin and take place here in England.
And it's absolutely great to finally have a massive event here at home in England. Fantastic crowd that we've got in here today. And I can't wait to get the games underway.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic, you guys. Of course, you know, everybody was loving All-Stars. The crowd there was pretty big, so you guys have got a lot to live up to, that's for sure. We are, of course, ready. We want some quick updates for the European LCS. First off, of course, the big news, everybody knows it. Due to an issue with Gambit's visas, the team will have 4 substitutes coming into play with their sole starter. I know, guys. Nick will be playing, of course, but coming into this one alongside the team will be Cabashard, Lolex, Fury, and Heaver.
And the Super Hot crew will also have a substitute since We Will Failer will be out for exams in Belgium. So a fellow Britishman, Yero, will be coming in as support.
And Week 5 of the North American LCS concluded yesterday, and every single team went 1-1 for the week. So their table, it didn't change at all. Up in the top, it is LMQ, Counter Logic Gaming, and Team Dignitas. They all have 8 wins and 4 losses.
And they are, of course, followed closely by Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid at 7 and 5, with the rest of the teams in the bottom of the table.
And here is a quick look at the standings over here in Europe. Before we head into today's matches, the top 3 spots in the table are clear right now. Alliance are sitting at the top of the table with 8 wins and 2 losses, and then chasing them is SK Gaming and Millennium.
In fact, the only tie that we currently have is in the middle of the pack, where the Super Hot crew and Fnatic are both 5 and 5 and having a tough time this season. Sitting in last place, we have the Copenhagen Wolves at 2 for 8.
We'll begin today's LCS matches with a face-off for control of first place between SK Gaming and Alliance. After that, Super Hot crew will take on the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, then Millennium will face off against Roccat, and we'll end the day here in England with Gambit Gaming versus Fnatic. A brilliant way to end the day.
As those matches play out, these are the pros we'll be keeping a close eye on throughout the week. First up for me, it is Reckless. Well, he had some great stats last week when he got twitched twice. However, he was also the man that made the call to keep on pushing against Alliance, which lost him the game. That may well played heavily on his mind this week, so I'm interested to see just how exactly he's going to respond. Next up, it's the man in the middle, getting everybody fantasy points. It is Kerb. He was MVP last week, and for good reason, honestly. He performed exceptionally well on Twisted Fate and Fizz. This week, he's going to be facing Overpower and XPK, though, who both play very similar champions. So we're going to need to see if he can step up his game, and if Millennium can once again go 2-0. Next up, the AD carry, Tabs. He's been quietly going about his business to clean up those kills for Alliance. He holds the 3rd highest KDA in Europe, the 3rd most kills in Europe, and the highest gold per minute.
And for me, the next player to watch is Yero. He's a former Dignitas UK and Steve Bake's Cookie support who will be filling in for We Will Failer. While it's only a temporary move, it's going to be interesting to see how the Brit does here on stage in one of the country's most prestigious venues. And finally, Gambit's Nick is obviously going to be pivotal in these matches this weekend as he's playing with 4 substitutes. He'll need to be in top form, to be honest, if the team are to pick up any points from week 5.
And if you want more information about the players, the teams, the schedule, to watch the VODs of past matches and episodes of the LCS Preview show, head over to lolesports.com where you can find all of that and much more.
Yeah, and that's where you can vote on today's games and let us know who you think will win. Just visit the schedule link to submit your votes and we'll check in before each match to see exactly who you played. And you can also get seats and watch the LCS live in person. We'll return to our studio in Cologne, Germany next week, and you can check out the tickets link at the top of the page for all the information. And of course, we'd be thrilled to have you there.
Absolutely. And in honor of the LCS coming to London, we are very excited to announce the debut of Primetime Draven. The original mustachioed menace in the bot lane has equipped his axes with microphones and is calling his own action on the Rift. Here's a look and listen at Primetime Draven in all his arrogant glory.
Let's check out our featured matchup of the day. Draven versus some loser. Don't touch that browser. Draven will be right back.
And Primetime Draven was, of course, inspired by all of you incredible LOL esports fans around the world. Hopefully a little bit by us shoutcasts as well, except only Quickshot's hair can actually come close to that of Draven's, apparently. He is available today. That's Draven, not Quickshot. And in honor of his debut, we are happy to announce that we'll be giving away Primetime Draven codes to lucky LCS viewers whose tweets get shown on today's broadcast.
So let's get those tweets started, because you guys all want it. Jump on Twitter and tell us which European player will perform the best here in London this week and why.
I wish we'd have said which English player is going to perform best here in London. I actually have a feeling that Freddy, not only is SK doing really, really well, but these guys in the audience might be making a little bit of noise for Freddy. Of course, guys, we want to hear what you say, so send those on to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS. We'll check out your answers and read our favorite responses later on in the show.
So, let's get the LCS action started with this game between the current top 2 teams in Europe, SK Gaming versus Alliance. Alliance had a shaky start back in the spring, but have been standing tall at the top of the table throughout the summer split. We went behind the scenes with the team to get a closer look at what makes them tick, both on and off the Rift.
Let's get ready for our last LCS match of the day as Alliance take on Gambit. See if Alliance can keep their incredible form up, really. The hook will land, but Nif gets exploded, and now there are only 2 men left alive. Wicked gets off to the fountain, but it's not going to be enough to save the game from them. Gambit push things home, and they wreck Alliance's record.
Gambit were just the better team.
We didn't expect their picks, and that screwed us out. We weren't strong in them in any part of the map. We couldn't split push, we couldn't team fight.
We know why we lost, and we will get over it, and we will make sure it doesn't happen again.
Usually around 2 or 3 we go all in TeamSpeak together with our coach, and then we go through bans and picks.
But so we're aiming to ban Twitch and pick Lucian?
Look, if he wanna run any kind of comp, you know which mid lane he plays mid lanes.
Well, they do like the first pick Jax, right? They have first pick, so yeah, I would pick Kayle and Lee over Jax for sure. I don't really care about Jax.
I do care, but I'm pretty sure they'll ban it or first pick it. If they pick Siobhan, I'll be happy.
If we can get Kayle, Twitch is like no problem. We have strong lane presence early in this comp.
We just did picks or bans or preparation for Fnatic. But I think we should start doing it earlier. So I think that's more beneficial. You can practice the comp and you can see what counters it and then still make changes.
The big match of the day for me, this one, Fnatic and Alliance. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway. Both these teams looking to go for kills, it seems. This could be an explosive match.
It's focus, guys.
Yeah, focus, guys.
There's the damage coming out. The stun will come through. Nif's in trouble. Cyanide flashing for it.
I'm chipping here, I'm chipping over here.
Here comes Wicked, teleporting into the fight. Can they turn this one around? Tabs is going to come back in towards it. Reckless gets away. Intervention being used by Wicked. Shook's going to have to flash away. Froggen will get away. It was only his mirror image. Shook just off the side. Oh, Soas has found him. He's in trouble. Shook's going to go down. Peke will take himself an easy kill there. And again, Fnatic come out on top.
What are we going to do now?
How are you guys bottom? Can you farm?
Fine, I'll be fine.
Go 3-dive him.
But at the moment, it's Fnatic putting the pressure on, but Alliance dealing with it very well. They're going to take the Dragon. They're going to take Yellow Star. That's going to be a hook and kill. The Death Sentence doing its job. Look at this though, middle and bottom lane both being pushed. Fnatic have to back away, they can't push on towards it too long.
We are faster than them.
Yeah, we're faster than them. Okay, go for him. That's still 2 bot.
Flat triple still back. I'm gonna aim to base,
TF ultis. He's bot.
Finish again.
Oh my god, man.
Can he finish?
Yeah, they can finish.
Froggen catches down Soas, they're gonna keep on shoving through.
Fucking go ham.
Go ham. Everything on the tower. Shoot, don't die. Everything on the tower. They're basing. Focus the tower.
I think also TF. Finish.
But let's say they were 3. You really think you can finish?
No, of course you can finish, but you won't.
No, but that's what I mean. If no one died, it was in it for in it, but it's mid in it for
No, you would not get in it.
We are too fast.
We obviously know we are faster 5 versus 2, right? But like, just keep going onto the base. We misplayed their early game, which snowballed them into a lead.
You actually lost control of the game, which is not something that should have happened.
We played worse than them in the early game, and they got really far ahead of us, which they shouldn't have. We could have done better, and that's just it. It doesn't matter the opponent's performance. I think we played better. Next week will be better.
Fantastic to see what happens behind the scenes in a high pressure moment like that. And of course, as you just saw, Alliance had that winning streak broken by Gambit, which sadly has happened to every team who gets out to a 7-1 record in the European LCS. However, it was a very close game, and Alliance are doing well with the kills and towers, but they were just unable to strangle Gambit out of the Dragon control, which kept them in the game and eventually gave them the edge to win it. But for me, of course, the more interesting game was that incredible base race against Fnatic. They were behind on kills, but had managed to keep the goal fairly close up until that Dragon fight at the 22-minute mark, where they came away with a 1-0 kill lead. They moved straight into Fnatic's middle lane, and the base race was on. I would argue, though, that the calls from Fnatic in that scenario were less than optimal, let's say, as they decided to split their forces and push and defend. Alliance showed, though, amazing composure to finish the game with that single big push just after 23 minutes.
Was a fantastic game to cast as well, that's for sure. SK Gaming have been solid this season, as their record of 7 wins and 10 games shows. They often struggle to get ahead in the early game, but right now their late game is the best in Europe. If you look at the last game between these two teams, it was all Alliance dominating the start, but as ever, SK Gaming, they managed to hang on, defending their inhibitors, wiping out Alliance and taking the Baron. You could argue that the game came down to this key play. Let's call up that clip and check it out. This is the last time they faced each other, and it was all about Nif. Check out, he's just used the sweeping lens, so he's got the Oracle still showing. Just coming down, his Candy Panda on the rat. He gets spotted, he's stealth, but because that Oracle is on, he sees him, flays him out, catches on there, and the rest of Alliance sees on this opportunity. Keep your eyes on Shook, he's about to pounce straight across the Candy Panda, uses N-rated to follow on through, uses the Lee Sin, gets across, safeguards, kicks him back in, and everybody piles onto Candy Panda. Once the main damage dealer went down, Alliance knew they had it in the bag. Fail flash at the side there from Jesus, we don't want to keep our eye on that one, but a fantastic performance, honestly. Nif with that play really was the turning point, and you could argue that was the winning moment for Alliance.
Yeah, definitely, and there's no doubt these two teams right now are probably the best that we've got in Europe. They're certainly doing very well, but let's move on to things and check out the lineups.
Yeah, and with these starting lineups for the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means the top lane is the Englishman in England, ladies and gentlemen. It's Freddy122. Sven Skeren is the jungler alongside him. Jez is in that mid lane. Candy Panda is the AD carry, and N-rated on support.
And on the red side, it's Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, and the duo of Tabs and Nif.
And our featured matchup for today takes place in the mid lane where SK Game is Jez's will be facing off against Alliance's Froggen. Jez's has been coming into his own in the mid lane, and you can see that he has grown comfortable with the position now and is more confident in his play. Compared to the other mid laners, he has the third highest KDA in Europe and is first in CS at 10 and 20 minutes. However, a cautionary note from last week was the sheer amount of times he got caught out against Fnatic by Reckless and Peke. He went 1, 7, and 3 in that game, which completely destroyed his KDA of 22 from the week before.
Formidable numbers, really. On the other side, Froggen has continued to show why he's considered by many to be the best mid laner in Europe. His performances have been very consistent, with his Nivea play over the last couple of weeks really being the highlight so far for me. He's also top of the European mid laners when it comes to KDA at almost 10, whilst also sitting in the top 3 of mid lane CS totals at both the 10 and 20 minute marks in the game. And it's quite simple, really. If you want to beat Alliance, you've got to shut down Froggen.
Absolutely, he is the main man. And as the players prepare for picks and bans, let's see how you guys called this game. According to LOLesports.com, you've all voted, and 77% of you have voted for Alliance. No surprises, honestly. They are the top team, 8 wins, 2 losses, and they've looked very good in those matches.
Top team, but you just feel that these two teams right now are probably very, very even. The fact is that that last game so close. We showed the clip from the finishing move, if you like, earlier on, and just a split second later, maybe Candy Panda coming into that fight could have actually turned things around. Could have been a very, very different outcome. But we want to focus on this one today. Alliance, of course, losing out on that 7-1 record, but bouncing back with the insanity that was that base race.
And they were losing
against
that
Fnatic.
game. They were losing that game pretty heavily, and you know, questioning Fnatic's judgment themselves. They were obviously questioning it once they lost that 1 kill. They knew they'd lost the 2 middle turrets, which is why they went for that base race. Didn't work out for them. Crazy, crazy stuff. Great decision making from Alliance. Let's see how it works out in this game. Picks and bans about to get underway. We actually went through picks and bans for this game ourselves to try and figure out what they're going to go with. Let's see how close we were. Didn't expect the Nidalee ban straight away, that's for sure. And of course, Renekton taken away from Freddy. 100% win record for Freddy on that champion, so that immediately takes away from him.
Yeah, going to stay intact for that one. Nidalee, of course, taken away from Froggen, and also Kale as well, a champion that's really coming into his own. Could be a top lane Kale, which we've obviously seen certain players picking up there as well. So solid ban that covers 2 lanes really for SK.
Yeah, that one we 100% knew was coming. Of course, Wicked's been playing that one in the top lane over the last few weeks. Froggen, of course, played it heavily back in the spring as well. So solid pick. Will they go towards the AD carries? Kassadin, of course, red side ban almost always will get taken away. Jez has locked that one in first time every time it was available. And there is the Thresh being banned out from NIF. They don't want to get that flay on the rat again.
Yeah, and that was the thing that Alliance have done so well, particularly between Shook and NIF. You know, we saw so many kicks into hooks and flays. Great combo that they'd set themselves together. No Thresh this game, though, for NIF. I'm wondering now what is going to be the final ban for Alliance, and actually going for Orianna here, so not wanting Jesus to go in on that. What will the first pick be for SK, with the fact that choice of junglers pretty much is all there for them?
Yep.
And as you said, Twitch, highly sought after right now.
Lee Sin's generally been SK's first pick, but Jax is available, and they have been rooting for that one first. We'll see whether Lee Sin gets locked in. Of course, Ziggs is out there as well. Jez is one of his big, big champions for him. A lot of choices, of course. Again, that Twitch almost certainly will get picked up by Alliance if SK don't go for it here. Big yawn from Freddy.
I was going to say, this is not a place where you'd be bored as an Englishman. Certainly I'm not, at least.
Braum.
Yeah, Braum. Possibly the first lock-in here for SK
I'm not
Gaming.
sure, you know. I'm not sure that's first pick worthy right now, but it is going to get locked in. That does immediately insta-lock-in. There's Shook. And we just heard Wiki talking about it. Jax, I am bothered about Jax is available, and he may well take it as his top lane champion.
Yeah, it was almost as if the rest of the team said, we don't care if Jax goes over, and he said, well, actually, I do care. I do care. And obviously, he's going to get that here today. And Shook not really thinking even a second longer than he needed to about his jungle choice there. Lee Sin going to be picked up straight away for him. So 2 very strong picks out of the gate for Alliance, really. I'm wondering now where SK are going to go.
I wonder if they're going to take away Morgana, maybe, because NIF will fall back to that champion. I wonder if that's where they're going to maybe focus. Ziggs, as I mentioned, Jez's big champion for him. He loves the long-range poke champions. It buys him a lot of time, and of course, the Ziggs in the team, everybody knows, can delay a game, and that's what works so well for SK, because they have that weak early game.
Yeah, and that's something that they've obviously either been working on or certainly should have been working on over the last couple of weeks. But the Ziggs gives you that almost a safety buffer to say that, okay, even if we're a little bit behind and they start sieging, we can clear everything out and stop them being too much of a problem. Also, Elise was locked in here for Svenskeren in the jungle, so the resurgence really of Vi and Jarvan champions like that in the jungle not going to be spotted in this one. We're sticking to that holy trinity, if you like, that we've been seeing in recent weeks with Elise for SK and Lee Sin over with Alliance. Now, on to the AD carry possibly here for Tabs. I think they'll be quite happy that in a second round of picks that they're going to get a Lucian, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely the champion he favors over Twitch, actually. And I talked about Tabs in the opening of this show. We'll see whether Anivia gets locked in yet. Definitely a crowd favorite, but unfortunately for Froggen, Anivia did not work for him against Gambit, which is why I feel it won't get played here. It is going to be a Yasuo. We just saw it fail twice, actually, by Exile in the last two NIP games. We'll see how Froggen deals with it this time around.
Yeah, and interesting as well, since really relying on Lee Sin to get things started on that front. We'll see what their final lock-in will be for the support role, though. On the other side, it's probably not going to be Teemo, if we're being honest with one another. Shyvana for the top lane note for Freddy with his Renekton already being banned away. And for Candy Panda, you know, he's a player who's liked to play things like Kog'Maw, like Twitch in the early stages as well. Graves not completely out of the question, but I think they're looking towards Kog'Maw, yeah.
Kog'Maw and Braum is a very, very dangerous combo. He can land a lot of those hits to get those stun out. He's got a very long range. He can get the slow down and manage to hit you off, so you can get stunned up if that combo lands. Of course, last time we saw Braum in the previous matchup of Voidal, there wasn't too many combos landing. I expect to see N-rated certainly getting a few more of those in there. Freddy, of course, on Shyvana to champion. We were kind of expecting he switched it. Picked up Twitch. The Rat has very, very good stats in the LCS right now. You can see 64.3% win rate for that Rat.
And the final pick here for Alliance, not messing around there. Nif going straight towards Gragas, a champion which Edward, of course, has played a lot in the European LCS so far. And that adds we were wondering about the knock-up scenario, you know, the kick from Lee Sin. Yes, it's going to be able to help you out with one, or maybe more if you can knock them in the right direction, but with the barrel in there, it makes it a lot easier to pick whichever target you want.
Yeah, very impressed. Let's see how Nif's picked this one up, of course. As you mentioned, Eddie has been the only person, honestly, running Gragas in Europe, and nobody else went near it, but now Nif suddenly switching across. Morgana was available. It's a champion that he's generally run towards, but with Braum in there, he obviously felt they needed something. Gonna be interesting to see how this one works out between them. Both high damaging teams as well. The question is, can Alliance close out SK inside 40 minutes? None as a Ziggs. That's their record they always themselves.
Yeah, that's the difficult question in this one, and I think they might be struggling with this Alliance duo lane as well. We saw earlier on in the season their game against Gambit where they really, really struggled out in the bottom lane. We are, of course, going to find out here pretty soon, and now that the players have selected their champion, which mid laner do you think will dominate? All you have to do is send a tweet to @LOLesports with #Jesus or #Froggen, and we'll take a look at your responses once we get in game.
Who is it going to work? Is it going to be Yasuo or Ziggs? That's the question. I'm not too sure. This is a definitely interesting setup, and more to the point, that Gragas that was selected for Alliance, he is really the only AP damage they've got, which is potentially a problem for Alliance if the game is to go late, and it always generally does against SK.
And we saw in the last game that they weren't really focusing on making sure that there was armor in the team. I think that might change this time around, though.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The LCS first game of the day is underway. It's a battle for the top of the table here in London, Wembley Arena. SK Gaming starting out as the blue team, up against Alliance as the red team. We'll see whether we have any of these level 1 engages. We didn't see either of them in the Challenger Series matches. They were very much stale, opening early setups. And I got a feeling that nobody wants to be too risky, but SK are moving in numbers towards this top area.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is the kind of game that you really want to be taking risks, or that these teams are going to be wanting to risk things at the very start of the game. We'll have to see, though, as we see a pretty big stack from SK on the top side. In fact, 4 men going to be going inside of the Alliance jungle here, joined now by N-rated as well. So full 5-man invade on the top side, getting some early wards down.
Yeah, Good catch there from the Sonic Wave, giving them vision of SK moving in. You saw them ping out the points actually on the map. They want to get these 3 wards down, it seems. They want to go very deep in that top area. Wicked was thinking about coming around the back of them. I'm not too sure that was a wise choice, and you can see very good coverage from SK. Very early vision. Shook's going to come around, does manage to land the Sonic Wave on Svensko, delaying him just for a short period, and that actually slows them down. They wanted to all back away from that one. But Candy Panda's going to run guard duty alongside him. Jez is blocking this one off, and everybody will back away. Meanwhile, down the bottom area, you can see there was an invade from Alliance as well. They got themselves wards deep in the red territory. Tabs and Nif doing a little bit of dancing.
A beard shake from Gragas down there. SK actually sticking fairly close to that enemy red buff side, and actually Svenska and Candy Pan are going to go back in here. We do have Shook and Wicked waiting around. There'll be an early ward spot coming out from Alliance, but it's Wicked that is going to be being focused, but it's just a couple of auto attacks trying to force them away from this red buff start, which of course now will slow Shook down, means that he has to cross over onto that red, onto his blue side of the jungle to get the start, and that Svenskron will get the first buff of the game.
Yeah, that's a red buff steal coming out from SK Gaming. It's a slow reaction for Alliance. They're going to have to run all the way down this bottom end. You can see there's a ward just covering them off there. They're going to start off in the blue instead, going straight in, hitting that smite immediately. And then it's going to give a lot of time, free time in that top lane for Candy Panda and N-Rated to just continue free farm the lane. Nifs is going to ward out this red buff. You can see that Wicked's already making his way around here, so they absolutely want to focus this next.
Yeah, Wicked moving down. Svenskron will be, Shook will be there in just a moment as well. He's just finished off the Alliance blue buff. So as we see him move around, Svenskron is already doing the blue buff of his own. And Wicked's going to be helping things out with Nif, offering a bit of zone control on the top side just to make sure that Jesus doesn't come down with a sneaky bouncing bomb to try and steal that one away. Meanwhile, Tabs having the time to farm down here in the bottom lane. Same, however, can be said up in the top side of the map where Candy Panda and N-Rated free farming as well.
Dangerous time for Freddy in that bot lane. There is 4 members of Alliance. They could go for an early tower dive, and he knows it. Yeah, quickly wards that one out, realizes the danger. He's actually going to get surrounded here. This minion wave will push in. They have the siege minion with them as well, and now Freddy's going to have to get the hell out of there. Wicked's going to have Counter-Strike available. It will lock up Freddy. Can they kick him towards it? Good flash straight away there. They're not going to get enough slowdown, and Freddy will escape this one. Good 4-man invade, but Freddy read it.
Yeah, really holding on to his flash there until the moment where he felt, okay, this makes sense to get away from. He took the Counter-Strike like a real man and ended up surviving that one. However, it means now that he's got no flash available, could then be an easy target moving forward for Alliance, but pretty much mirror image here, except there's, quite frankly, more men for SK Gaming up on the top side of the map. This mid lane also been fairly quiet up until now. Froggen got a slight lead on the experience and CS in that one, and they may now try and move around for Jesus as well.
Yeah, there's 4 members here. Jesus, can they make him burn his flash or his ignite? They're going to power around. That's a very early Counter-Strike that landed and just locked him straight up. Nothing he could do about that. Couldn't even react, couldn't flash. He was dead.
That was an incredible move from Alliance, and maybe you'd expect that to happen after 4 men were down in the bottom. Then, of course, they all went missing after trying to lock down Freddy. But either way, they chained everything that they need to. No flash for Jesus means that he goes down for the first blood here in Alliance's favor. That kill actually went over to Shook, so we'll see how that all develops. Currently, Alliance moving in for a very, very early Dragon. Less than 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, interesting. Without the Elise, we've been seeing these obviously 3.5-minute Dragons over in North America and Korea. Sven's going well on top of this one. He has got the Elise, of course. Freddy is level 3 as well. They're going to try and harass as much as they can. That Dragon will do a lot of damage at this level. Jesus comes around. Bouncing bombs are surrounded here. He's going to go in. It is going to be smited out by Shook. Now can they pick up kills? They're going to go towards Freddy. No flash available for on towards Wicked. That's how he can flash across and get that Counter-Strike down. SK do harass, but it was a Dragon for Alliance. It's a great bit of starting for Alliance here.
Yeah, and not quite the kills there for Alliance that they would have wanted, but again, they forced a flash out of Svenska, and he had to get out of the back of that Dragon Pit as Nifia going very aggressive towards Freddy and Rated. Gonna get a couple of knocks on. They should be able to stun him up. Nif going very low. Will flash, but there is Shook as well. Freddy down to less than half HP. The shield coming out from Rated will block most of that damage through, and again, 2 very low players, but no kill.
Vital safeguard from Shook there, managing to save his support Nif, doing a lot of damage. We've seen, of course, Edward, as you mentioned, tanking out, taking so much damage, and it's a big, big problem with Gragas players, but Nif hasn't backed away yet. There's still 3 members of SK here. He gets caught out once again. Shook is sticking around. Nif happy to just chug through those barrels and keep himself alive.
And staying there as well. However, once these minions start getting underneath the tower, more HP over with SK Gaming. Good bit of CC as well from that Cocoon, but no risks here being put in. Meanwhile, the top lane, Tabs, this entire time been farming, and sorry, not Tabs, Candy Panda, of course, plays for SK in the AD carry role. And that's a big vote, 94% for Froggen.
And honestly, look at the CS right now. The moment that goes down, Froggen has a gigantic advantage. Remember, Jesus, of course, did go down. He was ganked out, but 52 to 29 right now for Froggen up against Jesus. Huge CS advantage. Of course, the kill assist went across to Froggen as well. So he has a very big lead right now, taking away these rates every time because Shook has not been there. He's not been taking his own jungle. He's been assisting the lanes non-stop.
Well, that's working out brilliantly for Froggen as well. He'll have a good chunk of gold to go home and spend here momentarily. Meanwhile, that top lane still being pressured, and now Svenskun gonna make an appearance up there. Wicked needs to back away from this 3 versus 1. Not something that he really wants to take. Actually saw Svenskun coming up thanks to that Tribush ward, which will be scouted out by the pink ward of Enrated, but we'll see the control that SK have on this top side of the jungle, getting some good deep vision down. They're gonna steal away the red buff for a second time.
Yeah, Wicked, despite the fact Jax is generally a tough champion to dive early on, Candy Panda is already 6. Jezz is already 6, so big combo of damage coming their way if it was to land in the same time. Wicked instead having to continue going around, taking these wraiths away. He's going to get the support of Froggen, who is 4 levels ahead of him. So at the moment, Wicked is hurting in this game compared to Freddy, who is level 5. You can see in this bottom lane. So Wicked needs to get himself some experience and gold on the board.
Svenskun moving over to this mid lane, probably needs to give a bit of help there to Jesus as well. We said it before that Froggen got a healthy lead up until now, and stealing away those wraiths only helping his cause. There goes the barrel in. Actually, wasn't stolen away, so close, but not quite. Or actually, did he? I think he might have even got that one in the end. Either way, nicely done from Nif, who's sat right now at level 4, and it's going to be interesting once he actually hits 6 and whether Alliance then think, okay, this is the point where we can start grouping up a little bit more and trying to take some team fights, with Froggen especially being ahead.
Yeah, Froggen taking his own raids once again. This bottom lane, Freddy is about to hit level 6, not too far away from that one. You can see Tam's already there. Candy Panda has been on his own in this top lane, though, and up against Wicked, who has just hit level 4. Blue buff, of course, going across to Jezz. No surprises there. Braum is up in the top. We also see Svenskern's making his way up, and again, Wicked is in danger. He may have to jump away from this one. He has got Leap Strike available. They may try and lock him up before he does it. He does jump away. Now Freddy caught at the bottom.
Yeah, this is dangerous for them now. Lots of damage coming out from Tabs. There's the ultimate used by Freddy, having to back away once his tower goes down. Did have his flash as well, so wouldn't have been in the most of trouble either way. Should have been safe and didn't have to use his flash in the end. However, turret did go down at the top, so that leaves us at 1 apiece on that front. Gold slightly in advantage for Alliance at this stage. I say slightly, it's 1,000 gold, 9 minutes into the game, and we've seen the static shift has already been done here for Froggen.
Still a big issue for Wicked in the top lane. Again, he's going to get stunned up. Good counter-strike there, stopping the basic attacks from Candy Panda. Defended that stun so it can't come out, but he needs help in this top lane. Nif is making his way up there. Is he going to be a little bit too late? Wicked's trying to bait him out there. Well, Nif does take the knock there from Enrated.
And Candy Panda actually was tanking up the turret as well, which didn't really help their cause. Froggen and Shook was starting to move up towards that top lane as well, so I think rightly so, SK deciding to leave that one as is, and we'll start to back away from things. However, this mid lane there, Jezz is going to get knocked up. Has Froggen got the damage? Good satchel charge will actually push Jezz back towards the safety of that tower, but Froggen showing that he's not scared to have a try and see what he can do.
Yeah, he had a 2-level advantage there as well, built up that static shiv, and very well played from Jezz. He's got that satchel charge out very quickly to bounce him back into the safety of his turret. Of course, with that blue buff on him, Froggen looking to try and take advantage. And there's not too much love between these mid laners as well. We know certainly off the rift that they have some choice words for one another. It hasn't really been made too public though, until now.
Good job, team.
But these guys, they don't get on too well, despite the fact they are fellow Danes.
That might actually be the problem.
That is generally the problem.
At the same time. Froggen here moving down towards this bottom lane. What's he looking for? Candy Panda is there, just pushing out that wave. Not sure he's going to get into position to do anything to Candy Panda, but will have himself a free wave. And we said it before, that SK, in the early stages of most games have looked a little bit suspect. Their strength really comes towards the mid-game, towards the later game as well. And we know that Jez is only going to be getting strong despite having a bit of a ropey farming time in mid against Frog, and he's now got that Morella Nomicon picked up here. But Alliance with the Dragonspawn already get into position.
Look at this though, Froggen is 3 levels ahead of everyone there. Jesus just pings into level 8, currently dominating this one. Dragon will go across to Alliance unless Enrated can sneak in and do something similar. Instead, Sven's going into sorts of trouble. Tab's actually putting the double tap back down on him. Complete control by Alliance there.
Really nicely done, and with the Cocoon, they couldn't even follow up onto it. That's the thing, they are behind at this stage. The threat of Froggen still very, very real. Didn't have Wicked there. Freddy stuck in that top lane, both actually having teleport available, so we'll see how this top lane all starts to work out. Right now, it's a very big lead for Freddy, 61 to 29 CS, although because of that global gold, they're actually really even, only a 50 gold difference between them.
He's just trying to stay away from Freddy right now and get as much as that passive experience he can do. Trying to absorb it. He's not getting the last hits, but he's at least getting the experience. He is, of course, a level behind Freddy, which is why he doesn't want to get involved in this one. Hasn't really been able to get enough gold to buy anything. Froggen is roaming and looking for kills, and it seems that mid lane is the focus of Jez's.
Oh, this could be dangerous for him, or not. Jesus, I think, reading this one, the fact is Froggen's been gone for a while. Nif not being spotted here as well as the raid camp started off, but you see Jesus quite far away. Oh, the barrel tries to read him, and Jesus says, nope, I'm not that obvious, goes to the top side. Good try from Alliance, and those are the kind of risks you have to take. I mean, if you'd look at it another way and that would have worked out for him, could have been a second kill.
Yeah, Nif was clearly about to back off anyway, so there's like no reason to stop the cooldown on this ultimate. It's a very quick cooldown as well, so just trying to create a play. Candy Panda back in this bottom line, but you can see Froggen quick to defend it and putting a heck of a lot of damage out towards them. He is a big roaming threat right now for Alliance. It's almost going back to how they played in the spring, honestly, for Alliance here, with Froggen being the man roaming out the side lanes. He's going to potentially be the split pusher, and he is at the moment, because Wicked simply can't keep up with Freddy at the moment.
Have a look at the overall picture, almost 13.5 minutes. Again, going close. Actually, we'll get the knock-up. Candy Panda was still there. They'd seen Svenskron already. Wise, I think, on the overall picture for Froggen not to go through onto that one and try and pick himself up another kill. But back to the fact that the gold is well and truly in favor of Alliance here. 2,000 gold. 13.5 minutes into the match.
Speaking of gold, Froggen is sitting on 2,000 gold right now, yet to go back and make a purchase. Now he's about to go back. We'll see if he goes towards that BF sword, whether he goes towards the Infinity Edge, whether he decides to split across the Blade of the Rune King, which we have seen a number of times. There it is. It's going to be Blade of the Rune King coming out for him first time around this time. Shook, well, he's just claiming out the blue buff because, simply put, Froggen doesn't need it, doesn't care for it, so he's getting his farm on as well. He's just slightly ahead of Svenskron as well.
Really nicely. We did see how the Blade of the Ruin King was finished for Candy Panda. May just give him a little bit more confidence when it comes to down in that bottom lane, which I'm imagining is going to be freezing up for as long as he possibly can here. He's got a big wave going down. Meanwhile, Blue Buff will come up on the other side of the map, and SK will give this one over to Jesus on Ziggs, who still about 40 CS behind, being pretty constant, that kind of ratio that he's been behind Froggen for this entire game, but is still Ziggs, and he's still going to get to a point where it's hard to break through him.
That's it, and you can see obviously Froggen's been roaming all over the place, and actually has fell back a little bit. He did have a 2-3 level advantage over Jez's. It's just down to 1 level now. They are grouping, they've been trying to make plays, and it's not quite worked out for them. They did get the Dragon, of course, a moment ago. They are still even in turrets, and this is a long laning phase, honestly, for both these teams. 15 minutes in. Kind of what we expected. The first game of the LCS, top of the table clash. Nobody wants to make early mistakes.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, because for me, SK Gaming have said themselves, and we've seen time and time again, that the late game really is their good position, as Freddy may be in trouble. He will get stunned up ever so slightly, but he's already jumped away from it, and Kent still has his flash available should he need to back away, even trying for a sneaky steal there from Shook on the Golem, so we can see the confidence of Freddy, not even backing away, even knowing that Shook was around.
Yeah, he's got a big advantage over Wicked, so he's quite happy to deal with him. 2v1 may be a bit of a problem, and look at this though. Froggen caught out. Will he try and turn this one back around? Wimwall goes in. Hasn't got his ultimate available. Now he does. Catches on, but it's N-rated. Good flash from Candy Panda to avoid the damage. Really well worked by that duo pairing.
Really well done, and again coming in with the stealth. That's what I wanted. Now that Blade of the Ruin King is done, How aggressive will SK be? Shows us right there. They were waiting for N-Rated to get in position, and not a lot that Froggen could really do to avoid that one, but that gives the kill. Okay, it went over to N-Rated, which I'm sure Candy Panda would have really liked to have that one kill on him, but either way, nicely done, and that will add a bit of doubt to Froggen's mind as well. Maybe stop him being so confident in pushing out on this bottom side of the map and continuing that farm, although that itself has now come down to just 20. Jesus continues to bring that back.
Yeah, I'd love to get a slow-mo on the replay of that one for Candy Panda, just how quick he reacted to flash it away on that wind wall from Froggen, trying to not get that knock-up on towards him. Shook now may get phased out in Svenskeren here, and I'm not too sure he wants his fight, but you can see he's got the support of Nif. They may try and collapse towards him. They need to really land in their skill shots this time around. Where's he going to repel to? But look at SK, they're all closing the gap. They managed to catch on towards Svenskeren. This time around, they will lock him down just before the Dragon is up. Now N-Rated's focused on towards him. You can see they're diving all around him. He's going to go down. Froggen gets himself another. The Dragon up in 30 seconds. SK just at the wrong point pulled out.
Costly mistake there as well. Svenskeren just wandering through, wanted to see exactly what was going on down by that tri-bush area. Didn't actually throw a ward out in all of that, and Alliance were, unfortunately for Svenskeren, already in position, just coming through. Okay, he dodged, he sidestepped the Q first of all out of Shook, but in fact, also he had the flash in there, was able to lock them up with the kills, with a kick, and that leaves Alliance 3-1 up in kills. And probably more importantly, as you mentioned, the Dragon coming up 30 seconds after that last little skirmish. This is going to go to Alliance. There's no one around for SK Gaming at all, except Jesus, who doesn't even have his ultimate, so we can forget that.
Yeah, clean pickup, hasn't got that Mega Inferno bomb to steal it away. Top lane is still going heavily in favor of Freddy, though. It's going to be a case of when Freddy gets involved in these team fights, which, as we know, will be a while yet. He's farming out in that top lane. He's going to get himself a Sunfire Cape right now. While that's all happening, Wicked is starting to get back into this one. Still a lot of damage going on there. Froggen and Jez is continuing to go tit for tat in that mid lane. Nobody really committing.
Yeah, and again, a satchel charge, which has possibly saved his life there. Jesus Fury saw that earlier on in the game, and again was able to not just jump himself to safety, but knock Froggen away from things as well. So let's have a look now once again as we're about to hit that 20-minute mark. Alliance's gold lead getting bigger, 28,000 to, let's call it 25, just a couple of hundred gold away from that point. Still 3-1 in kills, and still the towers tied up at 1 apiece. Just the top outer turret that's down on Alliance side of the map, and the bottom outer turret for SK. As again, Candy Panda gets in position with the help of N-Rated. We saw him earlier on take down Froggen. Probably wouldn't be too scared of Tabs at this stage either.
Yet to see Jez has actually thrown an aggressive Mega Inferno bomb out. Satchel charges away from Shook, so he does not get caught out. Froggen now back in this mid lane. Still yet to complete that Blade of the Rune King. He has got 1,700 gold on him, so he could do with buying here. Uh-oh, Svenskeren caught out once again. Good cocoon on towards him, but Nif has that explosive cast, going to knock him straight sideways. He's got nowhere to go this time around. Svenskeren caught out once again. It's another kill for Froggen.
Yeah, and we may see Freddy even being in trouble now as well. Froggen going to move in on this one. There's the knock up. The ulti going to come through. Freddy tries to flash the ulti, but Wicked will follow him on. And that is Froggen picking up another kill, going 3-1-2. And yes, the barrel from Nif missed again, but it had the same effect. We saw Svenskeren stepping back towards the team to get the kill. The consolation here for SK, though, is that they're pushing up the mid lane. They've got 2 men. They've taken the outer turret. They may have a good chunk of damage to put on the inner one as well.
Great reactions from SK, but also down the bottom lane is going to be Tabs pushing on towards that inner turret as well. Quickly, Svenskeren is going to respawn and react to that one. Top lane will go down for Alliance, but that's 2 mid turrets taken by SK Gaming. Fantastic reactions to get in and get those towers down.
And that's where SK have really excelled all season long. These split-second decisions almost to push down towers, to go quickly for the objectives. As Candy Panda and Rated, you need to be a little careful about this one. There's the ulti going out. Not going to do all that much as a wind wall comes down. Candy Panda trying to escape through the team. Tab's actually going to chase him off on this one, and it's enough. The stealth lasting long enough to get Candy Panda right around the backside.
Balls of solid steel from Candy Panda there. Just strolls on past the entire team. Lucky that nobody checked that out there. Nobody went for the sweeping lenses. Blue buff steal is going to be started by Alliance, though. Of course, they just lost their own one, which is why they're going to come around. Shook is actually low on health, though. And SK are reacting very well to this. They're all moving across. They know that this is coming. We did just see Braum, of course, using that ultimate, so N-Rated won't have that available to him. Svenskeren is just off the side. They can smite it away. Candy Panda just ready to let loose with that rat-a-tat-tat. Nif's gone very deep. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on no one. And Alliance can turn his back around. And Rated goes aggressive. Gets kicked straight away. They're collapsing on towards Alliance. They're running for their lives right now. Sugar's going to get caught out. Safeguards away. Froggen looking to go back in, but he's going to catch the entire SK team. They're trying to collapse on towards him to get the stun knock up. Froggen goes down. It's Candy Panda with the kill. Wicked was way too late to that fight.
Nowhere near the fight, and we can see the teleport not available for Wicked, and that is bad news for Alliance, and the whole combo just didn't really work for them. We saw Nif going into it very early on. There was no follow through there from Froggen either. We saw the kick coming through as well, and just not working out the way that Alliance, I'm pretty sure, had envisaged that one.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. You can see the difference between the gold in the jungle right now. Shook massive advantage because Svenskern's just simply been caught out a few too many times in that jungle. Trying to get those wards, those deep vision wards in there. Freddy will get away from Wicked, who leaps in there. Wicked, by the way, is quietly going about his business. He couldn't really get too involved in it because he's only got the Blade of the Rune King. He's slowly getting his farm on though. He's been a long way behind Freddy for the majority of the game, but that has stayed the same. It hasn't fell any further away. So once he starts getting that farm on, we know what a late Jax can be like. He's actually kept up in levels as well with Freddy, so he just needs to get himself some free time, which he's got in the top lane. If you look at it, big amount of wards because of that red buff fight. He's happy to push that wave around.
And the 3 assists to his name counted things out on that front. Also, we see the last whisper in there for Tabs on top of his Bloodthirst. Again, down in this bottom lane, Candy Panda gonna wait for his support to come around and maybe think about Froggen, but Shook is also there as well. Candy Panda will spot him and say, okay, nope, we thought we might get a Froggen, but actually Shook was there, so let's not bother with that one. Let's not risk it.
Do not want that one, that's for sure. So they step away from that one. I think that was the first Mega Inferno Bomb I've seen Jazz has thrown out so far. Didn't quite land, didn't do enough, but SK came out on top nevertheless. And Alliance, I think, have slowed down a little bit here because they just realized, you know, while we had some great plays in the top there, we did lose 2 big objectives in that mid lane, which are key towers, honestly. So it may well slow this game down a little bit right now. 23 minutes gone, just 7 kills on the board. Definitely a slower pace than the Challenger Series matches. I'll tell you what, Nif and Shook, if they don't move, they're going to get caught here.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. As you know, the whole 2 objectives, 2 towers down in this mid lane. Usually SK would start to push up a little bit here, get some vision down in the Alliance jungle, but Alliance are actually holding them pretty much at the halfway point here at the river. In fact, Alliance themselves have some wards down on that top side, so I think that's stopping SK having as much freedom as you may expect in this stage of the game, having those 2 towers in the mid lane down. However, should give them the advantage over the Dragon area, as Candy Panda are just going to scout out. But look at this, Alliance moving around. They need to be careful about SK's reaction, who may just go straight up middle or go for the fight.
If you come around the side end Rated, doesn't land too much on there. It's going to be a delicate dance between these two, and you got to keep your eye on Candy Panda and Tabs. Those 2 AD carries are going to be so vital in this fight. Wicked's going to be the man they're pouncing towards. He's keeping that dragon down. He's tanking a lot of the damage down. The culling being used as well. There's no smite available. Finally, Shook goes in. He gets the smite down. Svenskern's going to get jumped on. Wicked gets the kill on towards him. Candy Panda focused. He goes down. Shook on towards him as well. And Rated now focused down. Another kill for Alliance comes in. Shook will get the kill. And that was a 3-for-1. Freddy gets away, but the dragon also went Alliance's way. They came out with everything in that fight.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure how much Jesus has really offered to that fight. He manages to survive it in the end, but having to back away from things. Alliance again coming out big with that one, 8 2E kills. Let's have another look through this one. We see there Jesus off towards the top side. Wicked doing a good job of dealing the damage over to Svenskern, which they couldn't do much about. Shook comes in there for the dragon, and you see Jesus knocked straight away from it. They're just ignoring him. They don't care about him even.
Well, I mean, he's got not a great deal of damage. Meanwhile, the Baron is Froggen actually jumping on towards Freddy. Freddy very low here. He's going to get caught out. Satchel Charge bounced him away, but they're going to catch him out with that win once again. And Froggen with another kill. They also picked up the Baron as well. Alliance in full control now over SK.
And we saw so many early bans on Yasuo, or towards Froggen with Yasuo, when we first saw Yasuo come into the LCS. When that finally got through, Froggen's performance on it was average. I think it's lackluster. That's a nicer word to use for that, I think. But today, just showing why is probably worth a ban. Tim, they threw the likes of Nidalee in the bans towards Froggen, but so far everything working out nicely for him. See Nif as well, Gragas, a new support pick for him, sat with no kills, no deaths, but with 6 assists in there as well, and really doing well here at Alliance. They've closing in on a 10,000 gold lead as well. Not looking good for SK, but again, we fall back to the old standard almost of there's a Ziggs in the team. It could be harder as things go on for Alliance to close out this game.
Look at those gold differentials. You can see Wicked. He was so far behind, but now look. 1,500 gold advantage over Freddy because of all the global objectives they've been getting, all those dragons, those barons they've been collecting out there. Shook trying to think about going towards N-rated. He just quickly puts that Unbreakable up, making sure he doesn't come pouncing in towards him. Alliance now, with this baron, they need to focus on this mid lane. They know that's where they're going to go. SK looking to defend it, but honestly, I'm not sure they can hold this one. Blue buff will get stolen away, unless Candy Panda manages to ninja something out here. It's going to be easy steal for them, and SK, they've got to be careful they don't get full-on tower dive here because I think Alliance have the damage to take them.
Yeah, to catch on to the right start of things, and that may just be it, getting the kick off to the side, and no follow through there by Alliance. Did not get rated a little bit further down on the health, but let's watch these minion waves here. Taken away quickly, we see the Colin being used, but that minion wave is already gone. Alliance obviously not feeling comfortable at this stage to tank up too much, but the turret is taking a couple of hits here and there as they start to push through. Without Candy Panda, they're probably not going to be able to defend that turret, but he wants a red buff to come in case that fight goes.
Yeah, they don't have a solid recognizable tank right now. Wicked hasn't got to that stage. He's only got a chain vest and even Tabby on there in terms of armor. But remember, Alliance are chasing potentially a losing battle here with a solid AAD comp, but they are going to take this tower down, just tank it straight through. Now Enrage is going to have to get away from this one. Wicked doing everything he can to block all the damage from SK, and that was a solid performance. They've got the regen, of course, from the Baron, and no problem there. They just walked up and took it. They felt they maybe could have pushed SK further there.
Yeah, and Froggen really the one that just moves in there and says, look guys, I'm going to tank this one up, do some damage to the tower, let's get that one out of things and maybe start to strangle SK in this one. As we said before, SK get into reactionary towers in that middle lane earlier on in the match, but up until now, it's really all Alliance that are going to be controlling the pace of the game. We already see the walls past the halfway point of the river from Alliance's side of things, and again, closing in on towards that 10,000 gold lead, which in less than 2 minutes as Dragon is going to be coming up, could be a reality.
So Enrated trying to regain some of that vision that SK have lost in and around that river area, but Alliance pushing up once again in numbers in this mid lane. SK a little slow to react this time. You can see Candy Panda's down the bottom. Freddy is making his way up here. Wicked is keeping that split push going, which may be the focus target actually. This may be Alliance just simply keeping them busy in the mid while he gets around, and they can just rotate towards that top tower and take it down quickly. They're going to see how SK react to it. There they go, heading straight off towards that tower. The next wave will come in. They're going to clear out the walls and get straight across there. SK need to move. Candy Panda's not with them, and that's a big portion of SK's wave clear. Of course, Jezis has got that Mega Inferno Bomb if he needs to use it to just wipe out that wave.
See about that one, he's going to throw quite a lot through. Shield comes up from Enrated as Jezis' attack blocked by that wind wall, and Alliance happy with it. 2 or 3 auto attacks onto the turret from Tabs, and they just start to move away. There's a couple of wards to be cleared out up on the Baron side, which Enrated got down a little bit earlier on, but it seems to me like Alliance really thinking about this next Dragon that comes into play in 3/4 of a minute's time.
Yeah, Baron buff gone down now, so Alliance don't want to keep that pressure on. As you mentioned, Dragon is up shortly, so quickly Alliance split off, ward up everything they can, get ready to come back for that Dragon in just a couple of moments' time. SK Gaming, will they try and compete for it? They're 9,000 gold behind. That's a big, big amount. Candy Panda, though, if he lands in the right situation, in the right moment, in the right place, he can get a lot of damage down. He's got that Ghost Blade on there alongside that Blade of the Rune King. But, honestly, it's going to be a tough call because Wicked is going to pounce towards him, Froggen's going to go towards him, Shook's going to go towards him, Nif almost certainly is going to throw his ultimate towards him, so everything is focused on Candy Panda. That's obviously why he's picked up that Banshee's Veil so early on.
Yeah, and that's funnily enough how we saw the last game between these two teams end, with Candy Panda being spotted out in stealth and then going down for it. There's another Dragon, all 5 this game, going over to Alliance. And we pointed out in the pre-game, the problem that they had against Gambit last week was that there was just no control over Dragon whatsoever. Can't say the same this game though. 100% of the 5 going over to Alliance, and that means that they are in such great control. The 10,000 gold lead has now been broken out by Alliance, and that with just 1 minute to go until the next Baron comes into the game. all or nothing at this stage for SK, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Alliance actually play this one out for the next Baron as well. I don't think they're in any rush to take these towers down, it would seem. In true, I guess you could say CLG EU style, they are playing it by the numbers. They don't need to risk anything. There's a lot on the line for this team. If they can win this match, they go very clear in that top lane. A 9-2 record is something they can definitely look forward to having. Freddy very cautiously with that burnout run, he makes his escape, but he knows the entire vision and the entire position of Alliance. And look at SK, they're trying to react to this one. They're trying to shove in that mid lane, force Alliance to react, and they have to do that. They have to get back across because those two inner turrets already gone down in that mid lane, and that delays them once again. But the Baron fight will be beginning in 20 seconds. The ward control, look at that, 3 pink wards. They try I guess you could say, in that river area. Completely covered off by Alliance. They have full vision here. SK will have to be very, very risky if they go and try and even compete with this one.
And that's part of the problem here for SK. Even if they push down middle, there is the knock-up. They're going to go for Svensson. Good little repel from him in that one, and the TP's coming down as well. Wicked joins the fight, and after all that thrown their way, no kills, not really much health lost even across the board.
A couple of ultimates used, Froggen and Nif using his, Rat-a-tat-tat was used by Candy Panda as well. Mega Inferno Bomb didn't come out. They're trying to set up a death bush, but SK Gaming not even remotely close to this one. Candy Panda stealth thing, he's passing a ward, they know he's there. They're running straight into it, but it's another bit of breakball coming out. It stops everything, mitigates all of that damage, and now Wicked gonna get focused on here. Wicked's in all sorts of trouble, the bombs are coming through. The Mega Inferno Bomb just gets used out, nicely done. Jesus gets himself 1 kill, but Alliance can turn this one around. They've got so much damage and gold that they have the damage to just turn it around, despite the fact it's a 4-on-5. They come through, Tabs gets ready down. They jump on towards him, Jesus off the side there, Tabs is all over him. Sonya's Hourglass simply takes his life for a couple of seconds. It's a double for Tabs, and Rated gets taken down. It shook that picks up the kill. And despite the fact they lost the top laners so early on in that fight, they just had so much damage and defensive duty to turn it around. It's a Baron for Alliance.
And the great thing there, Froggen managing to get a 4, maybe even it was a 5-man knockup, keep them under control. Sadly didn't have his ultimate because it had been used already in that last little encounter, but they've done enough to pick up 3 kills to force the other 2 men away, and that gives them free reign here on Baron number 2. All Dragons, of course all Barons at this stage, going over to Alliance. They are a country mile ahead in this game.
Yeah, 3,000 gold on both Shook and Tabs right now, so they're going to go back and buy themselves something juicy, that's for sure. Tabs are going to continue to get all of the farm he can, because why not? Why not get everything else in your jungle? So, SK Gaming, they've managed to defend for a while. They still have Jezzes in there, and they did get a kill, but as was proven there, they can't fight in open ground like that. They need a tower, really, to use just to assist them, if anything, here. And Alliance, now with the Baron, surely have to push for one of these inner turrets. They've got all the 3 lanes of waves to push, though. SK have done a very good job of keeping those waves away from their own towers.
And I'm a little bit worried for SK in the fact, of course, they're miles behind in this game, but going tanky pretty much across the board. There's Elise there who's gone tanky items. We see that Freddy's not got his Blade of the Ruin King finished up until now. Candy Panda went for the 3rd item of the Banshee's Veil, and Sonya's was picked up in there as well for Jesus. So even when they do get into these fights, not only are they behind, but you know, they're decently tanky, but they're not putting down enough damage to burst through what Alliance have got of them. And then you've got Froggen, who's got Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruin King, Static Shiv, and the Banshee's Veil, and the tanky items behind that one as well. Not really much competition, I'd say, afraid, for SK's side of things. As Froggen going to dive in, they're going on towards Freddy, who takes a chunk of damage, but Froggen was tanking up the turret. Didn't really want to go behind it. They'll take the turret, though. That's the 4th of the game. Meanwhile, this mid lane being pressured a little bit by Wicked as well.
Candy Panda thought about sneaking around the back of Tabs there, but now actually Enrated's in trouble as well. Jezzes, they're going to get focused on the side there. The Cullen doing just about enough damage to force Jezzes away from this tower. They may have enough damage and wave clear to keep Alliance at bay right now. Candy Panda so close to getting around the back of Tabs there. I think he may well have gone for it. He may well have tried his look there. It could have worked.
Nothing to lose from SK's side of things. I mean, they are so far behind in this one that if they don't pull off something, if they don't force a mistake from Alliance or have a pixel-perfect team fight in this one, they're in trouble. And there is the cocoon onto Froggen. No follow-up, though. And in the meantime, Tabs and Wicked just tanking up this turret. Slowly but surely, he's going to go down.
Yeah, Wicked has that Randian's Omen now, so he's just so strong. He can tank out the turret has the damage to back it up, and Tabs, of course, you just look at his items, he's stacked out. SK Gaming stepping away from this inner turret. That's the 5th one of the game for Alliance. Just that bottom inner turret remaining for them, and they may keep pushing. That Baron buff has still got around about 90 seconds left on it, so they've got plenty of time to keep playing with these minion waves.
And gonna keep doing that as well. And the thing is, SK can't afford to lose Jesus here. They can't afford to have that wave clear taken away from them, because you've seen it already. Alliance will just step in there. Wicked not afraid to tank up that turret with his randoms, with the Banshee's Veil in there as well. See, step forward, and the whole time Tab's just having to go on the turret. As soon as anyone gets close, he backs away. Ultimate out of Nif, knocking Candy Panda away from the team. No fight after that.
Well, it was a disengage, and then maybe even trying to bait them out there, trying to force SK to come out of the base a little bit. We also saw Tabs, he was very close to being stunned up, so had to dash out just at the right moment. Freddy caught out, not going to get dived in by Frog, and Tabs taken very low this time around. Shook goes in, he doesn't quite land it, safeguards across though. He's clear, and this Baron buff, the regen's still going. Around about 20 seconds left on this one for Alliance.
Problem the wind wall offers as well here for Alliance. Stops a lot of what Jesus can even throw out there. Stops Candy Panda getting down the damage onto those minions, or onto Alliance if it even goes that far through. And again, they step forward. Wind wall goes down. Colin actually smashing through Freddy there as well. Trying to get in for the knockups. The slow onto Shook. SK hold on to it. And this is what Alliance are going to have to break through here. We've seen them now pushing away as the Baron buff actually times out. They know the time is on the Dragon. They've controlled every single one up until now, and this one's going to be no different. And it really wouldn't surprise me to see Alliance waiting out for a third, possibly final Baron.
Yeah, it's a reset once again for Alliance. They've got to kill waves, get the top and bottom waves back in towards it. They did get 2 turrets from that Baron push, but they're going to wait for the next one, I think, to spawn back up. That'll be in 3 minutes time as that Baron just wears off. Froggen going to shove this wave in. Giant stacks of gold on these players, by the way. You can see, again, Alliance really clocking up the numbers. 4.6k gold advantage for Froggen over Jesus right now. Gigantic differences, and they are really showing. But coming up to 40 minutes, SK Gaming, with 51k gold, are starting to get a lot of items themselves. So Alliance, you can tell, they are being very cautious when they attack these towers. They know, without that Baron buff, it's a problem. A simple catch out, if Candy Panda and Jesus can combine their damage in the right place, it could take Alliance down, and they're very much aware of that, and that's why Alliance, despite the fact we can see that they're 17,000 gold ahead, are being so cautious.
Being cautious about it, and just added a bit more tankiness even into the lineup. The Thorn Mail for Shook. We've actually got 2 lockets in there as well. Couple of Banshee's Veils, so they will be feeling a little bit more stronger coming into this next possible encounter here in the mid lane. As that's a good cocoon from Svenskun, but a TP from Wicked coming right into the middle of them. They're going to get a stun on towards Enrated, but a back away as Enrated does manage to mitigate most of the damage that Alliance have pushed at him.
Yeah, fantastic Unbreakable there, just coming out at the right time. Again, Alliance tried desperately trying to make a play, trying to catch somebody out from SK Gaming, but they are so defensively minded and cautious right now. They have the wave clear, they have everything under their control in their own base. They can't go outside the base. Alliance have full domination around that area. They did get out and get a couple of wards down as well. You can look around the river, you can see they have vision of the Baron pit area. 51 seconds on that Baron, and it's going to have to be a cheeky steal from SK. They can't go straight up in a 5v5 fight right now, but they may be able to get a steal in there, get something to turn it around. It's what they did last time they fought.
And you have to feel that it falls to Jesus really on that front throw. His ultimate in there at perfect timing, which of course becomes very difficult to do once you lose the wards that are going down. Not going to have vision of that Baron when it comes up here in 25 seconds. SK starting a little bit to move out onto the top side of their own jungle, but just too dangerous. They've got no wards really further down. It's kind of sweep as you go for SK Gaming on that front. They will, however, push this middle wave out a little bit over that halfway point. That's actually forcing Alliance to move around and react to this somewhat rather than going straight towards the Baron.
Trying desperately to get some vision, but Alliance are clearing it out just as quick as SK can place it. Not allowing them in there. Baron has respawned, and SK are aware of this one. Alliance, they're not being as sneaky as they think, maybe, I don't think here. SK are well aware of the dangers of going in towards that bush. I don't think they're likely to just stroll on in. They played that game one too many times with Fnatic last week. And they did manage to catch themselves out. Alliance have so much damage. This Baron is going down very quickly. SK are too slow to react. That's a Baron for Alliance.
Yep, Baron going over to Alliance. Third one of the game. And will it be the final one? We're going to find out here shortly. Actually, Alliance stepping forward. That's a good minefield. Actually, will slow them down. But SK somewhat out of position for a mid-lane defense. The minions coming in with Alliance. You already know they don't particularly care about having minions there, with Shook having so much armor, with Wicked having so much as well. And in the end, with the minion wave on the top lane, they're going to go straight in for this one. Shook going straight to the front. There's the ultimate. Going to go towards Candy Panda down to half. This is going to be the tower.
Tower goes down. Freddy Mega focused on his big tanky target right now. They're going to lock up onto Nif. But look at that. They just can't even take down the support. Explosive satchel, everything thrown towards Nif, and he just tanked through the whole lot. As Svenskaren piling on towards him, he just strolls away. No problem there. Alliance are way ahead of SK, and they can't even take down with a focused target on that support.
And they're going to keep trying to break through this one as well and just wait for a solid knock-up, and they could end up diving straight onto this one. And Rated going to go a little bit lower from that. Freddy still a half HP. Wicked not too scared of either of them. And look at Alliance, they're tanking up all the damage. Going to sit in there. Froggen did actually flash away from that one, but Freddy now going to be focused. The inhibitor is going to go down. Jesus off to the side. Last seconds on his hourglass, but the Culling already running. That will get them the first. The rest of SK here, though, going to be ripped to pieces. Candy Panda just about gets onto the fountain in the end, but that is a 3-0, and surely the game for Alliance.
Absolutely fantastic performance, solid play from Alliance. They continue to hold top of the table. 9 wins and 2 losses now. Alliance take down SK Game.
Really solid performance out of Alliance, and there was a lot of faith from you guys at home. We saw the LoL Esports vote earlier on, 77%, I believe it was, and Alliance coming flying out the gate, starting with Froggen having such a solid early game. Jesus was dominated, to be frank, in that mid lane. Funnily enough, the CS by the end was around the same kind of totals that he was behind from that one before, but Alliance here showing that, alright, they lost out to Gambit last week, then they got that win, that base race win against Fnatic to kind of get them back on the horse and ensure that there was no mini slump to follow the disappointment of losing your 7-1 record. And they come back into today, taking down what is their biggest competition in the LCS right now.
Yeah, the start of a new win streak maybe. 2 wins now for Alliance. We'll see how far that can go, because overall, I mean, everybody played well. You know, Wicked was taken out of the game quite heavily. SK clearly targeted that focus to maybe put him on his back foot, but he held his ground, didn't get caught out, didn't get any sloppy plays. He escaped a couple of times. We saw Freddy doing the same thing as well. A lot of focus on the 2 top laners at the start, and clearly it was all about the mid lane in the end of the day, because solid performance by Froggen, way ahead of Jesus, 3 levels ahead of Jesus at sometimes in that game.
Well, we picked the featured matchup for the mid lane for a reason on this one, and we talked about Froggen. If you want to beat Alliance, you're going to have to shut Froggen down. Fact is, he was starting to run Rampage and dominate Jesus in the early stages. Okay, Jesus got, I don't want to say unlucky, because it was a well-crafted first blood from Alliance that, you know, swept them around the back. They were able to control him. He didn't even have time to flash away from that mid lane before he went down. And overall domination, but you rightly pointed out, across the board, Nif didn't die once, okay, no kills, but 11 assists by the end from the 15 kills that Alliance got overall. 7 kills on Froggen, 4 on Shook. There were 3 on Tabs as well. Overall, blanket good performance from Alliance.
And I also want to question, because a lot of the times SK will first pick Lee Sin. 4-0-10 for Shook on Lee Sin. Played brilliantly. Fantastic stuff. You got to wonder why they let that one through. Maybe they're going to question it themselves. Who knows? The Jacks also got through. A lot of choices that SK could have gone with. Clearly worked out for Alliance. Yep. For now, though, we are going to head over to the main stage where Shox is standing by with the man in the mid lane, Froggen.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, the man in the mid lane, Froggen. Receiver of a great applause here already. You can talk to him in a second. Let's talk about the game for a second. You know what? You can talk to them now. Let's start with how awesome it must be. I mean, you've been around the world. You've been in so many awesome places, but this crowd is giving you a warm welcome once again.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's my first time I'm at a UK event, so it's really loud and it's awesome.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Of course, we had the crowd over in Paris. Now we have the crowd over in London. What are you thinking?
I think it's pretty even right now. Oh, okay. Then show me what you got. Come on. Okay.
Well, they showed us what they've got, and you've also showed us what you've got versus SK Gaming. Great game from you guys. Talk us through the match in general. It seemed like you got all the picks you wanted because you picked them in the right order as well. It was very simple.
Yeah, we pretty much predicted every single pick they did, and it was very straightforward for us. They didn't try to contest anything we wanted in our comp. We played out the early game perfectly. We just tried to get fed. Like, if 6 doesn't get fed, then I get fed. We will auto win the game. And that's just how it happened with the early dive. They lost all the control, and we got all the objectives in the game.
Yeah, you talked to me about that early game, and obviously last week's fantastic game versus Fnatic. We saw in the feature, we were struggling actually a little bit in the early game. How have you tried to train on that specifically in this week?
It's more the decision making we have as a team and what we want to do in the early game. We are getting all that sorted out before the game starts, and we just try to, okay, we need to focus on this, we need to focus on this. If their team, they will try to do this with their team comp and all that kind of thing, so we can predict what they do compared to what we do and make up a great plan.
And you guys were absolutely explosive in this game once again. One final time, is there anything you want to say to everybody here? Everybody watching at home and supporting you guys for a long time now.
Yeah, thanks to all the fans, obviously, and to the amazing crowd.
Well, Froggen, thank you very much as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, as the crowd is chanting Froggen, we are going to go over to the analyst desk where Trevor and the Fischer are standing by.
Welcome back, guys, and thank you for that game. It was phenomenal. Froggen very confident, talking about he predicted all the picks and bans, predicted the playstyle of SK Gaming. Picks and bans caught me a little off guard. I wasn't anticipating the Orianna ban. You know, so Jez's has played it frequently in the past, but definitely a champion they didn't want to deal with.
So I think it was more to take a comfort pick away from Jez's and also a very strong laner, especially if they wanted to play Yasuo here, take away the Orianna, don't want to deal with it. The weird thing for me was more the Nidalee ban from SK Gaming, especially because they have shown they can play the counters to it, so why do you actually take it away? And also here, in most cases, I mean, okay, sure, Alliance got a last pick Nidalee, but SK should have expected it, and I don't think they should have banned it.
Yeah, so interesting picks and ban phase. Alliance put together a composition that had a lot of split push elements with both Jax and Yasuo, and when Froggen plays Yasuo, he does tend to play that split push role as well as the assassin. The early game was all about Alliance. They had a great tower dive early on. They had complete dragon control, and there was absolutely nothing that SK could do to stop them.
Also because SK Gaming, they've shown in the past, when they played against Fnatic, actually, where Fnatic had a pick comp, SK, they play very passive. They wait for the enemy team to make a move and try to then punish them for it and therefore win the game. This time around, Alliance didn't do too many mistakes in the early game, which meant all the picks they could actually get here got them ahead early on, and they got all the objectives. Of course, even our very first replay, we can just pull it up on the screen, is actually where Alliance managed to get a pick here and therefore use it to get objectives.
Yeah, so this particular clip, we can just roll this one straight out. It was really the start of Shook and Froggen grouping up and working together to find kills. The thing that I like about Froggen is he doesn't hesitate to use this last breath, instantly throwing himself onto Svenskeren, and it was just well executed by Alliance.
And even also the fact they predict Svenskeren actually to be here, because if you look down the bottom lane at the moment, there's a very big wave pushing up to the tower. So they expected Svenskeren to be there to try and dive onto whoever from Alliance was going to take this wave, and therefore they just move in, multiple members, find him, pick up a kill, pick up a second one, and take a dragon.
The thing that was interesting about Alliance in this game is they did play fairly slowly, but they were always in control. It felt like every move they made was very calculated. And you did say there's not many mistakes. It is very difficult to find faults in Alliance's gameplay.
And one thing I really like about Alliance in this game here, you talked about how they had a comp that could pick up targets. They actually decided to build more for teamfights because they got so far ahead. You saw Froggen, he built Banshee's Veil very early on instead of building Infinity Edge as the third item. Wicked as well, he didn't complete Trinity Force, he went Blade into tank similarly on Jax here, so they put so much focus on being able to survive teamfights because they were ahead. So when you build defensive items and you are already in front, it just becomes so hard for the other team to kill you and win fights.
Well, talking about those team fights, the next big team fight that we want to highlight, if we can pull that up onto your screens, it was a match that, battle that determined the second Baron of the game, if memory serves. Let's just roll this clip out. And even though Tabs goes a little ham, maybe going a bit excited, it gets turned around very well by Alliance. Wicked goes low, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. So Nif First of all, he doesn't have ult this fight. It's normally the ult they use to set it up, so Froggen has to do it by himself. Gets the knockup on multiple members, goes in here, and from now on, because once again Froggen hits 5 members on his knockup, SK Gaming Alliance are just stronger in this fight. Again, look at the gold on the top of your screen. They're 10,000 gold ahead as well.
And this isn't the first team fight that we've seen SK on the full retreat, scattering, like spreading to the wind and just getting shut down and chased by the superior mobility of Alliance. It really felt like Alliance was doing everything right, and SK was really struggling to interrupt their game plan.
They played too passive, in my opinion. They were waiting for Alliance to make moves, and when you have Lee Sin, when you have Yasuo, I mean, it's so easy to set them. Of course, Nif and Gragas as well. We had this roaming squad going around finding Pixie, and it simply meant Alliance, as you also said earlier, they got all the objectives. It was so easy for them to pick up Barons and Dragons.
Well, very quick thought before we move on. Alliance very clearly moving away from the pack. SK are faltering in recent weeks. Should we be worried?
I don't think so. Well, in case for SK, I still see them as one of the top teams in Europe because the teams under them at the moment, they have no issue surviving the early game and get to this mid-late game point where they are very strong. But when they play Alliance, and when they're going to play even stronger teams, they have issues and they need to fix this early game.
Well, we'll need to see if they can do that. We need to take a very quick break, and when we return, the Super Hot crew will take on the Copenhagen Wolves as the LCS action continues from Wembley Arena here in London.
More Alliance fans here than there is
no
SK
shit.
fans.
Why, Philly? Why would you say something like that? We have a Brit. Yeah, we have a Brit.
Doesn't matter.
No one knows he's British.
Everyone thinks I'm French.
The culling being used as well. There's no smite available. Finally, Shook goes in. He gets the smite down. Svenskern's going to get jumped off. Wicked gets the kill on towards him. Candy Panda focused. He goes down. Shook on towards him as well. And Racing now focused down. Another kill for Alliance comes in.
I'm out. I will kick. I'm dead. Kite backwards. Kite all the time. We can turn soon. Yeah. I have to be careful. Just kill them all. I'm over here.
Don't chase too much. We can go Nash as well. Let's go Nash after Braum.
Go Nash.
Gets this off to the side. Last seconds on his hourglass. But the culling already running. That will get him the first. The rest of SK, going to be ripped to pieces.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by Martin Deficio Lunga for our second LCS game of the day as a Super Hot crew take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, last week didn't go to plan for the Super Hot crew as they lost out in both games to both Millennium and Roccat.
And it was a bit of a weird week for Super Hot crew because they had absolutely no pressure on the map. And once you lose the pressure, you lose all the objectives. And it was the story for them in the last week. And they really had very, very big issues against Millennium and the pick comp. We had Curb on Twisted Fate, just going left and right, picking up kills. And Super Hot crew never knew when to group up and when to actually split up here and get some farms. So they definitely had a few things to sort before coming into this week.
Yeah, and we also have to point out that since We Will Fail will unfortunately miss the weekend's games due to school exams with the team, and they're of course going to be playing with a substitute here, Yero.
So Yero, he played with Steve Bakes Cookies in the Challenger Series. And he's actually a support with very good mechanics. In the Challenger Series, he used Cillian, Thresh, Annie, and Lulu in his 4 games played. And of course, he also played with Impaler on Dignitas UK, so there's some synergy, and Impaler will know which kind of type he is and if he would fit with the team or not.
I also have to say, and be the bearer of bad news almost, things for the Copenhagen Wolves aren't really looking that much better. Last week saw them forfeit their first game against Roccat because Coutard was ill. They managed then to get Mazarine ready to take on SK Gaming on day 2, but they were unable to pick any points there as well.
And it was a bit weird because Copenhagen Wolves, after the game against SK, went on Twitter. They said, you know what, we never really expected to win this game against SK because we played with a sub. And that's all right, I mean, but it was just too obvious in the game because they never really did anything. They just fell behind. It was easy for SK to close out the game as well. Definitely some issues. We have to say, though, Coutard is back now. He was, of course, out in the last week. Should help the team. Some good synergy with him. And, of course, Airwax, also Youngbuck up in his top lane here. And he definitely needs to come in and show that he can carry or help out carrying his team.
And while we're on the topic of Airwax, he's now played 4 weeks of the LCS. So what do we think of his performance in these last 4 weeks?
Well, if you look at just the stats, they are great for Airwax. I mean, he has 31 kills. That's the most for the junglers in Europe. He's also been part of 81.6% of the kills for Copenhagen Wolves, which is the second best in the entire EULCS. His Evelyn has been great, picked up 20 kills on it. Died 16 times though, a bit too much. However, still he's part of 85% of the kills on Evelyn here for the entire team. We have to of course say some of his kills, I mean he picked up 11 of the kills against Roccat in week 2 in what we could call a bit of a stomp for Copenhagen Wolves. And we just also have to say, he dies way too often. I mean, he's tied in the EULCS for most deaths with Darien, the Swag Lord. 45 deaths. That's a lot.
That is a lot of deaths, something that they'll want to fix going forward. Mimer actually believes that the Copenhagen Wolves losing their playmakers will have a big impact on this game, although with a sub in for We Will Fail, it might affect his team as well. Meanwhile, Impaler feels the pride and pressure in playing for a hometown crowd.
I think Copenhagen Wolves would be a fairly similar game to what it's always been. It's just going to be scrappy early, and then whoever comes out ahead should generally win.
We need to start playing better in the early game because we keep falling behind, which shouldn't happen. We give up a lot of objectives for free, like dragons, so yeah, we have to work on that.
Sometimes we're not very decisive towards the end game, so provided we can just shut out Baron control and then force them to come and fight us, then that's how you generally win the long games.
They lost their playmakers when Forgiven and Amazing left, so I think now they have kind of issues making play. Like, they don't really do much.
Amazing and Forgiven were the carries and playmakers, and right now they need to adjust to the old guys having to make a little bit more plays, and they have to carry a little bit more.
They may have an advantage of the 6th man in the case of having a crowd behind them, but it shouldn't make a big difference.
I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse to have so many people there for you because, yeah, sure, if we're going to do well, it'll be amazing, but if we do bad, I think I'm going to cry.
No pressure in Impaler whatsoever. Honestly, no pressure whatsoever.
Don't cry, please. Don't cry.
No crying allowed. Nothing going to go that far. Guys, we're going to check out the starting lineups of this game, starting with the blue side and the Super Hot crew. They're, of course, Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Ralph, the AD carrier, and Yero, the substitute support here this weekend.
And on the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck is in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Coutard as the mid laner, Woolite on AD carry, and of course Unlimited, his support.
So teams are about to head into Champion Select, so let's check out your votes from LOLesports.com. According to those ballots, you've picked the Super Hot crew by 79%. And Fact is, the Super Hot Crew on a bit of a downturn, I think we can safely say. Added pressure of not playing with their full lineup. And it's funny to hear the Super Hot Crew saying the Wolves lost their playmakers after the spring split here. Funnily enough, We Will Failure has been making a lot of plays for the Super Hot Crew so
100%.
far.
And Mixer did the same thing last bit. They really like to have the support on champions where they can engage, set up kills for Mr. Rales or Selfie when he roams down towards the bot lane. So of course there's going to be an issue for them. However, Yero, I actually think he's going to do well. As long as his nerves won't get in the way in front of the massive crowd, of course. I mean, probably his first time on stage in front of a crowd like this.
And what a crowd it has been so far. Nice and loud. I think they could be a little bit louder though. Oh, we got the air horns in here now as well, so we'll see how that one all goes for us. But as you rightly mentioned here, Yero coming in as a support, big shoes to fill. First time on stage, probably not the easiest stage to come into for the first time. How hard is it as a player in your first massive event?
Well, first of all, once you actually sit down and do your warm-up, where you sit in a custom game, you'll do a few last hits, maybe you do one-on-one against your AD carry, try and kill him a few times, because why not? You kind of start to get nervous. Once you get into champ select, at least for me, I just sat there like, okay, full focus, no jokes, nothing, just calm your nerves. And once the game actually starts, first 5 minutes are horrible. Once the 5 minutes are done, you just feel perfect and you just play out. Unless, of course, you die in the first 5 minutes.
Which happened to Deficio.
Never.
Quite a few times, let's call it that one. Let's hope Yero has a more successful time here on stage than our good friend Deficio has had in the past. But we're moving towards champion select here, so enough of the Deficio abuse. Let's talk about what we can expect in this game.
So Copenhagen Wolves keep talking about how picks and bans are an issue for them. We even have Unlimited last week mentioning how there's so many champions they don't know how to play against, they need to ban them away. Last week they banned Kassadin on blue side. Normally you never see Kassadin being banned on blue side, it's always purple side because you don't want to risk the other team first picking it. Yet they banned it away. So it seems to me, unless Copenhagen Wolves have fixed this picks and bans, they could just be in for trouble again and end up getting a worse comp compared to what a Super Hot Crew can pick up. Because we know Super Hot Crew play a lot of the strong champions.
Well, we are going to be moving into champion select here. We'll figure out exactly what both teams are going to be banning out first of all, and then moving into their lineups for the picks. First two bans out of the gate. Ziggs taken away from Coutard, and a red side casting ban. Doesn't get much more standard than that.
No, and I like their Ziggs ban here against Coutard. Just came back, of course, was out last week. Want to target his most comfortable champion here, and of course the champion Copenhagen was love to play because you can extend the game and just play safe and farm for such a long time.
So they're not messing around here, so obviously things going to plan, at least for the Super Hot Crew, as Evelyn taken away from Airwax. We talked about how well he's done so far and the massive kill participation that he's managed to pull in.
First pick here.
We'll see about that. I mean, Brown taken away as well. Jax obviously removed from the Copenhagen Wolves side, and seems like the Wolves with their last pick, their last ban, maybe having second thoughts, or would have expected maybe Brown to be left open.
Could be it was actually one of their ideas to be banned away, or they wanted Super Hot Crew to first pick it and take two strong picks for themselves. It's something we see very often, especially if these picks considered OP, where some teams just tunnel so hard, you just instant first pick them, leaving a lot of stuff open for the red side team here. However, very standard bans, to be honest, especially from Copenhagen Wolves, hitting on many of the strong picks, and actually Kill being just instantly locked in. Selfie, of course, has shown many times he can farm on this champion forever. He said there, even the CS record actually against Fnatic for this summer split on Kale here, so definitely a very strong pick for Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, that final ban was Yasuo as well. We've seen what happens when you let Selfie have the Yasuo. Alliance in particular experienced that earlier on in the season. We also should mention that Kale has been featuring more and more on the top side of the map, in the top lane, so we'll see if Mima goes for that, although we also have to say we've always preferred him on tanky bruiser champions.
It's his style of play at least. And the thing here for Super Hot Crew, they ban away Evelyn. Normally when you see one jungle ban, multiple teams actually go just banning all the junglers away and then take from the second tie here. Of course you have Elise, Evelyn and Lee Sin as the top junglers. Super Hot Crew just banned Evelyn, and because Copenhagen Wolves didn't respond with banning either Lee Sin or Elise, there was no pressure for Super Hot Crew to log in a jungler, could take the kill, and can now just take Elise if they wanted in one of the next rotations.
Did see that the Thresh was the first choice for the Wolves as well, so Unlimited going to be returning into that one. It's left The AD carries up for basically whatever Mr. Rawls wants here, whether he wants to take the Lucian, whether he sits in there with that Twitch. We'll see if the Super Hot crew actually decide to lock in their jungler here, or maybe even go for an early mid lane pickup with a decent amount of bans focused on that mid lane.
So Lucian still open for AD carries. It's normally the go-to pick for pretty much every team because Lucian just overall is so strong. Copenhagen Wolves could pick it up here for Woolite if Twitch gets locked in for Mistral, which it looks like at the moment. And wow, Impaler surprising a little bit.
Pulling out the Jarvan, we talked about this a little bit earlier on with the resurgence of the likes of Vi and Jarvan. We looked at Impaler and said, yeah, he's the kind of jungler that would probably bring those champions out. However, when we think back to the spring split, it wasn't until Pantheon started becoming popular that Impaler really, I'd say, made his breakthrough and started performing top level. He struggled on the likes of Vi up until that point. Interested to see, though, how he comes to the table with the Jarvan here today.
So the thing about Jarvan is he works really well with both Kayle and Twitch because it's two champions you just want auto-attacking in the back line for as long as possible. So if Jarvan goes in, puts up his ulti, traps multiple members, just area damage from the Kayle, area of course from Ratata, tap from the Twitch, and everyone just drops dead pretty much instantly here. So it's a very strong teamfight comp already being made here from Subaru. However, we need to see how this Jarvan is going to do early game, because if he goes in for a gank and Airworks is down least into counter gank, then Jarvan is very squishy and can die very easily.
So the next two additions for the Wolves there were Irelia. Was hovering on Mordekaiser, but it's not Roccat we're watching here, so in the end switches over to the Lucian. So getting that Lucian thresh lane that so many teams do like to go for. And Rengar for Maimer. We know that he plays Rengar. We harp on about it all the time, but we're just not getting to see it.
He was the king of Rengar in solo queue back in Season 3. He just played it all the time. He had multiple accounts in Challenger playing Rengar pretty much non-stop, and it's his champion, but he never played it in an official match.
And
nope.
We're probably not going to get to see it here today as well. As switch to Twisted Fate would see that Kayle moving into the top lane. You touched earlier on Yero and his time in Steve Bakes Cookies, where we did see Zilean support actually coming out from him. That will actually be changed as well, although Zilean and Kayle would make it pretty much impossible to kill anyone on the map, but going instead for Nami and the Twisted Fate for Selfie in mid.
So it will be Kayle top lane against Irelia here, which simply means if they get the one-on-one, Maimer should be able to put a lot of pressure on Irelia early on, see if maybe he can deny some CS. We have to see how the lane is going to go, of course. And Copenhagen Wolves side, it's just overall very standard picks, to be honest. We have the same bottom lane we have seen multiple times today. We know how strong it is in pretty much all stages of the game. So we need to see if Super Crew wants to swap this Twitch away from the Lucian, don't want to deal with this early game pressure. And also, of course, Kayle can then run with Jarvan and farm the jungle.
So what will they add into this one? Looking for the mid lane for Coutard was ill, unfortunately, last week for them. Resulted in that forfeit to Roccat and Mazarine. I mean, it was always going to be a hard game against SK without losing your mid laner anyway. What will he lock in? Fizz up against the Twisted Fate. We've seen multiple players going for that option when there's a TF on the other side.
Very, very hard lane for Twisted Fate early on. There's so much kill pressure for Fizz here. If he gets onto him, he can do so much damage, and it's very hard for Twisted Fate to actually respond back, because you just jump with your E away from the gold card. You don't get stunned, and he does 0 damage to you. So very, very good pickup here for Copenhagen Wolves, but not a champion we have seen from Coutard. And we simply need to see how can he handle the early game here. Can he get a few kills and then try and snowball? Because Copenhagen Wolves, of course, looking at the side of Copenhagen Wolves, their comp, it's not bad in the late game. It's actually strong in the late game here. But looking on the side of Subaru, when you have Kayle, when you have Twitch, and when you have, of course, Twisted Fate, all three just become absolute monsters in the late game.
So early the time to do it. You already touched on the fact that if counter ganks come down, Airwax with Lee Sin is going to have the strength in these early stages of it. So focus on the mid lane may be about to come down for both of these teams. And both of them, let's be honest here, really need a win today.
Yeah, Subaru, they want to make sure they can get up towards the top spots again. They keep talking about how they feel like they're strong enough to be a top team in Europe, but then they lose 2 games, and they're too inconsistent. And of course, Copenhagen Wolves just want to get out of this bottom place.
Well, now that the players have selected their lineups, do you think Super Hot Crew still holds the edge? Send a tweet to @LOL Esports with hashtag SHCwin or hashtag CWWin, and we'll check out the results shortly as we get into game. For you, Deficio, who do you think's come out stronger for this one? I can never look past the Kayle. It's always going to be a pain moving through into the later stages.
I definitely love Super Crew's comp going late game, and also, of course, with Twisted Fate. You can set up a lot of picks with Twisted Fate and the Twitch just finding a target in a random place, stealth in, Twisted Fate comes in, you just kill the target instantly. So a lot of potential here for Super Crew, even also to push towers, because you have Kale and Twisted Fate. Normally, Twitch is not a good AD carry at pushing towers, but the mid laners or solo laners are for them. So overall, very strong comp. However, there's a Fizz. He can always snowball out of control.
And we've seen Twisted Fates who have just not used the Destiny as it needs to be used. We'll find out though, we are getting into game here as the Super Hot Crew take on the Copenhagen Wolves in our second LCS game of today. And will we see anything at level 1? In our last game, the Alliance versus SK matchup, SK putting some early pressure towards the Alliance red buff. We'll see if the Super Hot Crew fancy their chances here in the early stages as well.
So we need to see if Super Hot Crew wants to lane swap here. Want to make sure they get Twitch away from the Lucian. We talked about it in Champ Select. And then maybe put a lot of jungle focus and even your top laner on trying to shut down Kautard on his Fizz here in the mid lane earlier and give Selfie a bit of time so he can build up a little bit and won't be so squishy and won't be an easy target for Kautard to just go towards. So a lot of options for Super Hot Crew. Definitely think they're going to lane swap if they get the chance.
Well, currently, Selfie is already up in that mid lane, just holding ground and seeing exactly what there is to work with. The Wolves, however, have all pushed towards the red buff. Well, look at that, 72% to 28 in favor of the Super Hot Crew. So very similar results to what we saw from the LOL esports voting earlier on. As Yarrow making his first appearance here on the big stage, substituting in for We Will Fail It. I'm going to be bringing Nami to the table for his first match in the LCS.
And again, Copenhagen Wolves, it's not a bad comp they're running here. They have definitely a lot of early pressure with both Lucian and Fizz, and of course the Lee Sin. So they could potentially get a few early kills here and just go completely crazy and try and shut down Super Hot Crew early on, and don't even go to this late game point we're talking about and just win the game.
Well, I have to be kind of a thorn in your side there and say that the Copenhagen Wolves have not been a team that we've seen closing out games quickly.
Right.
However, you know, the ticking time bomb of the late game power of the Super Hot Crew may just be something that gets their move on, let's say it that way. So you see here the starts for both teams, very, very standard. Impaler going to be kicking things off with his blue. Airwax will take his red buff, and we're not even going to see the swaps in this one. The duo is going to go head-to-head down bottom, and the Aurelia-Kale matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, so we need to see how Super Hot Crew can handle this lane. Normally, Lucian should be able to beat Twitch fairly easily. We always see it. He does so much damage early on with this Lucian here. You can trade well. And Unlimited, taking a lot of damage early on. Mr. Alice, though, taking some damage as well.
Kind of even out on that front. However, we also have to mention Nami, of course, going to have that heal in there to keep Mr. Roll sustained up. We'll see how that all works out for them and how well Yarrow is going to start off his, albeit temporary, LCS
They do
career.
get level 2 early here and actually going fairly aggressive, poking down Unlimited once again. He's been the target for him just every time they had a chance. He moved forward, want to do an auto attack. Nope, just get hit by both Nami and Twitch on the way back here. So early level 2 for Super Hot Crew, picking up some very good farm as well.
May set the bad precedent, although the Copenhagen Wolves now themselves hitting level 2. Meanwhile, this mid lane that we said, Kautard, whilst in theory you should have a good bit of pressure onto Selfie in these early stages and even as things go on, we don't know what his performance is going to be like on this Fizz coming into the match.
He used to actually play quite a lot of Assassins. Go over a year back, before Copenhagen Wolves got into the LCS where they were just dominating the challenger scene. It was Zed, it was Fizz, often for Kautard, so he definitely know how to play these Assassins here. So I'm very much looking forward to see what he can actually do on Fizz and what the junglers are going to do. Will they focus on this mid lane to make sure either they can counter gank or just try and shut down either the TF or the Fizz?
Yeah, and I really like it as well because you've said of Kautard before in the past that he's a player that plays the safer champions and will often go even in a lane but never really showed us that he can outright dominate a laning phase from that mid lane. We'll see if that changes today. It's Maima here caught trying to go home. Youngbuck just offer him a little bit of annoyance from that one. And there is Kautard going to dive in. Selfie actually doing it right and keeping the gold card until Kautard lands on the ground and they trade about the same amount of damage.
But Selfie is out of mana here, so he needs to actually go back to base while Kautard is freezing the lane. You see him moving to the side of his own lane to make sure the minions don't even go into the tower. Therefore now they will do some damage to his wave, and when the next one comes in from the blue side, from Super Super Hot Crew's side, it's going to just stay here around the tower of Kautos. He can feel very safe, just farming away.
And again, down in this bottom lane, Unlimited pushed a little bit further up, will be forced back. There's a bubble landed on towards Woolite. That's going to be a lot of damage from the hook on towards Jero. That could be trouble for the Super Hot Crew. He has to flash away. Woolite trying to get in position to finish off. Doesn't work, and now Mr. Rals pushing them right back. There's no pressure from the jungle whatsoever. The TP of Mima was already used. Youngbuck could have come down there if they've got the ward down, for example, inside of that brush, but not going to be called into this one. And in the end, we see basically summoner spells being exchanged.
Yeah, but both exhaust, heal, and also flash were actually used on the side of Subaru because Jero got hooked in between the minions as well, so he was taking all the damage of both Copenhagen Wolves and the minions. Sadly enough, if they've been fighting in the middle of the lane, Youngbuck could have teleported down, joined in, but they were so close to the tower, it's very hard to coordinate in time. It would have been very risky for Youngbuck to blow his teleport. He would fall very far behind in lane unless he managed to pick up the first blood.
No first blood just yet, and you see that the Copenhagen Wolves sending their bottom lane back to spend 1,000 or so gold, and that will be a Vamp Scepter coming back into the lane for Woolite. On the other side, Mr. Rawls, probably after this next wave has gone, will do exactly the same and come back with similar items from that one as well. Meanwhile, Impaler gonna come up towards this top lane. Have they got enough here to dive Youngbucks? Irelia actually takes an early flash as he sees the flag come over the top. Needed to as well. A knockup probably would have been his death.
Yeah, very, very nice reactions. Kauta once again though, just jumping towards Selfie, and there you see it, he just tricks us away, uses the E to simply dodge the card, doesn't take any damage in return, and can just keep doing it over and over. Impaler though, staying around his top lane, slightly behind in levels compared to Airwax at the moment.
Youngbuck actually just used his teleport to come back in there, picking up a second door on his blade boots and a ruby crystal as well. But the Super Hot Crew, they're on the invade here. Both Mima and Impaler coming around. Airwax will stick around and have a look, but he's going to get knocked up. The slow comes in, will safeguard away to the Warden. That keeps him safe for now. However, Selfie, wow, that's an early intervention, preventing any of the damage. There was a lantern down, and now the Copenhagen Wolves trying to close in onto him. Airwax is still low, but Impaler got no mana. The fifth thrown out, but it misses. And now Impaler gonna be chased down by Youngbuck. He's gonna throw his ultimate straight towards Impaler as well. Has he got the damage? Q lands. That's surely the death of Impaler. And I'm not sure that Mima gets away either. He does. They decide not to dive. First blood going over to the Wolves and to Kautar.
Yeah, couldn't be any better for the Copenhagen Wolves. They were ahead in XP here. We talked about how Impaler was only level 4. He was also out of mana, so he couldn't do anything. He just had to run away. Copenhagen Wolves chased up. Unlimited even joined from the bot lane, so it means Lucian was left alone in his bottom side. He couldn't actually do anything towards Mr. Rales. Still, first blood for Copenhagen Wolves, and once again, Woolite just taking some damage.
Oh, a lot of damage. It could be really bad for him if the bubble lands, which it doesn't in the end. Nicely done actually from Woolite to stay safer from that. And let's not forget that blue buff there was stolen away. We saw that Selfie was having a few mana problems earlier on, and that's only going to compound his issue. We'll see though if the Copenhagen Wolves can keep a hold of their own blue buff once that actually spawns onto the map.
And Copenhagen Wolves actually left a ward on the blue buff. They didn't clear it, but they see Impaler clearing it now. They're even pinging it on the minimap, so they're going to get the timer. We need to see next time blue buff spawns in 5 minutes if they want to go in and try and take it away from Subaru once again. Because this Jarvan pick has been weak early on. We haven't seen too many ganks. There's only the one in top lane where he forced the flash away. However, still a lot of time for Impaler, and once he hits the level 6 point, he can look for targets without flash and just go straight for them and ult them.
Selfie having a couple of issues there, getting the farm down, feeling a bit of pressure as Youngbuck gonna go aggressive onto Mima. Actually, intervention used very early on here from Mima. Just wanted to mitigate all that damage, using it sooner rather than later, so that he's not just low at the end of it and can't stick around in the lane anyway.
We have to give credit to the bottom lane here for Super Hot Crew, farming really well. Of course, Ula was left alone just before here, but still, they were actually kept even in tier, so even slightly ahead throughout the entire game so far. And this Nami Twitch is just working so well because they can give the Nami onto Twitch and then trade with Woolite and actually do a lot of damage on Unlimited. Only at the one hook which forced the summoners away, couldn't really do anything afterwards, so didn't manage to capitalize on the lack of summoners from Super Hot Crew. And therefore, Mr. Rice is farming really well, so full credit to him and of course Jero.
Yeah, got a really nice CS lead there, has Mr. Ross, 70 to 55. Both of them with the Vamp Scepter as Mima once again will get back up towards that top lane. Things equal in that position
as Airwax now has moved down towards the bottom side. Where did Jarvan go? He actually recalled into base. So Impaler not going to be around should anything happen, but we see the Super Hot crew already backing away and letting that minion wave push through towards the safety of their own turret.
And a lot of important ultimates are now ready. Copenhagen Wolves level 6 on to Lee Sin, of course. We have Selfie with his ulti. Even Impaler managed to get level 6 now. So we need to see where the next gang is going to be. Is it going to be Impaler going up, joined in by Selfie, and just dive on to whoever they choose from Copenhagen Wolves? Or what's going to happen here? For now, no wards from Subaru on this Dragon, and Copenhagen Wolves, they just started.
Starting off, and
they're going to get it.
Don't really see anyone being able to stop them from this one. The Dragon going very low already. We see the Impaler moving towards Youngbuck's position. The Dragon taken away for the Copenhagen Wolves. We see that Twisted Fate is also starting to move towards his top side. On top of a ward though, here is Selfie, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Youngbuck going to be pushed down. The Cataclysm is in position. Impaler almost being finished off by Youngbuck, but that's a kill back for the Super Hot crew, and maybe the tower as well.
Should be able to take the tower fairly easily here. Of course, no teleport for 15 seconds from Youngbuck. Still, Dragon went for Copenhagen Wolves, and they also managed now to get the timer off the ulti from Selfie here, so they know exactly when it's going to go up next time and can then play a bit more careful. But we did see it. Impaler moved off top lane. No flash on Youngbuck. It was used early on, and Selfie just joined in.
And there we see the kill for Selfie, or for them in that top lane. They lose, though, the middle turret because the Twisted Fate has moved away from there. Now I'll give the Copenhagen Wolves their first turret of the game and a slight lead here when it comes to the gold. Only 2,300 ticking over at this point. But now, with that middle turret down, that gives the Wolves a bit more opportunity to get the vision down on this bottom side of the Super Hot crew jungle and forces them to feel unsafe as we see there. Mr. Rals and Yero backing away completely from the tower. That should be going to the Wolves here once those minions go through.
And once they actually recall from the Copenhagen Wolves side, they should be able to pick up some wards, go into the jungle of Super Hot crew and just place so many deep wards they want to and just spot everything happening here from Impaler. Even from Selfie, they can put 2 good wards around the mid lane, just around the Wraith camp from the Super Hot crew side, and see if he moves down towards the bottom lane before the teleport even comes in. So they have a lot of options now to get some wards, even a deep lane ward now they took the mid tower.
Oh, actually ultimate from Kautar here, just trying to keep them away from that turret. The minions are finally going to be taken down. The turret survives with less than half health remaining, but that was a nice little push back by the Super Hot crew. And you saw Kautar's desperation almost throwing his ultimate in there to try and hold on to it. Worked out for him now, and now he's got backup as well from Unlimited and Airwax coming out of the base.
And Super Hot crew basically got punished for sending multiple members up top lane for the game. They lost the mid tower, lost the Dragon. It was not a good trade for them, and we simply need to see what they can do to save time, because again, we talk about how they want to go to late game. They want to just farm up now. If they can just keep the laning phase going, it's perfectly fine for them, but they need to be careful, because with the mid tower gone, Kautar can really start roaming around, finding kills, even go 4 people bot lane to dive. Of course, they need to respect the ulti from Selfie, even the teleport from Mima if they want to dive, but they have the options now.
Well, let's see about it, see what the plan is here. As Airwax moving through towards that blue buff once again. We actually see a scrying orb picked up by Mr. Rals as well. So obviously feeling the pressure and knowing that they need to have that extra tool available to check things out should the Copenhagen Wolves go a little bit walkabouts. Blue buff, by the way, on the top side will be coming up here fairly shortly on the Super Hot crew side of the map. Stolen away this last time around by the Wolves. We'll see if they can do it again. Actually, Rals going... Is he going to go offensive? No, not quite.
No, look here. Fizz and Lee Sin moving towards this bottom lane here, but Super Crew, they already communicated, so they're just running away from this tower here. Don't even want to take the chance, don't even want to have to force anything away from their own side, because Selfie, he was actually moved towards this blue buff to take it, so he couldn't join in and help in case there was a dive.
And we saw there the graph as well, the CS difference over the course of the game, and pretty much being on Mr. Ral's favor the entire time, and moving up to a decent one as well. Right now, 112 to 109, so not exactly a massive deficit that Warlight is facing, but this turret going to be facing a few more pressure scenarios once again, as Lee Sin now moving down towards this bottom lane, as well as the AD carry and support that were already there.
We do see some of the deep wards towards the bottom side here. I would actually like to see more wards from Copenhagen Wolves around the Wraith camp of Super Crew, so they can spot Selfie. Doesn't matter which direction he moves towards the bottom lane, if it's towards his own tower, if it's towards the Dragon. When he wants to gank the bottom lane here, they don't have any wards for it, so they won't be able to spot him in case he goes for it. Just have to try and rely on seeing where he is compared to the minion wave.
Well, we've seen pretty much the one single Destiny throwing so far up towards that top lane where he did manage to finish off Youngbuck, did take 3 of them and almost lost Impaler in the over the course of that one as well. So not exactly being the most active with that one, but that's also probably the Copenhagen Wolves saying, don't push out too far, don't give Selfie any kind of opportunity to, you know, get in there behind it, to use that Destiny and influence how that lane is gonna go.
And also Copenhagen Wolves, because they picked up the first dragon without any wards from Super Hawk Crew, should at least think to themselves, okay, when next dragon spawns, we can be ahead of them. We know exactly what the timer is gonna be, and we just stand ready, pick up another dragon, and never get more global gold. Kauta though, been farming pretty well in this mid lane, and also being very aggressive actually, just going in for the trades, jumps back with his E every single time.
Showing his confidence there, needlessly large rod and a Sheen picked up for him here 15 minutes in.
It would be Lichbane and Hourglass for him. If at least he builds the standard weight for 5th here, we need to see how he decides to build. But because he picked up this early kill, he actually went for the large rod instead of going for Lichbane, just first item.
Bit more damage added in there for Kautard. The burst that he's got, and we'll see if he can pick himself up any more kills. I'm sure he will by the end of the game. And now he's moving towards the bottom side of the map here. And will they actually be able to catch anyone out? Impaler is stood right on top of the ward, and look at the positioning here from the Wolves. Airwax has started to move down there. The scan will reveal that there's no vision inside of the Tribush, and Impaler is still waiting for this one. It's all going to be about the hook, and the Q landing from Lee Sin, and Impaler is going to go down here. He throws in the Cataclysm. Youngbuck actually getting involved on towards Selfie as well. Mima doing a good job. Mr. Ross is going to fall. Mima's got his ultimate on himself. Will I actually flashing out? Have they got the damage to kill off Mima? Yes, they do. That's a 3 for 2 up until now. Selfie did finish off Airwax. Not the worst scenario considering how it started really for the Super Hawk Crew getting caught.
No, but it was such a good ward by Copenhagen Wolves, expecting Impaler to be around this bottom lane here, and he just stood there for such a long time. They moved in position, had the engage on him. We're just going to see it again here. Look how Unlimited moves in. Fizz and Lee Sin already as well joins in, gets so much damage on him. He managed to actually get the ulti going before he dies, which at least saves some time for Super Hawk Crew to get in position. Mr. Riders, of course, gets kicked into team. Beautiful play by Airworks. Easy kill for Super Hawk Crew. He will go down, however. Selfie joined in with his teleport, of course, and Mima just flashed to try and get the last hit on Woolite. Didn't work for him.
And Mima teleporting into the middle of the Cataclysm. And there were 3 men in there. That's how you get your splash damage doing the work, that's for sure. All of them stacked up on top of one another, and we can see there that the Nash's Tooth is already done and moving his way up to the Runan's Hurricane as well. Meanwhile, Dragon has respawned into this one. Who's going to get it? The Wolves, of course, picked up the first one for free. There's no one around here once again for the Super Hawk Crew.
Exactly the thing we talked about, the lack of timer or the lack of idea when the Dragon is actually going to respawn from Super Hawk Crew. Simply meant Copenhagen Wolves could just move straight down, pick it up for free. No movement from Super Hawk Crew at all. Even though they knew the Dragon would spawn, they weren't in a position to do anything. So second Dragon of the game to Copenhagen Wolves, and so far, things are looking fairly well for them. At least 2 kills onto this Fizz here can be very, very good.
Actually spotted Selfie and Mima moving towards that top side of the map. Not really doing much about it. They're going to take the long way around the back side of the red buff. Got that pink ward over on the corner, so they know that they've not moved any further than that Tribush. And there is Selfie now. Going to stick around. They're going to try and go for Youngbuck. Look at this. The counter gank from the Copenhagen Wolves is ready. Q is going to land from Airwax. Will he follow through? Yes, he will. Kicks him right back into Youngbuck, who's going to get the slowdown. Intervention used early, but everything's thrown from the Copenhagen Wolves. Gets them a kill back. Meanwhile, Woolite in the mid lane. Caught big Cataclysm. The poison. He took the lantern off to the side. The poison just enough from Mr. Riles to get the kill, and the Super Hawk Crew are going to get the tower as well.
So Copenhagen Wolves expected the gang in his top lane here. That's why we saw Fizz moving up. We saw, of course, Airworks being there, and as soon as they landed Sonic Wave, went for the engage, picked up a kill. However, Woolite out of position in this mid lane here. Had no flash, of course, so easy for Impaler to lock him down, pick up the kill. Oh, I say easy, he almost survived with the lantern, of course.
If it wasn't for the poison, he would have survived that one. But that's how it goes. It leaves us at 5-4 in kills and about a 2,000 gold lead. Not quite 2,000, but close enough for me for the Copenhagen Wolves. And tied, of course, in turrets as well. And we can see here, those sweeping lenses being brought out on both sides. Teams. The only difference, that scrying orb. And look at this, the Copenhagen Wolves again, going to be setting something up.
Question is, do the Super Hot crew fall for this one? Does
Yarrow.
Yarrow come down here in his quest
Let's take
to
the bait.
sweep out the wards? Oh, it might be even worse than that. There are 2 men coming through. They're going to be starting off the red buff. This is real bad. Yarrow gets hooked in, and he's going to go down. Airwax secures that one, and it'll be a red buff here, stolen away by the Copenhagen Wolves as well. That pick just working out perfectly for them. Terrible scenario for the Super Hot crew, but you've got to try and get your vision back somehow.
So this is the thing again with the mid tower going down so early. So Copenhagen Wolves once again could move in the jungle, ward it up, and just wait for someone to move in. They were very patient, by the way. I would have gone way earlier and just maybe blown the whole thing up.
That's why you're a caster now, Deficio.
Good point.
I love you really, mate. Don't worry about that. Mr. Ra's getting the extra farm down bottom as well. He's got his blade already done with the Zeal on top of that. Other side, goes for Woolite. Bloodthirster, first item. Going for the static shiv second. We've also seen the first item for Coutard completed.
Was the Lich Bane?
Was a Lich Bane. And that needlessly large rod will be turned into maybe the Zonias. Maybe he'll go full man mode and go Death Cap.
Should be an Hourglass here, so he can actually go into the face of Super Crew, use the Hourglass then and get his cooldowns back up, then jump out of the fight once again and just be so annoying. But also help him in case Twitch jumps onto him, in case Twisted Fate of course jumps onto him, to avoid some of the damage and maybe return back and try and pick up a kill. Because it is definitely possible for Fizz here. Late game Fizz is so strong and so hard to deal with. And we talk about how if Coutard had a good start, anything can happen for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, you've got to be able to pick up those kills later on as well, and I think the Hourglass is going to give him a bit more safety to just dive on in there and then let the rest of his team follow up with the next wave of damage. Either way, the Wolves again stalking through the Super Hot crew jungle. Airwax going to clear himself out, a ward on that bottom side. They've got Coutard pushing the lane itself. And there's another one by the red buff. And Yarrow this time has a little bit of backup. And he's probably going to take the long route around, knowing that he doesn't really have any vision on the bottom side.
Nobody wants to deal with Coutard down this bottom lane from Super Crew. Everyone's like, yeah, no, just send someone else. So it ends up being Mr. Alice and Yarrow going down. Now Selfie joins in. Not even trying to actually pick up a kill, just red carded the minions instantly.
Yeah. I mean, a try from the Super Hot crew.
I thought that one better at least.
Destiny use and the Tidal Wave use out of Yarrow, but neither of them really offering anything. And look at this, the Copenhagen Wolves are going to wait. They spotted Coutard there for a second. The ward goes down. I'm not sure if they realize that Airwax is in fact still waiting though. And they're going to need something more than Nami down in this bottom lane if they want to defend against this next wave of minions.
But it's a weird thing because nobody really wants to go down and try and defend. Oh, Youngberg actually being jumped by Impaler.
Yeah, getting jumped by him, but look at Impaler being destroyed there. Finally the ultimate comes out of Mima. The Culling going to come through as well, and two of them going dangerously low. Meanwhile, that tower in the bottom lane does go down in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, and there's the fish onto the fish. Fish on fish action, and Yarrow hit with the Q. Is he going to get away? He is. He's down. He does get the kill in the end. Coutard flashes through.
Wow.
The shutdown from Mr. Rawls. That was messy.
So aggressive by Super Crew. However, they managed to get Mima away from this top lane because he teleported apart and therefore lost the tower. The Impaler, of course, was forced away, so would probably have lost it anyways. Ignore what I just said here. However, Mima's teleport is down and didn't manage to get anything out of it.
Mr. Rawls actually going very aggressive here.
Oh, he face-checked him there. He would have killed him.
Would have killed him, but also could have been a problem for him as the ward cleared out by the Super Hot crew. Let's have another look here then at this one down the bottom. As I said, a messy fight.
Yeah, messy fight. So Coutard, because he lands the ult, he just want to go all in for it, but the bubble from Yarrow, beautiful, just predicts the jump in from Coutard. Lands it, stops it, and then, I mean, Airwax in the end, he's so low from Mr. Rallis, he just want to try and go for a kill because he knows he's going to die. And Mima, of course, teleported down in the end, but they didn't actually need him.
And I also saw Coutard is like, do I go left? Do I go right? Am I going for Twitch? Am I going for Nami? Went for Nami with the flash in the end. Ended up costing them their lives. So, where does that leave us? It leaves Airwax here waiting inside of a brush. Is he going to be spotted? Youngbuck will, and there's a ward going down. And they say, okay, Lee Sin was hiding from that one. The hook thrown out by Unlimited doesn't catch anyone. The Copenhagen Wolves going to start off the Dragon. Wards at the backside cleared out. Can they challenge for this one? So far, it's been all about the Wolves on the Dragon, but look at that. Impaler gets the flag over. Is he going to be able to dive in there? They need to wait for that flag to time out of things. Nope. They don't. In the end, they just smite it out. Third Dragon of the game. going to the Copenhagen Wolves.
It's really had full control of the river, and of course the jungle actually of Subaru pretty much the entire game. Once it took mid tower, just taking full control of this bottom side of the map. Also why they could take the bot tower early on, and of course all the dragons. Selfie though, he's going in.
Oh, and I don't think Woolite's surviving this one. Mima comes in from the bottom side. Mima actually tanking up the turret to help out there, but the Wolves, no. They have 3 people moving up towards that top side. They're going to be losing out on this turret either way. Decent wave there for Selfie, and actually he'll let those minions go down, but the Wolves trying to steal away the blue.
Once again, just waiting around here. Want to try and catch out a target if possible. Mr. Riley stealthing in.
Oh.
No.
Oh. Check the burst. Now he's going to check the burst. Oh,
I didn't get him.
Attack move.
Wow.
Oh well. It was close.
It was. It was.
So, Baron here.
Scumbag Mimir hits the ward here with his Hurricane, so he starts the Baron.
Starts the Baron, costs Impaler a little bit of health. Not really a big problem. Get control of that one back. So, let's have a look down in mid lane as items here. We do see the Zhonya's was done for Kautar. Other side, the Rabadon's Death Cap for Selfie, along with his Zhonya's Hourglass. And look at this, Kautar is going to not chase into Selfie. Thought he was going to go all in on that.
Well, Selfie had the Ghost, used it, got far enough away. Still a flash as well, of course, so if Kautar had tried the max range ulti, could have flashed it, avoid dying at least, because Selfie really don't want to try and one-on-one. A very strong fist at the moment, and it could be the key for Copenhagen Wolves. Keep split pushing. Youngbuck in his top lane, he's building towards his Zephyr as well, and then keep Kautar in his bottom lane and just do a 1-3-1. And as long as they know where Twisted Fate is, doesn't get ganked by him, they should be able to push the lanes off.
Selfie also gone Distortion on his Sorcerer shoes there, so obviously that fits in, helps him out with the cooldowns, and also adds a little bit more to that Ghost and the Flash as well. And mobility is going to be key for him, whether that's catching someone out or, as we've just seen there, running away from someone. Yarrow actually taking not as dangerous as I thought. I thought it was a dangerous route around, as Impaler will spot Airwax, but no real action from that one. The Wolves just trying to get some more vision down on this bottom side of the Super Hot Crew jungle.
And once again, we just see Subar Crew every time they have the chance. Take it easy, farm up your lanes. I mean, Mima is very strong already at this point. Picked up multiple kills, has a lot of farm on this kill here, of course. Selfie is himself going towards this late game point here. Wants to get Void Staff, maybe even a Lich Bane on Hourglass if he wants to try and survive all the bursts coming from Kautar. And overall, Subar Crew are happy just waiting around. As long as they don't lose Baron or an inhibitor, they can just farm up.
Mr. Hall's been sped up there, and maybe thinking about having somewhat of a go at the Copenhagen Wolves. They know that both mid laners down on that bottom side of the map, and with the Destiny up, Selfie going to have somewhat of an advantage in that one. Can obviously not quite pull the entire map there up towards Baron, but can get rid of half of the walking distance at least, and maybe start things off without Kautar being able to move in. Meanwhile, Mr. Raz again going to get sped up. He's got a red buff on as well, which could make him all the more dangerous. And he's going to catch out Unlimited. Mima coming in from the side as well, and an early flash, but there's a Cataclysm. Tidal Wave going through. Unlimited is going to go down. Airwax in the middle of them as well. Youngbuck trying to get onto one. The fish is going to come through. There's the kill. It's a double for Mima, and now Kautar has to use his Zhonya's. Is he going to get finished off here? Good burst. Selfie comes in, but it's Mima that picks up the triple. Airwax and Woolite should back away here. They're far too low. The Super Hot Crew with 3 kills are going to go Baron.
Such a strong team fight by Subar Crew, using the Twisted Fate and the Twitch to pick out targets here. You saw how Nami kept using abilities onto Mr. Riley just to speed him up, getting him in range, start the fight. Selfie joined in, and then a very, very nice ulti as well from Mimir onto Mr. Riley. Once Kautar actually jumped in towards him, no damage. Intervention was there, turned it around, Kautar couldn't do anything.
Super Hot Crew then losing out on all the dragons. We'll talk about that in a second as we see once again the starts of that fight.
Just look here, Mr. Riley, he just wants to start a fight. Impaler is there, joins in instantly. Both Youngbuck and Kautar were in the mid lane, so joining a bit late. Notice the intervention here, Mr. Riley. As soon as Kautar jumps him, intervention, takes absolutely no damage, and it's just an easy fight for Super Crew, and even better, your top lane Kayle picked up all the kills.
Yeah, bad news because, you know, Mima starting off slow. I don't even want to say slow because he's farmed up an absolute storm, to be fair. Got the most CS in the game. Got himself his Zhonya's now, that Nash's Tooth, the Hurricane, got another blasting wand in as well. So really in a strong, strong position. 6-1-1. I'll quite happily take it back what we said about Mima, that we prefer him on those tanky bruiser champions. pulling out the goods here, though, on the Kayle.
100%. I mean, overall, it's been a very good performance. Laning phase, he kept pushing down Youngblood to his tower again and again, and Impaler moved up, or Selfie came up there to either try and pick up a kill or force a summon away from Youngblood, which meant it was so easy for Maimer to just keep farming, and he's just been picking up the kills in the actual team fights. So overall, things are looking great for Subaru, and I like the fact they're using the Twitch and the Twisted Fate to stop this split pushing from Copenhagen Wolves. They don't go necessarily for the one guy split pushing, they just find the people in the mid lane instead, start a team fight, and force Copenhagen Wolves to move in there, join the fight, or give up Baron. And this time around, they lost the fight for Copenhagen Wolves, and of course, couldn't really do too much once the engage came in.
And again, we see Maimer just pushing solo on that bottom side this time, the entire Wolves team pretty much having to rotate around the backside and pick themselves up the defense, but that changes again as Impaler is spotted inside of the Wolves jungle. There's enough damage. Counter is factored in as we see Destiny being popped. They're going to go for Youngblood. There is a stun card landing. They've got the damage to finish off. Maimer it will be who gets his 7th kill of the game, and he's now unstoppable. Not sure that Counter really wants this fight either. He's going to get slowed down. Where's the stun card? Selfie going to pick that one up. He throws his ulti away and takes the lantern, but real close. And Maimer has used his ulti, but only done meanwhile. Airwax finished off by Yero there in the middle lane, and that's going to be 2 turrets here surely for the Super Hot crew.
2 members from Copenhagen Wolves just died instantly in this mid lane, and it's been the story because every time Subaru fights one place, the rest of the members are still so strong they can win a different place on the map. This time around, it was just Impaler, Mr. Alice and Yero against the rest of Copenhagen Wolves to try and defend the mid lane. Easy peasy, Impaler went in, rat-a-tat-tat from Mr. Alice, 2 people are dead and you take a tower.
Well, they're going to steal away a blue buff. They're going to have themselves a dragon, and that gold swinging well and truly in their favor. Now we can see how much gold they've got to spend. Over 2k for the AD carry. Everyone else got over 1,000 to spend as well. That is going to be a big payday in terms of items when they go back. Did already see Void Staff was the next item for Maimer on Kayle. And that Kayle pick just paying off for them completely. 330 CS, 711 in kills right now.
And it's just working so well with the Jarvan in the team fights. We saw it around the Baron pit where once you get the ulti down from Jarvan, Kayle just stands with his Hurricane, just smacks away. Everyone just gets a slap. Boom, 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 boom. And people just die left and right, and Maimer gets all the kills here. So it's perfect for Subaru so far. Now they just need to keep up the pressure, go up here. They can even pick a team fight if they want, or try and go for a pick once again with the Twisted Fate, with the Twitch, and therefore get a kill and get a tower.
And Twisted Fate already got a blue buff, so Maimer's going to get one, and he's going to find himself a count on. How much damage can they put through? There's the Destiny coming in as well. They're going to try and get onto this one as Selfie forced somewhat out of the fight, but there were only 3 men there at the start for Super Hot crew, and the Copenhagen Wolves backed away with a full team of 5.
So Impaler here had to use his ulti, same went for Selfie. However, Coulthard and Youngblood had to use ult, so now Subaru pushing towards this mid lane.
And they got positioning on it as well. We saw the recalls from the Wolves trying to get back here to stop all the damage to coming through onto this inhibitor turret, and they do get back early enough to stop most of that happening as Coulthard stepped forward, did use his ultimate in that last fight, so he doesn't have that for now at least, although on a very quick cooldown. Look at this, they're setting things up once again. It's Impaler who will jump over the wall to get things started if need be. But I think wisely for the Wolves, don't particularly want to fight head-on against the Super Hot crew yet.
We do see Copenhagen Wolves, they've completely dropped the idea of now split pushing. They stay together as a group because they know Super Crew are looking for the picks here. And they just want to take a straight up 5 against 5 team fight.
And look at that gold difference versus time between Maimer and Youngblood. The leads that Youngblood has had have been small, and we can see that Maimer in these last 10-15 minutes or so up to a 3,000 gold advantage over Youngblood, just showing how well he is doing with this Kayle. As I said, 711 and 350 CS. And we've seen how Kayles can farm the later things go on. We've already seen Selfie smashing CS records with a Kayle on himself.
And actually, Mimer's well on his way to that as well.
So look here, Super Crew, they knew that no wards in their own jungle. They knew Copenhagen Wolves had moved in there. They pinged it out and instead just said, you know what, we're just going to go mid lane. We don't even want to fight in the jungle where we don't have any wards. So they're pushing up the mid lane here. Mimer has teleported in his bottom lane, can just join in anytime. Copenhagen Wolves, though, they want to fight.
Yeah, Destiny was used there to get the vision, and Selfie going to get knocked up in the air. There's a lot of damage going through. Yero is going to fall. Mimer now the next target. He flashes away, though, but Mr. Raw's caught alone at the back. He will be finished off, and the shutdown goes to Coutard, and now it's all on Impaler running north. Mimer will run all alone down towards the south side of the map, and just like that, the Copenhagen Wolves coming in from behind get themselves a 4-for-1, and it looks like a couple of towers on top of it.
Could be maybe even more than just a few towers here. 40 seconds left on to Selfie, Mr. Rise, Impaler. 30 seconds now. Take at least this tower, go for the next one, and then back away unless you want to play real manly and just take the inhibitor as well. They should be able to do it.
Well, we'll see. It's going to be Selfie, the Mimer, who may be able to stop this one, but obviously the instruction is to stick back from this one and not risk anything. And the Copenhagen Wolves not only get the kills, they push through, get themselves an in-him. Baron's even coming up soon.
Alright, so key things in this fight here. Notice the teleport, how late Mimer actually joins the fight, because Subaru didn't expect to get engaged on. So Mimer comes in, uses intervention, and already now he's so far away from the fight. Selfie has done nothing in the fight because he got caught out. Mr. Riles, easy target for Youngbuck to go towards. And actually, Loco Dogo last week in the NALCS, in his interview, he said when you play Twisted Fate and when you play Twitch, you need so good synergy. Never mind now, his fight!
Yeah, Selfie again gonna have to use the intervention here, and actually a lot of damage going back his way. That's the one kill. Mimer the next target as Kautar's going low. Now it's Yero who throws out one. Impaler is there as well. They're trying to finish off Youngbuck, which they'll surely do. And that leaves us with a 3-on-2, this time in favor of the Super Hot Crew that come back, and they're not done just yet. Trying to get any more. Mr. Rawls will stealthily work his way forward. That was the bubble there, trying to speed things up. Does he get the slow? Yes, he does get the slow. But can Mr. Rawls get close enough to him? They've decided against it. They're going to have the tower.
Let's see, and no minions coming for them, so they have to back away, can't even move on here. But Super Crew this time are the ones going towards Copenhagen Wolves, and they used so much time on killing Selfie. Mimer was just hammering away, getting everyone so low, so once Mr. Riles joined in, once Impaler joined in, they can pick up the kills here and take a tower at least.
And look at that, Super Minions already working through into the base. We've seen the recall already from 3 of the Super Hot Crew. So they're not going to lose a turret here, but just showing them they very much need to be careful of how that all goes down, because that was real close to that turret going down.
And they need to be careful how they team fight. We saw the one before where Copenhagen was won because Super Crew, they split up. Everyone just split up here, and as I was trying to say, the point I was trying to make is Twisted Fate and Twitch together. You need very good synergy in these team fights here because you have to stand together, you have to kite backwards, land a gold card. Even Kale jumps in here, and you always have to pick the target, you stun, and just kite as a group, back. This time around, or in the team fight we saw before, they were split up. Everyone was in different positions, and therefore Copenhagen Wolves could just pick them off left and right.
Look at this, the Wolves also setting themselves in a trap inside of the Death Brush. The red buff goes over to Mimer. Already won there on Jarvan. The Wolves are going to get themselves, most probably here, a free dragon, of which they've pretty much had a good time of this entire game. Really doing well on controlling that big objective out here. Coming Mimer in the backside. The rest of the team. Actually, no, Mimer already portaled back. Impaler is there, and we'll see. Flag gonna go too. Still a little bit too late. Another dragon for the Copenhagen Wolves. 4 out of 5 this game.
And we need to remember, of course, Dragon gives a lot of gold in his late game points here, so it's very good for Copenhagen Wolves. They can keep picking up. And now they want to go towards this bottom lane. Selfie's all the way up in the top lane, joined by Wulat to defend. Remember, Selfie can join in with his ulti. Wulat, he has to run the entire way.
Well, look at this, the Wolves trying once again to keep a hold of that vision on the bottom side of the Super Hot Crew jungle. Super Hot Crew up against a Baron up Copenhagen Wolves, at least what's left of those Baron buffs. Making sure that they don't push out too far, don't give anything away.
Well, they need to stop Selfie up here.
Who is pushing his way up
has
there.
to go back.
Youngbuck is surely going to go back here. I mean, he's the one that has to go back. Selfie actually himself, I think, is thinking, okay, they've got 5 men. They got 5 men down bottom. No one seems to be coming up for me. Finally, Youngbuck has actually teleported, recalled away from this one. He does have teleport available, so actually, if he gets rid of Selfie, he can TP down for a 5-on-4 as well.
Look here, He's actually jumping towards himself. He already used the Ghost and the Hourglass.
And this is surely dead. Actually, he's going to use the Destiny. Does get away from him off towards the backside.
TP Youngblood go.
Will we see the TP? And will Selfie just do a ring? He is. Selfie's going to do a ring and go back to the top side. But the Copenhagen Wolves here managing to get themselves another inhibitor turret. There is a tidal wave coming through. Impaler moving in there as well, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Gets hooked in. Finished off actually by Woolite as well. That's the first kill coming in. Mr. Roll's also low. Kautar diving to the back, using his Onyas instantly, and this inhibitor taking a while, but will be finished up there. Selfie getting hooked in as well, but the bubble comes through, gets them one more, and look how low the Copenhagen Wolves are. Mimer looking to clear out, gets himself one. Can he find any more? Gonna get the speed there from Yero, but can he get on towards Kautar? The heal will give Mr. Raz the speed, but again, just too quick here, the Wolves. They get away with hardly any life, but they got the in him.
Got the inhibitor, and we actually saw in the end of the team fight, Woolite, he didn't even hit people, he just went straight for the inhibitor. It was left very, very low, so it did no damage to Super Hot Crew in the end of the fight, and managed to pick up a few kills. Copenhagen Wolves though, get inhibitor going down, back the way to the base as well. And just look here, so Impaler goes in the base, Selfie just recalled, he's running to join in with the team, he's not there yet. Impaler already gone down as the first target. Now notice the inhibitor is not going down yet, around the 60% mark. It takes a bit of damage, Woolite is hitting it, they stop hitting it, back away. And notice how Woolite now here actually does no damage to the side. Never mind, he does 2 hit there, ignore everything. He did, however, hit the inhib in the end, so he didn't actually finish off Selfie or try to, and backed away. So Super Crew, because there was some split damage from Copenhagen Wolves, and because the match get disengaged, could at least turn around.
Oh, this is another trap set up by the Super Hot Crew. They're going to go for Woolite, who tries to speed away. Destiny was used, but he's not going to follow through. Oh, he actually is going to follow through. He goes towards that top lane, try and push that one out again. They've only got Jarvan back behind where the Copenhagen Wolves are actually pushing. We can see the mass recalls on the top side for the Super Hot Crew. That inhibitor, by the way, did respawn, so that's free and open for the taking here for the Wolves. Not sure that the Super Hot Crew are going to try and defend, or maybe I'm wrong about that. They're actually coming flying through, and you see the Wolves are a little bit scared of them as well.
Everyone just instantly recalled for Super Crew to join in here. Still down to 50%, and if Copenhagen Wolves can keep poking a little bit, they might be able to take it, unless Super Crew engage onto them.
Kautar just dodging out of all that damage. Ultimates across the board are now up and available for this next fight, except Destiny, which probably won't play too much of a role in it either way. And do they dare here, the Copenhagen Wolves? Woolite steps forward, gets off 2 shots, gets ever so close to falling down. Meanwhile, Super Minions are going to be pushing onto this bottom lane. We saw what happened last time those Super Minions got through, doing good damage on towards the Nexus turrets. Wolves trying to use this opportunity to get through. Move forward, but no engagement. Did do a good amount of damage there though, and it will force the Copenhagen Wolves, at least for now, to back off.
If they're just gonna stay and wait for new Super Minions, and then once again get a few. Impaler going in though.
Impaler going more towards the front. He wants to cataclysm down. That's a good tidal wave coming in. And Mimer absolutely crapping on them from the back. We'll see the Destiny use. Are they going to be able to finish off? Kautar dodges a bit of damage, but it's 2 coming out now. Make that 3 for Mimer. They're going to chase up this middle lane. There's 60 seconds spawn timers on the Copenhagen Wolves. They do have Super Minions in there. I think the turrets might be enough. Is he going to try it?
He's moving.
He's going to try it.
Mimer didn't spot him.
Mimer did recall though. Mimer
he should be able to
recall.
So inhibitor should go down.
Yeah, inhibitor's going to go down, but we can see the Super Hot Crew pushing right up on towards the enemy inhibitor from this. Mimer has come down. He can deal with Woolite. It leaves just Youngbuck to defend the base. They need to get Woolite back. We can see he's down the bottom side of the map. Here comes the TP as well. Woolite needs to recall if they're going to try and defend this one. I think they've given up on it. There's the recall finally coming in, but they've already lost 1 Nexus turret. Second one going to be focused as well. Youngbuck goes for a last attempt. He goes down. The Super Hot Crew focusing onto the Nexus and pick up a thrilling victory here against the Copenhagen Wolves.
And we just saw the power, especially of Kale in the late game in his last team fight. And full credit to Yero on this Nami here. Perfect wave coming in. Copenhagen Wolves actually managed to stop the engagement from Impaler at first. However, wave hit, Kale came in and just destroyed them and won the game for Super Hot Crew.
Brilliant wave coming through there at the end, and Mimer gonna be thrilled with his performance in that 13-2-5. I think we saw
all the kills.
2 or 3 triple kills from him throughout the entire match, and That's a performance which certainly silences me somewhat, because I've always said we like to see him on the likes of Shyvana in this top lane, the big bruisery, tanky champions. And, okay, Kayle got a bit more survivability than most other AP mid or AP top laners, but he absolutely came through today, and showing again why the addition of the Hurricane to the Kayle build these days adds so much more in those big fights.
Yeah, I mean, okay, adding Twitch, Rat-a-tat-tat, pretty much the same deal here, hitting multiple members with the auto attacks, put in a Jarvan who locks people down, or a Nami who lands the wave or bubble onto people, and you just have so much free time to just hammer away onto them, so the Kayle worked perfect for them, and it's just beautiful to see.
And I said it at the start of the game that both these teams really needed a win. The Super Hot crew have been doing so well, kind of fell off it a little bit here, and also got themselves a substitute in the form of Yero, and I tell you what, he performed brilliantly. 19 assists by the end of that game.
Great performance. I mean, him and Mr. Rallis in the laning phase did well. Mr. Rallis, he actually won out on CS early on with Twitch against Lucian. And at the same time, his bubbles were good, especially one against Carter when he dived him down the bottom lane, just bubbled on himself, managed to land it, knock him up, stop the whole thing, and also of course his tidal wave in the very last team fight here was beautiful.
Have to feel a little bit for the Wolves, although kind of went as we thought it would, with Kayle getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and maybe an extra stronger in there, considering how well Mima actually played that one. For a moment though, it looked as though the power that Kautodd had might be enough to carry the Wolves through that.
So the Copenhagen Wolves, early on, once they got the tower here, they got map control, trying to get a few picks, but then just turned around because Selfie managed to do the exact same thing against them, and then the team fight simply went in favor of Super Hot Crew, except for one.
Well, Shoxy's on stage with the Super Hot Crew's Impaler, so let's send it over to the stage.
Thank you very much indeed. Joined by Impaler here. A great applause from the crowd. I mean, I gotta ask, do you do it on purpose on this stage in your home country? What a tight game.
It was way too close for comfort. Never again.
Well, let's talk through the game a little bit, through your picks, and it's just a very back and forth game, and you going for the Jarvan in the end, and I feel like in the beginning you really wanted to make things happen to do good here, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I really wanted to get Mima snowballing, because at one point in the game it was like 6-1, and that's like ideal for us. As soon as we got when Mima's ahead, and we've got this really like linear damage comp with the Nami ult, me locking them in, and Twitch ult spraying over the top, with Runan's Hurricane Kayle, it's just like broken AoE damage in a small area.
Yeah, it was very strong. And obviously, Yero, as you mentioned, doing very good coming in as a sub here. Talk me through the decision-making in the end phase of that game. Incredibly back and forth, so close.
The end was a bit too close again. Like, we saw Lucian coming, and I'm like, I've got a ward, you can TP and let's end. But we were just looking for that linear like choke fight. If we can get them all in a narrow space, then we win the game. And that's what we did.
That's absolutely what you did. Leading up to this week, did you have a hand in maybe motivating the team even more, knowing, well, you know, I got to do good this weekend?
I said we're playing in London, so if we don't win, like, we're not eating.
Well, is there anything you want to say to your home crowd fans here?
I'd just like to thank everyone for coming. Like, it's amazing to see you all here. I couldn't even imagine 11,000 people.
Well, very happy they are that you gave them a victory here. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, what a game that was from the Super Hot Crew. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, Millennium takes on Rocket. We're going to break down this game over at the desk with Trevor and D-Man. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We just watched the Super Hot Crew defeat the Copenhagen Wolves, and D-Man and Quickshot are here with me to break down the action. Gentlemen, quick notes about picks and bans. What stood out the most for you guys?
It's the KO pick, instantly. Banned out so many times and so many teams. We talk to them every time. They're like, you have to ban Kale. And I think Mima just proved out why.
Yeah, I completely agree. Top lane Kale, it's something that a number of players talk about, and Mima really delivered. I do also want to say it was interesting to see Kautodd on Fizz. He had a pretty good performance. Can't really say the same for Selfie on Twisted Fate. He pulled a number of red cards where they should have been yellows, and I do think he needs some more work on that champion, because every time we see him play TF, there are similar problems, especially in the early game. He's not a big impact TF player.
Yeah, a little bit of hit and miss there for the TF4 Selfie. And the game was very back and forth, and I dare say kind of sloppy from both sides. But let's highlight a couple of moments. First one is a team fight won by the Super Hot Crew. Let's get that replay up on the screen and illustrate what they did well here.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, if you actually look at it, Super Hot Crew are down. We can roll this clip out, and you'll see that the Super Hot Crew are going to start a fight. Mr. Rolls plays super aggressively. What I really like about the Super Hot Crew engage in this situation is that there's literally no hesitation. They jump into the fight, and Airwax goes in solo. He jumps in without the support of Youngbuck, and Copenhagen Wolves just keep going in drips and drabs. We can roll this clip out at full speed, and you'll see Mr. Rolls just gets a great intervention to prevent all of the damage from Kautodd. They end up getting 3 kills, they secure a Baron. And it was one of the times where, yeah, Super Hot Crew had a great engage in this moment. The Copenhagen Wolves reacted poorly, but it happened so many times back and forth by each respective team.
But that was the time, that was the triple kill. That Mima suddenly 6-1 after that fight. Got going. You can't do that. He gets the Rune Hurricane, gets going. He will destroy towers and get a lot of kills.
Absolutely illustrating what a late game Kale can do. And then the Super Hot Crew were on their way, but then they got flanked by Copenhagen Wolves in very nice fashion. So let's pull that replay up on the screen, because I feel like very good decision making by Copenhagen Wolves in this point.
Yes, I completely agree. Super Hot Crew were pushing, they were a little confident, 8,000 gold in the lead. Roll the clip out as well. And I just want to highlight miscommunication between Mima and Selfie. If we slow down to half speed, you'll see Selfie is about to throw himself into a Zhonya's Hourglass as he gets hit by the Dragon's Rage, and unfortunately didn't communicate with that with his team. So you losing that invulnerability of the intervention. We can roll the rest of the fight through at normal speed, and the basic summary is that the Copenhagen Wolves had a great flank, they got the kills, they then secured Baron. But it was another team fight that it was more about Super Hot Crew making mistakes than necessarily about the Wolves making a positive play. And that was just the theme throughout the entire match.
Yeah, and it just showed, you just said it, from the very first blood that the Copenhagen Wolves got, they were so sloppy. Every part of the play from both teams, honestly, was very sloppy back and forth action. You got to give credit to the Super Hot Crew. They finally closed it out, but Copenhagen Wolves had opportunities to win this game as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and kudos to Impaler for keeping us cool and closing out the game in front of his home crowd. For now, we're going to check in with you guys at home, because earlier we asked you to hit us up on Twitter and let us know which European player will perform the best here in London this week and why. And here are some of your answers. The first one is from Kid. SHG's Impaler. He is on his home turf. He is improving as a SHG jungler each week. He is going to be on fire. I don't know about the early game, but he definitely was in the end game.
I'm not sure about the fire either.
It's nice to see him playing Jarvan. I think Impaler is one of those players that when he's comfortable on a champion, he smashes with it. But it takes a little bit of time to find that comfort pick, but a deserved win.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The second is from Shrony Boy. I think Expeke will perform amazingly. He lives for the crowd and surely wants to make up for the last few weeks of Fnatic. Well, Fnatic had some good showings, but that loss last week versus Alliance, heartbreaking.
Yeah, but I think it was 4-0-2 in that loss on Twisted Fate. He played very well that weekend. It was just that one strategic decision that actually wrecked them. Otherwise, they would have easily gone 2-0. They're looking very good right now, Fnatic. We'll see how they perform. We're hearing very good things about their scrims.
Yep, we'll see that in our last game of the day, of course. The next one is from @BrandOnly. I think Froggen will perform spectacularly in London. Never underestimate an all-star with the crowd behind him. Nice one there.
That's the truth. His Yasuo was fantastic. He couldn't 1v2 like Bjergsen could, but he put on a good performance and his team ended up winning. Ooh, come on. Look, he played well, and what I love is Froggen's interaction with this incredible crowd. huge props for that as well.
Absolutely, great job by him. The last tweet is from @TonyCCC. It's gotta be Kerp. The guy has been proving time and time again that the trackball is far too real. Maybe a third LCS MVP. We're gonna see him in action in a second. What do you guys think Kerp will pull out?
Well, they're up against Rocket, Overpower, fantastic mid laner. Kerp has been playing fantastically well. There's a reason everybody's picked him up in his fantasy league, including yourself, Trevor.
Yeah, of course. I'm hoping it delivers some very tasty fantasy points, and his use of the trackball is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely is. Well, thank you guys for those great responses, and remember that if we see your tweet on air, you'll get a code for the new Primetime Draven skin. So keep tweeting to us throughout the games @LOL Esports along with the hashtag LCS. And now let's head back over to Joe and the Fee Show for our next match.
Thanks a lot, guys. Up next, Millennium are going to take on Roccat. Last week was a very strong week for Millennium, actually, as they managed to go 2 for 0 with solid wins over both Gambit and the Super Hot crew.
And in both games, they played pick comps, and it's really the style which fits Millennium as a team. Of course, when you have your mid laner Kerp, playing assassins left and right here, pick comps just work out so well. And in general, they're just in full control in both games. It was never actually a question if they're going to lose or win. It's simply just, we're not actually going to win the game, because they started out so well and took full control.
We heard a little bit about Kerp earlier, but I want to touch on our MVP from last week as well. He was absolutely formidable on his way to picking up another 2 wins in week 4 with Millennium.
Yeah, his Twisted Fate against Super Hot Crew last week was fantastic, beautiful to see. And his overall stats for the season, I mean, it's a bit weird with Kerp here. If you look at the wins for Millennium, 6 wins, he has 10.11 KDA, that's great. However, in 4 losses, he has 1.25 KDA. So he really is the guy deciding for Millennium if they win or lose. Also, his goal per minute, he has the 5th highest in the league, but he has the lowest average CS of mid laners. So he's clearly just getting all his gold by killing people left and right, and obviously that's great.
Also gives a lot of map pressure as well, which I think sets up Creaton to have a bit more freedom.
100% agree. I mean, we keep talking about how the synergy between mid lane and AD carry, and Creaton, because Kerp gets so much attention from the enemy jungler, and because he makes so many plays, opens up for him to simply come in, pick up a few kills. His KDA is great. I mean, 6.6, he's the 4th best in the EU LCS, so Creaton really shining as well with all the attention Kerp gets.
Well, their opponents today, Roccat, received a forfeit win in their first game in week 4, and then returned to that spring split form by pulling off another convincing win over the Super Hot crew.
It was almost like seeing Roccat from last split. Slow and controlled game, took full control of objectives. They took down 3 out of 4 dragons. They took down 10 towers, only lost 3 over to the side of to the enemy team. So overall, Roccat just looked very good, and maybe it's because of Veggie being back. I mean, they keep talking about how the coach is so important for them. He was gone the first few weeks. Sadly, he's not here in London with them. However, I'm sure he has been practicing with the team and they are prepared.
Yeah, and also Overpower and Jankos performed well last week, and we know that they're 2 players that really need to be on top form for Roccat if they're going to hit their targets this split.
Both Overpower and Jankos have been the playmakers this split here for Roccat, and they are basically the people the rest of the team are looking at when the game actually starts here. Can Overpower get a few kills in the mid lane, or can Jankos get some good ganks early on here to set everything up? It's what they need. We've seen it before. And we just have to say, even though Roccat picked up 2 kills last split, or last week, of course, not last split, they got a bit more than 2 wins last split. However, 2 wins in the last week, it's not on the level yet we want to see them, and they still have a lot of things to improve on.
Well, while Roccat sees this match as a Polish battle between Creaton and Celiva, Millennium's AD carry believes that they can capitalize on Zazas' tendency to sacrifice himself for the team and come out ahead.
Creaton is from Poland, so it's going to be, Polish battle, so we really want to prove that Celiva is better, so we'll try to win.
I think we should be able to put Saxus behind, because he's always trying to sacrifice himself for a team, and we can capitalize on it.
There is the bomb coming out of Ziggs. Airwalk's going to go low. Will he finish off here? Surely he does actually get a kill before, and it's on to Zazas there before.
Against Roccat, we have some really hard time, sometimes in scrims, because they do some really bad stuff, or they play extremely well in scrims, but then they don't do the same in LCS. On the other hand, we are maybe the worst team in scrims, but we win a lot more LCS games than scrims actually.
Yeah, it's very important to us right now, because before we aim to the top 3, as everyone does right now, we have to go like 7, 6 and so on. So right now it's most important for us to beat teams like Millennium.
I think confidence has been a problem for Rocket. If you think back even to when they were doing really well, they still weren't somehow happy with how they were playing.
Indeed, it's been a big issue for them, and that's what I hope Veggie maybe can fix for them. And I just have to touch on the scrim thing from Curb. He told me yesterday they've been scrimming Rocket quite a lot, actually. And in every game, within the first 5 minutes, either overpower him or die. Just every game. So I'm really looking for some mid lane action in this game here.
See some ganks focused on that mid lane, and they're definitely going to be important as to how this game all plays out. But for now, let's take a look at the lineups for the two teams, starting off on the blue side with Millennium. They are Kevin in the top lane, Cotton X in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, the AD carry Creatine, and J-Ree the support.
On the red side, we have Rocket with Sasus in the top lane, Jankos as the jungler, Overpower in the mid lane, Celavice the AD carry, and Vander on support.
Well, you guys have been voting on the schedule at lolesports.com for which teams you think are going to win today. So let's check out what you thought about this match. According to the numbers, you believe Millennium will win by 69%.
Well, they have to be the favorites. I mean, they went 2-0. Yes, Rocket did the same thing, but still, one was by forfeit. And also, of course, is winning the one game against Subaru. We need to see more from them. They need to be more consistent. Millennium, of course, talking about being consistent, need to do the same thing. Because they go 2-0 next week, they're going to go 0-2, and we have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we're not exactly talking about the two most consistent teams in the LCS right now when we look into this game. We said that last week about Millennium, and they kind of proved us right on that front, that they have a horrible week and then a good week, and some weeks where they'll just go 1-1 and look different on different days. So it's all about finding a constant level for Millennium, even if that's maybe not as high as the peak in some of the games, but at least a little bit more, you know, flatline, so that they can get more wins than losses, which of course everyone wants.
Of course. And I actually think one of the reasons they are so inconsistent is the pick and ban phase for Millennium is very hard to predict. I mean, they leave Kassadin open and just like, yeah, enemy team picks the Kassadin, they try and go Fizz against it, go 0-5 and lose the game. And then afterwards they're like, yeah, we should have banned Kassadin, blah, blah, blah. But they keep doing these things, but they just leave random things open. So we need to see what they're doing in this game.
Well, we'll see what sneaks through this time here in London. I can tell you the first bans out of the gate here, Lulu and Kale taken away by Millennium. On the other side for Rocket, they've got rid of Ziggs and Jax.
Again, the Ziggs here against Kerp has been one of the big picks. And we see the same thing from Millennium now. Kassadin blue side. They love to do it when they're on blue side because Kerp doesn't actually play it, so they don't want to first pick it, so they ban it away. Pretty much every time they're blue side, and once they're purple, they leave it open and try and counter pick it.
So the first pick then was not messed around with whatsoever by Millennium, picking up Lucian straight away for Creatine. And we see that 95% pick rate has Lucian, and over a 50% win rate as well. We'll see if the flip of the coin percentage is good for Creatine this match.
But this Lucian pick here must have been very easy for Millennium to predict, because Rocket in every single game they just ban away Twitch.
Yep.
Celavar clearly doesn't play it, so and they feel like they need to ban it. So it's easy for Millennium to say, okay, we expect you to ban Twitch. If you do, instant first pick Twitch. Instant first pick Lucian, of course. Celavar now has to find a different AD carry. Could be Jinx. We've seen quite a lot of Jinx lately.
And Celavar himself brought out the Jinx last week, and we see there Jankos not looking happy at how this has all gone down. The Lucian pick coming in very quickly, and he does not look like that was the optimal plan here, let's call it, for Rocket. They take the Lee Sin and Brom as well for the support role. Look at Millennium. They are definitely on plan right now, taking Elise for the jungle, taking Morgana for J-Ree's support.
So standard jungle picks here. We keep talking about the elite of junglers, Elise, Evelynn, and Lee Sin. Elise and Lee Sin being locked in this game here. And then Morgana as the counter pick to Braum here in the laning phase. Very good with Black Shield. You stopped pretty much just a stun from Braum from happening there, and it's very hard now for Braum to actually engage onto you in the laning phase. And of course Black Shield will help in the team fights as well here. So Millennium know exactly what they want to play.
So what do we get then from Rocket's side of things? It's Lucian, Morgana for Millennium's bottom lane. Corki we've started to see a little bit more of at this stage, and obviously Rocket feel that Celavar, as we heard in the video, is going to be a big part of this win.
100%, and they want to prove that he's the better Polish AD carry compared to Creatine, as they said in the video, of course. And this Corgi pick, we've seen it quite often in NA, and it's simply because it's actually very strong early on in the laning phase, can deal with this Lucian as well. You need to remember, however, Corgi is not a hyper carry, so once you go to the real late game points, where of course the magic damage won't really scale up with the last West Place building, the armor penetration, and that's where Corgi starts falling off. But still, early mid game, very, very strong.
And also they take LeBlanc here, something that's been banned a lot against Millennium. And I think Rockat's saying, okay, if we leave LeBlanc open and try and counter pick here with our last choice, the Millennium may just go in there and say, okay, Kurt's going to take LeBlanc and we'll be left without it. But that also now gives Millennium the chance to say, okay, it's LeBlanc, what does Kurt want to play against it?
Yeah, will Kurt actually try and go Twisted Fate against it? That would be very risky if it did, so it's very smart by Rocket to pick it early on here. And wow, I love this here. Syndra is such a good pick, or can be a very good pick, against LeBlanc in lane. It's a very hard matchup to play for both of them. The thing is, Syndra, she can outrange LeBlanc with her Q, and she can also stop the jump, the W from LeBlanc towards her. If you land your ball, the stun, once she jumps, you stop her mid-air, you land your Q, and once you hit level 6, you have so much burst damage. So you actually have a lot of outplay chances with Syndra here, and I definitely want to see what Curb can do on it.
Well, let's see what Rocket round their lineup with. Looking for a top lane pick for Xazus. Already got the duo locked in. The Police in for the jungle. The Blanc for overpower in the middle. What will Xazus go for? He's already shown us he's not shy of playing AP top laners, but you'd also have to say probably the two main ones are actually banned out here with Lulu and Kale.
And Ryze would be the only AP top left. However, you don't really want to pick Ryze into Aurelia. It's a very hard matchup for him. So he has to go towards something else. And we've seen this Aatrox pick from him before. Puts a lot of pressure early on, especially with Yankees on Lee Sin. However, once you get to the late game points, we need to see what he can do on this Aatrox here. He's not a terrible late game champion, but however, he's not going to have the same impact as Aurelia in late game team fights.
Well, we'll see if Xazus can really pick things up. We heard from Millennium that he plays or has been playing a similar role to what Darian has done sometimes for Gambit. You know, okay, you end up losing out in a couple of scenarios, picking up a few more deaths than you maybe would really hope for, but if you can free up other areas of the map for your team then to be taking towers, to be taking dragons, whatever that is, that can certainly work out for him. And guys, since the players have now chosen their champions, have you changed your minds? Send us a tweet at LOL Esports telling us who you think will win using hashtag MILWin or hashtag ROCWin, and we'll check out the results shortly. In terms of team comp, seeing a couple of different picks to the norm here in the EU LCS today.
Yeah, we see Rocket looking very aggressive early on. You have the Corki pick, LeBlanc, of course, very strong in laning phase. We need to see how the Syndra-LeBlanc matchup will go. I mean, again, both teams, there's room for outplay for both of them. However, Syndra, just looking at just the numbers and the stats here, definitely, or not definitely, will have a very small advantage. I know at least Kerp will think so, and that's why he, of course, picked it into LeBlanc here. But overall, Rocket are just looking to be so aggressive early on here and trying to win all the lanes here and trying to snowball the game.
Well, will we see the 10 KDA Kerp, or will we see the, I think it was 2 KDA Kerp?
1.25.
Okay, not even 2.
Yeah,
okay.
not even 2.
All the 1.25 KDA Kerp. Either way, that's something that Kerp himself, I think, really needs to work on. The fact that he either wrecks everyone or, well, gets wrecked himself. We'll see in this one. He's going up against LeBlanc on the side of Rocket, playing Syndra into this one as we get into the match. Millennium taking on Rocket. Going to be a very interesting matchup. And again, we're at that mid-table point here once again, with Millennium trying to find some consistency in their play, string through more than 2 wins in a row, although they did that in the first week, funnily enough, with their only loss against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Look here early on, Overpower is starting Flask. I know a lot of mid laners in Europe who really disliked starting with Flash because you're so squishy early on. You won't have the extra HP from the Dawn's Ring, won't even have the extra AP. But Opa is basically expecting a lot of poke coming from Kerp. Again, we talked about how the Q from Kerp has longer range than the Q from LeBlanc, so you can use it, stay behind, or stay far back, use the Q to poke him again and again here. But Overpower, risky start with Flask here. We need to see if it pays off, and we need to see what Kerp, of course, can do on this Syndra.
So then Millennium going early on, trying to find someone inside of that brush. There was no one there, funnily enough. Also want to just touch on trinkets at the start, because we've got a slight variance. Cotton-X going for the sweeping lens. Millennium, funnily enough, the ones that at the start of the split were picking up the scrying orb every now and then for their opening moves. Funnily enough, might help them out in this game if they'd have had it to check that red side brush. Either way, the wards go down early on. Looks like we're going to be seeing a fairly standard start with Lee Sin starting his blue. Elise on the other side for Millennium will go down and start red.
Yeah, so it seems both of them are actually just going to take down buffs here. Cotton-X just checking, making sure Rocket isn't waiting for him in this bush here. Obviously, you don't want to face check early on, give up first blood, and also delay your own jungle, give up multiple buffs to the other team. So wise enough checking, and Kevin as well staying around the blue buff to see if Rocket will let him waiting on it. And actually, Vander walking in just to ward it.
Let's have a look. There is who you guys think are going to win this one. Millennium 62%. Coming down a little bit from the LOLesports.com vote, which was a thorough 69%. Look at this, Jerry. He's having to go at Jankos, but I'm not sure this is the best idea. He's gone a little too deep for the Q from Jankos. Point blank, dodge out, and he hits the binding at the end. Jerry looking very confident.
Yeah, this is not the first time Jerry has done this thing. When you lane swap, if you put your jungler on the opposite side of the map as where your dual lane is, it's very easy for the other team to move up, to either try and stop you from taking the blue buff or at least poke you down. So Jankos took a lot of damage from Jerry just moving up there, knowing there wouldn't be anyone else to help him, because of course, normally the top laner won't even be in the lane at this point. He's just waiting around to join in with the jungler.
So Zaz's back into lane. We kind of skipped over the start for him where he took the red buff on his own. And gives him the level 2. Also getting a ward in there just to see if anyone was waiting for him as he comes down to lane.
So this was the reason Rocket started the way they did. That's why Jankos had to start his own blue buff, because Zazas would pick up the red buff, and then Jankos would move straight to the enemy blue buff here. So multiple buffs for Rocket, no blue buff for Cotton-X. Now he's moving with Kevin towards this bottom side here. You can just clear this out, get the timer from it, and Rocket won't be able to have the timer.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an annoyance for them moving forward. Also, with these 2v nothings as they are right now, although Aatrox is moving down towards that bottom lane, we'll see who gets the better of the farm. And once they see Aatrox, I'll tell you what, there's 4 men there. There's enough CC maybe to think about going under the tower. As it is, though, Kevin's just going to stick to the back of Cotton-X, and they're going to do a bit of counter jungling.
Multiple people coming in.
Oh, this could be bad. Cotton-X already down to half here, and they're going to focus Cotton-X. He's going to go down. Overpower will pick up the first blood of Millennium, going a little bit too deep there, and not realizing that Roccat had already got their number, really. Pushing around, Overpower gets the first kill and gets himself a red buff now as well.
Perfect start. They spotted them moving in towards the jungle here and just knew there's only 2 members, because they could see both Jerry and Creaton in this bottom lane and just move straight in, picked up the net, going aggressive because Vander joins in.
And why not? 3 versus 2 down there. Kevin actually TPing back up to this top lane now after he lost his teammate just a little earlier on. Not the ideal start for Cotton-X, that's for sure. 0-1-0, picking himself up a pink ward actually after dying. And this mid lane, we talked a lot about it earlier on, being fairly quiet up until now, apart from Overpower just sauntering into his own jungle to basically last hit Cotton-X and steal that blue buff away. It's Kurt who's got a slight advantage in CS after close to 5 minutes.
Yeah, but a big way for Overpower to pick up here. And you see the way he plays the lane, stays very passive, picks up a CS, then backs away. Don't even want to try and trade with Kurt. And normally you see LeBlanc being very in your face. He knows his limits, staying back and just trying to take up as much farm as possible.
So Cotton-X actually giving a bit of help to Kevin in the top lane. Trying to stop Celeber bullying him really out of that one, and it's working for Millennium. 17-4 CS between those solo laners as Vander going to get involved as well, and that will actually force Millennium to start backing away, especially since Cotton-X had to go back off and get his farm on.
Vander's been running around quite a lot. He based, ran all the way down to bot lane, now been running all the way up to the top lane. He's actually very far behind in XP, but it is your support. You can sacrifice some XP by moving him around here, making sure he can assist the right lanes. Millennium keeping both Creaton and Jerry down his bottom lane to just push the wave up and try and get a little bit of poke on.
Yeah, actually landing there, and Jerry can't knock him on that so far. That little escapade into the enemy jungle before that almost cost him his life. He did manage to hit 2 bindings in a row on that front as well. So
the thing is,
looking good on that front.
Yeah, while it was good he went in, he got some poke on here, of course, he didn't have to use the flash or anything. Millennium should actually have moved both him and Creaton earlier towards his blue buff, because again, they were in the lane swap, could move up and stop Jankos from doing the blue buff if they were in position fast enough, and therefore trade 2 buffs with each other. Instead, because they didn't, or because Jerry came in so late, Jankos could take the blue buff by himself with no assistant. There was no top laner, no dual lane to help him out, and also then go straight towards the enemy blue buff and pick it up as well.
And leaves Roccat after the kill that followed as well in the lead. And that kill onto LeBlanc. We saw earlier on with Febivans LeBlanc. Once you get going, it can be sometimes a little tough to actually stop you. But for now, it is Kerp in that mid lane that's leading in terms of the farm, 53 to 49 CS, but that will be staying fairly even throughout this one. Meanwhile, top lane also being pressured. Lee Sin's going to be joining in with Celiver and Vander. That turret actually really, really low here. So next wave, possibly, that could be the first turret for Roccat.
And we've seen some old school lane swap actually in this game where the junglers, they go up and help the top laner to pick up some farm, push the wave down the bottom lane where Jankos and Sasus for a long time. And of course, Codnex was up in his top lane, helping Kevin out as well. So both teams just been happy enough getting some farm on the top laners and have the junglers help them, and now both of them are back to do their buffs, which means the dual lanes should be able to at least get some damage on the towers if they want to. Could also be the time for them to recall now, either rotate down to this bottom lane and start a dragon if the enemy team didn't move yet.
Just want to touch on the CS between Irelia and Aatrox. We see Zazas finally getting a bit more free time as Jerry's been left alone. Creaton headed back, and he's clawing back the CS deficit that he had just a little bit earlier on to Kevin, who also now has free time in the top lane because Celiver went back and picked himself up the BF sword.
And we need to see if Millennium actually want to go for this dragon, because Kevin, with teleport, can join in. Celiver won't be able to do it. You also have at least a great jungler for doing dragon early on, so they should have all the pressure on this bottom side of the map with their dual lane. They just haven't been having any focus on the dragon actually so far. Basically, Codnex been either defending top lane or farming, and down the bottom lane, they've just been happy farming away. So Millennium not putting any focus on the dragon so far.
Well, we'll see there's some wards going down there from Rockat's side. See if they are.
I mean, again, two people top lane here. This should be the easiest dragon in the world.
You would think so. And look at this, J-Ree. He disturbed the last blue buff. However, this time, he may have bitten off a little bit too much because Overpower's coming in. This is a great read from Roccat, and I think J-Ree could have maybe expected that considering what happened the first time that this went down.
So yeah, the first time they actually went in Millennium, embedded into the jungle, they were spotted by wards in the river. This time around, exactly the same thing. The ward was placed by Sasus at the dragon while Millennium already had a ward, so they saw it go down, and yet J-Ree moved up there to try and be annoying again, or maybe even steal the way or get the time off the buff. And Rocket just simply spot him moving up with single support, just a weak sheep moving towards you, and you just go straight and kill it.
That gives Rocket almost 1,000 gold lead. Dragon still untouched. We do have Celiver slightly behind in farm. Kevin just trying his best at range there, throwing his ultimate out. Just trying to make sure that he does get some of that gold into his pocket. Still ahead of his opposite number, Zazas. Look at this, Jankos coming around. That leaves in 3 versus 1, and as I said before, that turret is actually low.
Yeah, so Rocket can send all the members up here, take the tower. However, it should mean the dragon for Millennium in exchange, and they're actually pinging it now. Finally, they feel confident enough to move towards the dragon.
Well, I think a calculated move from Rocket here. They probably know that that is going to happen to them. Turret is going to go down. Let's see then if the dragon will be following off. Dragon will be taken. Actually, Zazas doesn't even bother to move up there for a look, and they will take that one. However, can they now stop Rocket from taking this inner turret in the top lane?
At least Rocket can get a lot of damage. Might be able to take it. I mean, look in the base here. Rest of Millennium just recalled. No home guards, of course. We're so early in the game. Doing a lot of damage here. Minions coming in as well.
Yep, they're going to take this tower. Kevin trying his best to lay down some damage, but it's not going to be enough. Syndra moving across as well. Overpower just dodging away from all that damage. And Rocket probably going to be happy with that trade. An inner turret and an outer turret traded for the dragon.
Of course, there's a very good move here. Moving up there, expecting Millennium to start the dragon once Jankos showed in the top lane. And it happened. Just kept pushing down.
They need to react as well because they're still pushing this one, Rocket. Still got 2 there. And they may have a third with Lee Sin. Finally, Morgana will move across. It's Kevin that's trying to defend that inhibitor turret. I think Rocket probably not going to push their luck on that front. That's another good binding landing from Jerry. Obviously, support Morgana, not exactly masses of damage going to come through, but good for his confidence as the game goes on that he can still land those skill shots.
Yeah, he's been landing some good bindings at least. Also onto Jankos early on, of course, landed 2 of them. Got him very low. Oh, Kerp here? Nope. Yeah, there's the ward. Jankos already gone.
Slightly too late on that. Now, Millennium here. Stacking up a couple of men in this mid lane. Elise just backing away. There's a binding coming in. Actually did land onto Overpower, but Kerp decides against it. That decides against going all in onto that one. Had his ultimate available, had Ignite as well, but obviously felt like he doesn't have enough damage just yet with the workings of that Athene's Unholy Grail.
Yeah, still building up here on his items. We need to remember Syndra, of course, late game can do so much burst damage if you pick the right target. That's always the thing about Syndra. You're very immobile, so we could see Rocket focus a lot of the CC onto Curb and just kill him instantly because there's no jumps on the Syndra.
Well, probably need to be honest with you.
Sure.
And yeah, that's the point that you make there, why I think a lot of teams tend to avoid Syndra, that she is slow, that she's got no defense mechanisms apart from when you've got Flash available to you, which Curb at the moment does have. Again, you can touch on these two AD carries because Creatine still has a lead over Celiva, actually has his Bloodthirster complete. If you look over the other side, Celiva has the BF Sword, has the Vamp Scepter, but hasn't yet finished off that first major item. With the support down bottom now from Vander. This turret may take a bit of damage, although we see that Cotton X has moved down there as well. J-Ree has also reappeared in the bottom lane to help his AD carry out, and Rocket just decided to back away from things.
Stops the recall here. Curb has to back away and do the same thing, while Overpower just staying in the mid lane can now push the wave off if he wants to. Seems for now that he actually wants to go towards this top lane. Never mind, decided to actually go back. So I'm not really sure what Rocket's plan is at the moment. It is running a little bit back and forth. You even see Jankos didn't even buy boots yet, so his mobility isn't even too high at the moment. He's basically just running around, looking for an opening, maybe looking for Millennium to make a play and then try and counter engage onto it.
Let's have a look at this top lane again. Finally, Kevin and Zazas having time against each other. You see that overall, that global gold in favor of Zazas, thanks to Rocket's turret pressure and obviously how well they're doing overall in this game. He is slightly behind in the CS, does have himself a cutlass and actually freezing this lane close to his turret now as well.
Yeah, but Kevin did manage to do really well in this lane swap because Vander was roaming around while J-Ree stayed with Chris in this bottom lane. So there were always two members to try and deny farm from Zazas, where Kevin was one-on-one for most of the time. Picked up quite some farm here. Once he returns to the lane though, Zazas has actually frozen it in front of the tower, so Kevin needs to just wait for it to unfreeze or go up and do it by himself.
This mid lane, we thought with two burst heavy champions like LeBlanc and Syndra that we'd probably be seeing some, let's say, quick action that'll probably be keeping the cameramen on their toes, but up until now, Overpower and Curb, I think, choosing not really to risk anything on that front. And in fact, it's Curb that does lead there in terms of the farm. This bottom lane also taking a lot of damage here onto the turret. Creatine not going to be forced to tank anything up. However, Jankos is moving down. Overpower is going to come in as well, and Creatine is not going to be able to escape from this one. They throw everything at him. Celiva gets that one. Meanwhile, Zazas up in the top lane. He's got his blood well, but will that be enough to actually keep him alive? No, it won't. That's going to be a kill back for Millennium.
Could also be the tower here for Millennium in the top lane, so very nice moves. Curb doing a lot of damage to the mid tower. Rocket sent multiple members to try and stop them down this bottom lane. Only managed to get a kill, still lost the tower. So very good moves by Millennium now, getting a top tower as well.
Top tower will fall, down to less than half HP. Middle was saved actually by Overpower. And the three of them down on this bottom lane actually having a decent time of things. Only J-Ree there for now to stop that inner turret from taking too much pressure. And that actually could be a bit of a problem. We see there Rocket doing almost half damage to it.
Yeah, just pushing down as well. Both teams trading towers back and forth and trading kills. We see they're actually pretty much playing the same way, just in opposite sides of the map.
Again, we see how Brown can knock out most of the damage there, like Creatine was doing over to him. And it's been a bit of a strange game, this one. Very low scoring and I think very tentative on both teams, on both sides. Neither team really wanting to risk anything, wanting to pile on to anyone. Yes, of course, we saw that 2v1 to Zazas up on the top side and kills down bottom. But Rocket have been quite happy with, okay, we get maybe one kill here or just push them away from the turret and go for those turrets themselves.
And both teams have been happy trading. So once you saw a tower go down the top lane, well, we got the Dragon from Millennium. They did lose a second tower, however, which meant it was in favor of Rocket. But still, they had the whole idea in their mind. Once we see multiple members top, we just go Dragon, take it, trade it for the top tower. And the same thing here. Bot tower went for Millennium. Rocket came down, responded, took the bot tower as well with the counter gank.
So this could be interesting then. Dragon is live. Millennium got 3 men on the bottom side of it. We can see both Aurelia and Aatrox have teleport available, so they can get involved here should they be needed. Millennium actually have backed away somewhat. That's because Overpower's doing some damage to this middle tower. And
just the way that it's gone, the slow start, really, the slow opening 15 minutes, tells me that neither team, unless they're 100% sure that they're safe to go into the Dragon, that they're not going to do it.
Well, the thing is, Millennium can wait for Curb to find a target. He just built DFG, so he can blow up people and just look for a target out of position, instantly destroy them with all the burst from Syndra, and then go towards the Dragon. And Rocket can try and do the same thing, where either Corki goes in with the LeBlanc, or just Lee Sin and LeBlanc goes in together, finds a target, and just bursts them down, because you have so much burst here in the early game from these champions.
Who's that going to be, though? Who are they going to catch as the walls going to be exchanged over the top of that wall? Stun not quite got the range to land onto Overpower. He'd be an ideal target for Kurt to blow to pieces before they start off this Dragon Dance. And actually, Roccat are already in there, got their pink wards down on one side. And now, are they going to start off the Dragon here? They know that Millennium have a decent force on the backside. I mentioned before, both top laners still up top, but both have teleport available to them.
We need to see who wants to teleport first and how they want to position. If you notice Kevin moving back on your minimap, you know Millennium want to try and set something up. And for the same, Sazas, he's pretty much forced to stay at the tower for now and just farm, because Kevin keeps pushing it in. He's ahead in XP. He talked about how he won out on the lane swap. No power. Took some burst damage here, or some damage.
Kind of surprised to not see Kerp at least give it a test there. You know, you land the stun, throw everything at him, say, okay, I can kill him right now, which may quite well be the case with that.
You could force him low, force him to recall the base, and then go for the Dragon for Millennium. Instead, though, Rocket starting at the pink ward. He can't even spot the green ward because it's just outside the pit.
Just around the corner from that one as Vander trying to keep them away. Dragon's actually down to less than half HP. Are Roccat going to stick to this one? There is a cocoon landing. And they back away. Millennium don't want a piece of this one. Roccat also letting the Dragon reset. Are they going to start it off again? No, they back away completely. So Millennium stopping Roccat getting in there and taking that Dragon.
Just dancing around it. I mean, started. As soon as they see someone moving, Rocket just backs away. Don't even want to try and risk a fight while they're tanking the Dragon at the same time. And they also want full control of where Kerb is moving, because they don't want to get blown up by him. And they want to. He should be the target for him to catch up, because Lucian, he can dash away. Kerb, he can't do anything.
Speaking of Kerb, he's approaching 200 CS. Probably sat on a decent chunk of gold as well, over 1,000 in fact, that he can cash in the next time he goes home. Same going for Creaton, who's got 1,800 and 1,000 on the jungler as well. And that's the kind of cash that you're gonna want to have in items rather than just pure cash when, or if, as this game seems to be, when the Dragon gets started.
Once it actually gets started, Rocket managed to recall now, spent a goal on both LeBlanc and Corgi, and now moving back towards this Dragon area. If they spot Millennium recall at a bad position, they might go straight forward and just force it.
Well, there's blue buff for both mid laners. So they will be feeling more confident. Actually setting up here possibly in middle. Millennium trying to catch one out. Always hard to land the cocoon or even the binding onto a champion like LeBlanc, who's got the double dash even if he wants to use that ultimate. And there we see pressure now on the turret. That was already down very, very low from earlier on. Finally, Millennium going to put down some damage there, finish that one off, and now they're backing over towards the Dragon area. We'll sweep out a couple of these wards, one from the Death Brush, one from that top river brush. And now Millennium moving in there, but there's still that pink ward at the front, so Roccat not without vision at this stage.
It was actually a smart move by Millennium. They saw Corki down his bottom lane and knew, okay, there's not enough Wakeful in his mid lane for them to do anything. And just went straight there from base, killed the tower. It was already low, as you said, because Kirby got it down earlier while Creaton went down the bottom lane. Overall, just picked up a tower. Doesn't change too much when it comes to dancing around this Dragon area, because it's the same deal. Both teams just waiting around, seeing what's going to happen here. But at least all the outer turrets are now gone, so Millennium can at least move further in the jungle of Rocket, get a few deep wards if they want to, and if they actually win the fight here around this Dragon, and then later on use it to find some picks.
Oh, Dragon started off by Roccat. Ward comes over the top, so they know that that's there. They're going to get this one. Okay. Roccat finally take the Dragon. It's they're smited away by Jankos in the end. Second one of the game, of course, and the first one for Roccat. Let's have a look at how that leaves us. Just 900 to 1,000 gold separating these two teams, slightly in Rockat's favor.
And they were basically just waiting for Millennium to recall. No, he needs to be careful.
Oh, he's face checking. That one gets kicked away. Celeber going to Valkyrie in, and that's an easy kill. Creaton out of position completely. And you know, these slower games, it can happen that you lose your concentration.
100%. I mean, he didn't expect him to move from the Dragon into his bottom lane, so he just walked straight out there, face checked even into them, died, and now a lot of damage. They might even be able to take the tower here from Rocket, and it will be the second tower that they can take. Yeah, they actually got it already.
Oh, there's the stun coming down. They're going to go for Vander. Kerp is going to pick that one up. Did use his DFG, and a lot to throw at the support, but kill's still a kill. That's going to help Kerp. I mean, he's also sat at 224 CS at this point, so definitely farmed up nicely. And look at this, Kevin going down towards Jankos. Overpower also is killing a ward, which 22 minutes in, that's one of the highlights as well.
Well, 2 towers down the top lane, two towers down the bottom lane.
That's the thing, we're 22.5 minutes in. Actually, we've got no towers except in the base, the bottom, and the top lane here for Millennium. So, although it's been slow on the kills and really on the action as well, Rocket have taken their chances here and taken 2 inner turrets.
They played very safe. You can say it's it for both teams here, but Rocket just been waiting for Millennium to make one mistake, get a kill, take 1 or 2 towers, take the Dragon, you know, get these objectives going for them, and they're really looking for the big team fights. We saw every time Millennium moved towards the Dragon, they just backed away. Like, I don't even want to deal with it. Just simply waiting around, playing very passive and looking for mistakes from the other teams.
There's another ward in the mid lane taken down. Let's have a look at some items. I've got a feeling we've got a couple of minutes to kill until the next fights actually appear in this game. So, mid laners want to focus on them because, as I said before, the DFG and now the Athenes finished off for Kerp. Other side, Void Staff and the Athenes were already there. And we also have for Overpower. Needlessly Large Rod and his Fiendish Codex. Are you going to start tuning for wards now as well?
Yes.
We might have to find a replacement.
Simply to annoy you.
Well, there's a trap. Kerp actually going to come in again. It's not onto Overpower. How are they going to finish him? No, because he's LeBlanc and he jumps away.
Jumped away. Ulti was used by Kerp, however, so got some damage onto him and now pushing off towards this mid lane. Kevin, of course, still in this top lane with Aatrox. Both teleporters is up. Salvador is coming in from the side, playing the way.
Coming in from the side, those bombs of his ultimate doing decent amounts of damage. Working towards his Trinity Force now. Already got the Phage and the Sheen. Obviously, he started with the Bloodthirst. And look at Kevin. Where's he going to come? Are they going to try and have a go on this middle inner turret? Oh, Overpower waiting off to the side. There is that pink ward in there that they've already spotted with the ward anyway. That's a nice little pickup for Millennium. But what are they going to do with it? Getting some wards down, but backing off, which tells me that Rocket are just going to walk straight out there. Vander's going to start sweeping, and they're going to get the control back.
And also a red buff here. Kerp needs the ulti back before he can pick a target to kill. At least we saw the idea from Millennium. Hide around, get some good wards, try and spot Rocket out, and then land a stun, long-range stun from Kerp. He can actually do it out of vision range from you, so you don't even spot him. He just comes from the fog of war, just whoop, straight in. There's a ball, hits you, stuns you. However, he didn't have the damage to take down Overpower yet. Jumped away. I don't even think he actually had to use the DFG, or could get in range to use the DFG before. But this Millennium, both teams actually are just looking for the one pick to then take a tower, to then take a Dragon, and try and extend the goal lead, or catch up.
Or catch up, and there's only 1,500 difference between the two teams. 25.5 minutes in, 4-3 on turrets. We've got more towers down than kills so far, actually, Deficio.
Joe Miller.
Might stay this way as well. We'll have to see about that one. Either way, Dragon in 1.5 minutes. Teams going to start warding up for that one. We can see that Vander and Jankos already moving through, and they spot a pink ward from Millennium's side, which will be used to clear out that vision once again.
So Overpower actually went for DFG himself. Normally, once LeBlanc starts with a Beans, you go into Death Cap, into a Void Staff. He went for DFG, so focus on trying to burst down a target himself. Could be Kerp, of course, but keep talking about how Syndra is a very easy target to pick. And all these wards going down.
Yeah. And important as well because the Dragon.
Yes.
Less than a minute's time. There's Kevin.
Oh, there it is.
I'm still not a fan of encouraging it.
There's a pink more here, though.
Oh.
Oh, he wants it.
Does he know it's there? Well, even if he does, not going to go challenging for that one. Backing away. Millennium getting some walls of their own over on the blue buff side. And in the end,
20
Rocket
seconds for Dragon here. This time around, it's Millennium actually in the river, waiting for Rocket to move. Celavar just dodged the binding and the cocoon from Cotnex here. Didn't want to get locked up and just blown to pieces, which of course is the thing about the Millennium comp. When you have Morgana and Elise, double CC, if you land it on one target, you follow up with the next, and they're locked down for like 5 seconds. Very easy for the rest of Millennium to then pick up a kill. So that's, again, one of the reasons Rocket needs to be careful.
This is a vision war if I've ever seen one. There we go, Dragon has spawned, and they started off by Rocket down to half HP. Teleport coming in, Kevin coming up from the top side. Rocket backing away somewhat. Dragon's probably going to reset here. There's Kevin up on the top side. Overpower coming in there, doesn't use the DFG just yet. Cotnex also taking a couple of big hits. There's the Cullen coming out and will be blocked by Vander.
Well,
little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there.
Backing away for now. You saw Overpower in this top lane here, just looking to flank around on Millennium, trying to get a squishy target in the back. He got Kevin, therefore he didn't use the DFG and now just waiting. Celavar pushing up this bottom lane. He should now return up here, but look here. Sauce actually recalling because he still has teleport. Kevin had to use his.
Kevin uses.
And there it is. No!
Actually getting stunned up. Bit risky there from Celavar. Ziankos gonna come in there. Takes down the pink one, and we need to see some ward stats from this one.
Yeah, we do.
Crowd obviously enjoying.
At this point, just put down a ward, let them kill it, and hear the crowd cheer.
It's not a bad strategy though.
Nope.
And actually, Millennium forcing Rocket away, just their sheer presence of ward killability gonna force them off. They've started the Dragon as well. A couple of wards coming in. TP gonna get started. Dragon, is he gonna be pulled off from there? The kick. He's kicked Cotnex away. He's gonna repel back in. Dragon goes over towards Millennium. We've already seen 3 kills now coming down from Rocket's side. And there they go. Onto Creaton as well. He gets 1 kill on his way out, but will be picked up in the end by Celavar. And that's 4 kills coming in for Rocket. Millennium, in the end, did get the Dragon though.
Such a good team fight though. Both junglers were actually out of the fight because they were just fighting over the Dragon here, but the rest of Rocket went in and we saw Overpower. Notice here, Overpower up in the top of your minimap. He's just waiting around. Kirby is actually trying to force him away. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are just fighting each other. Jerry goes down, his stun doesn't proc, and then Kirby, he's the target for Overpower, just waiting and waiting, pops him very low. Celavar joins in, easy kill for Rocket. And man, the patience on Overpower is waiting and waiting and waiting. He knew the rest of his team could survive. As soon as Kirby was out of position, jump him, kill him.
One swift move like that from Rocket gets not only the kills, but the Baron straight away after that one as well. And actually will increase their lead to 5,000 gold. Also taking down that outer middle turret. Still one left on the inner. That's pretty much all Millennium are hanging on to at this stage outside of their base. Now I'm interested to see what Rocket do with the Baron buff on.
Yeah, so if they group up 5 members and just start pushing down the mid lane, it opens up for Millennium to try and get a counter engage onto them. We talked about the Elise Morgana. We know all the burst damage from Curb here. A lot of chances for Millennium to find a target from Rocket if they're trying to group up and siege. So we might actually see Rocket say, you know what? Rocket say, we don't want to just go 5 mid. We want to spread out on the map and try and do what we've been doing so far in the game. Find a person out of position. Full burst from Overpower, Sas is maybe split pushing by himself, finding a target, can join in by the rest of Rocket and pick up a kill, and not necessarily just moving down and try and go for a tower and siege it.
So, half an hour point hit on this one. Guess what? We've got some more items coming out. Last Whisper going to be added in for Celavar. Also, Locket picked up here by Jankos on Lee Sin, and also we did see Face of the Mountain completed for Vander and Brownlee. Last items coming in from that one. And again, I think you might be right on that, you know. They're going to sit back, wait for those picks to come in.
Again, the thing is, it's very hard for Rocket to siege with this combi. I mean, LeBlanc doesn't do too much tower damage. Celavar, fairly short range, and there it is!
What have we become? I'm not sure. So, I mean, let's be honest, it's still better than watching England.
true. I didn't want to say it because of the crowd. Now you said it.
There we go. Binding coming in onto Vander. I'm allowed to say because I'm English.
Exactly.
We all feel the pain.
And I'm Danish and we're not even in the World Cup.
Just going at it here. Those wards inside of the side brush by the Wraiths. Massacred.
Destroyed.
So.
Almost feel sorry for these wards.
They have souls too. Roccat getting full control here at least of the Millennium jungle.
It's what they can do with the Baron buff.
Exactly.
Move down, get some deep wards, try and spot out Millennium if they want to move in for the blue buff or the red buff, and look for this target here. Because you see, Roccat can just group up 5 members. It's too risky for them to group up 5 and try and just instantly take down the tower. They need to get a kill or maybe dive onto Millennium. Oh, there, might see it.
Overpower actually catching Kevin here, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. There's the dive in. Does manage to get it, and now it's 5v4. Mid tower going to be put. Jankos and Celiver onto that one. Celiver just going to cut out the minion wave before it gets around. Not even needing to tank it. That is another tower. Only the base now left standing for Millennium.
Look here, Overpower moving to join with the rest of the team because there are 5 members here. We might see them go for a dive with Aatrox. Remember, he's passive. Can use it and then get out afterwards. Still 23 seconds on Kevin here. This is the time for Rocket to move in.
I'd agree with that one. Zaz's actually going to dive in onto the top of it, but nope, denies on that front. And Roccat here going to back away on things. Bottom lane actually not pushing in their favor. They do have the top lane pushing from their side. However, bottom lane needs to be dealt with here and pushed through if they want to focus on more than one lane at once. I think is the way to crack the Millennium defensive nut.
We did, however, see Rocket wanted to dive, but the stun from Curb stopped Aatrox just as he jumped up in the air. The ball hit him, stunned him, and he couldn't actually go for the dive. So at least Rocket, they knew, with 5 now, only 4 members from Millennium, we can dive this one, we can get the kills, we can take the inhibitor. However, Curb saved the day.
Curb saves the day. I think we need some ward-based stats for our statistician there as well. I think that's what everyone would enjoy. Actually, probably the most impressive statistics from this game as well. There's a lot of wards gone down.
I also like how Panky and Unsu, of course, the observers, just keep following people around, looking for these wards to go down every time. So we catch every single one.
Well, that's good. I mean, there's not much else going on to really miss the ward kill, so whatever. Either way, though, look at that top left-hand corner. Dragons coming up in 20 seconds. Roccat already getting in position. We've got Baron coming up in 2 minutes as well, so an action-packed 2 minutes definitely coming our way. 34.5 minutes into the game. Rockat's lead extending here. Why not? Some TSM chants in there as well, and there is the drag. It's a freebie this time around for Roccat.
Of course, I mean, they have control of the map after the Baron. They got some deep wards in to control the lanes, push it all the way down to the base. Picked up, of course, the late game Dragon, giving quite a lot of gold over to the side of Roccat, so extending the lead. I have a feeling they might just wait for the Baron, however, to actually spawn and maybe try and bait it out, or just take it straight up and try and do the same thing they did before with the last Baron buff.
Well, most definitely. The way, pensive way that Roccat have played this one so far, I don't see them pushing in, thinking about making a move without having that Baron buff in their favor. We see their Celiver a little scared to go down. They've lost a lot of control on the wards that they had on the bottom side of Millennium's jungle, so they certainly need to be a little wary with that one, especially since Baron timer is pretty much a death timer at this point. If you die at this stage, you're not going to come back up before that Baron actually comes in play.
Exactly, and that's why Millennium is playing it so safe. You also see all the pink wards for them, placed in their own jungle, because again, they just want to keep the vision, want to make sure Roccat isn't even there warding, and Vander, of course, setting up some wards around this Baron pit so they can now spot Millennium moving in if they want to try and stop them.
So, Zaza's pushing the bottom lane out. TP is up, as it is for Kevin as well, so Kevin's going to have to go down bottom possibly in a second to make sure that they don't lose out on that one. And of course, with the Baron up in 10 seconds, everyone getting in there. There's a scrying orb actually used.
A bit early.
Brereton.
Just looking to see if Roccat were waiting multiple members to try and kill them if they moved in here. Could have saved it if Roccat now starts the Baron straight up. They won't have it, of course, need to wait for the cooldown. still in a fine enough position. I actually see Jankos taking the blue buff, so he's behind Millennium at the moment.
Yeah, that could actually turn out to be pretty damn interesting. Got vision of them. Have they actually spotted Jankos? They've not spotted him. Here he comes. Wilkin come through. Have they got the damage here? No one really putting the pressure down. Wow. It's Creaton though that's focused. Jankos on the killing spree. Both Jerry and Kub having to back away. But look at Santos diving headfirst into the rest of them. Kevin here pops his Randuins, but Celeber is now unstoppable, and they're going to keep going through on this one. Kub got no mana to keep himself alive. That's a double kill for Celeber. Are they going to push for it? 50 seconds on Kub, 35 on Creaton. Are they going to finish the game? I don't think they are. They're going to go back to Baron.
Don't have any minions. If they had minions, they could actually push into the base of Millennium. However, now forced to go back towards the Baron. We'll pick it up unless we see Cotnex with a steal.
So, Baron starting. That's what you should really be cheering for. Either way, half HP done on that one, and look, we see that Overpower just keeping those two members of Millennium that were actually still on the map away from the Baron area, keeping them in that mid lane. We're going to see Rocket actually recalling here after picking up that Baron, all of them with over about 1500 gold, and there's Jankos from the back again.
Notice here, Jerry instantly as the fight starts, puts the Black Shield on Curb, so Creaton so far back from the rest of the team. He's just left alone. There's nothing he can do once Sassel actually comes in. Jankos joins, just kill him, and they can just clean up the fight now. I mean, look at Overpower and LeBlanc, look at Celebar. They're untouched. The carries from Rocket are untouched in these fights here because Millennium can never find an opening.
We saw that a lot of focus was put towards Zazas, but that's an Aatrox with the Guardian Angel.
I mean, he doesn't care.
There's not really a lot you can do against that Aatrox. We have now a Mexican wave going in the stadium. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
For Rocket, obviously, who are ahead in this game. Baron buff now on. 40 minutes into it as well. See a couple more items coming. Actually, the Banshee's Veil for Celeber, offering him a bit more protection.
Overall, Banshee for both sides work really well because of LeBlanc and because of Syndra, of course, to stop some of the bursts coming in there. Now Rocket, though, doing the same thing they did with the last Baron buff. Split up in multiple lanes, push all the lanes down, and then look for a kill. Or we can maybe see them go 5 together, and if they feel like they're strong enough, or they catch them out of position, they might just go for the dive.
Rander actually on the front. They've got Overpower pushing the top wave in, Celeber pushing that bottom lane out as well. Still needs to be careful though. I mean, if Kevin dives on him at this point, Randuins and that Trinity Force might be able to give him a good run for his money, although also have to say that Celeber is pretty fed at this point. 6-0-3. Might be a little bit too tough of a call for him to go in for.
We just need to see Rocket find this one kill to set everything open. Nothing happening so far. Millennium staying very safe in their own base. Don't even want to try and go for any fights, just trying to create a waves every single time. And definitely think Overpower could be the man to get the kill.
Well, you have to feel at 40 minutes in, one kill is pretty much enough to open up the floodgates to get that actually going, so that they can push with all 5 versus 4 on Millennium side. But where is that going to come from? We've got Zazas and Jankos pushing mid lane constantly. We've got Overpower constantly on top lane, Vander and Celeber both on the bottom side. Everyone wants to see wards.
Yeah.
It's hard to disagree.
Yeah, sadly, the further into the enemy base you get, the less wards. Oh, that might be the pick.
There it is. He's missed the combo though. The chain's not coming through. That could have been different using everything. And actually, they're going to push into this one. Turret is going to go down with Kurt having to go back here to heal. That offers Rocket their way in. Are they going to stick around? Actually, they're going to back straight away. Surely go to this middle lane or to the top, which both of them pass the halfway
point. Dragon is open, or Dragon is up here. Might just go straight for the Dragon. Actually, no, they're staying around here.
I think they're just going to wait until that DFG comes back off cooldown, and Overpower's going to be diving over the wall once again, seeing if he can have a go at anyone. Kind of easy to pop the Banshee's Veils when you've got a Corki in your team as well, who can just throw his ultimate in there and stop those Banshees from being so effective. There's a binding actually landing onto Jankos. There is all the damage thrown through, but not really denting Roccat all that much, and they just turn it back around. Gonna push back in, try and do some damage. Then overpower again onto J-Ree, but no full combo. He does have the DFG available now, though.
We actually see him every time he goes in. He is looking for one of the squishy targets, and J-Ree is very fast on his black shields. Getting some damage down the tower, just one hit, and once again overpower.
Oh, going on towards Kevin this time, who not sure it's the right target, but look at this. Zazus has gone in the back. They're going to go for Zazus. He's going to get blown up, but he's going to GA. He's got his passive as well. They're going to lock him up for a second time. Now you've got to kill him again. The overpower comes in. They kill Curve, almost getting away as well. 1 for 1, but Roccat have taken down the inhibitor. They're going to have the inhibitor as well. The Celeber going to dive in there. That might actually cost him here. They do get one more. Celeber, is he going to fall? Yes, he is. Finished off there by Creaton, but he will then be finished himself. Oh, will he? He's still somehow managed to hold on. He throws the Colin in a complete opposite direction, and they've repelled the Roccat attack.
Oh, almost there. Oh, jumps away.
Kevin's not done. Oh.
Into the range.
Nicely done. Nice little move there by Cornex. Meanwhile, look at Creaton. He's inside of the enemy. His own base. I'm getting a little bit too excited, I think, about this one, Deficio. Defending his own base, or not, because he loses that single Nexus turret. And Roccat, it might not be the flashy go in there, get the fight, win the game.
They get the tower.
Slowly but surely, though, they are going through. They've got one inhib down.
So Zazus simply said, as soon as OpenIQ went in, forced Kevin back. He was like, you know what, I'm just going to go for this one. Jumped in here. The rest of the team actually stayed back and just hit the tower, while Zazus with Guardian Angel, with his passive, was just buying time for him to take it down. So now open inhibitor in the mid lane. Of course, the bot lane should be respawning fairly soon as well. And of course, Baron coming up in about 1 minute.
Yeah. 1 minute, 10 seconds for the next Baron. A 14 or 15,000 gold lead as it really is for Roccat. A massive amount of gold. We've already seen, though, that Millennium's still capable of picking up a couple of kills here if they make mistakes about it. The Guardian Angel down for Zazus would be a slight problem for them. Obviously, his Bloodwell not going to be up just yet either, so if they can actually manage to finish him off, that could certainly be an interesting one.
If they can, yeah. I mean, he's still very, very tanky, so it's not an easy target to just take down, of course. Blue buff?
So apparently the crowd weren't chanting TSM.
Oh.
They were saying T is yum. That's what Quickshot's telling me. I'm probably just being trolled right now. I'm never quite sure, to be honest. We'll see. So 10 seconds till the next Baron. Kevin's still busy down on the bottom side of their own base, fending off these super minions.
Baron. Happy New Year.
Happy birthday, happy birthday for Baron. He's back up,
now you're dead. And
he's gonna die straight away after. Roccat will have this one. Millennium still fending off these super minions and trying to push out these waves as far as they possibly can before the next Roccat onslaught comes around. They may actually just be headed home first of all, though. There's 1,200 gold for Zazus, 1,000 gold for Vanda to spend.
Take your time, why not? This game is not going anywhere. However, Roccat now. Golden opportunity because 2 inhibitor towers are gone. So they can go straight in, take inhibitor, or force a fight. And then it's only going to be the Nexus towers, or then there's actually only one Nexus
There's only
tower,
one.
Or the top lane as the next target where they might be a little bit scared to go in. But still, keep in mind, with Morgana, with Elise, Millennium still has a chance. As long as they can break these Banshees first, of course, to maybe land a snare, and maybe go in and instantly kill someone and therefore win the fight.
Well, Dragon.
Notice I say maybe.
Maybe, who knows. They get another Dragon though. 3rd of 5 this game. Actually, they've got as many Barons as they've had Dragons, funnily enough. Now let's see, Roccat here, grouping up on the bottom lane. They've got Zazus pushing down the mid lane. His GA is going to be up soon, and his Bloodwell is now available. So he's got the survivability on that one. Also has his teleport available should that be called in, as Jankos going to get the binding on him, but that's not really something that they want to follow through on. Not really the right target. And watch overpower, because he's going to be the playmaker here. dive over the wall and start things off. They need Celeber to knock those Banshee's Veils out of things first, though, as the minions are now hitting away on towards that inhibitor in the middle lane. Yankos stepping forward. Kevin's Banshee's Veil somehow still alive. There's Overpower not going in.
Rocket is just waiting for Overpower to actually find a target, try and burst it down, and then try and go for the engage. Saso's passive is ready now, so you can go in, take the damage, come back to life, of course. Overpower now moving towards the mid lane, poking a little bit onto it.
And the poke actually causing them a few problems down bottom. Celeber going to set to the
nice
going for Jay Reed. He's going to drop down instantly. Kevin's right in the middle of him as well. Kicked around by Lee Sin, and that'll be a double for Celeber. 3 more left to take down. Cully comes out, but that's not really going to do much. Celeber, in fact, tanks it all up. Meanwhile, Kirk will be picked off by Overpower in the mid lane. He's now on a rampage, and Roccat, with 4 kills, only Creatine left to defend the base, are going to push through, finish off the turret, and finish off the game here after 47 minutes.
So Rocket simply in the end here were just looking for one chance to engage. They saw it, jumped onto Jerry, who had an hourglass, couldn't use it in time. He went down instantly, and Rocket were just so far ahead in items and gold in general. It was just a matter of time before they found the right team fight to actually win it.
22,000 gold was the lead for Roccat by the end of that one. To say they were ahead is somewhat of an understatement. Actually, Overpower, Zazas, and Celeber all round about 20,000 gold apiece, all on pretty much full item builds. Tripping up on stage, and not a problem. They won the game 18-5 in kills. It took them 47 minutes and about 47,000 wards, but they did manage to get through it.
Very slow and passive play from both teams.
So you don't get extra points if you do it with style.
True. You don't get extra points for killing millions of wards.
You don't get extra points really at all, and that's the thing for Roccat. We said last week was a forfeit win against the Wolves.
Yep.
Then they managed to take down the Super Hawk crew, but that's still not not results that we could really say, okay, Roccat is back, so to speak, to that form that we saw out of them in the spring split. This, however, does go a long way to kind of showing that, and also just to confirm the fact that we thought about Millennium is that they are super inconsistent.
They keep finding new picks, Millennium, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and it's just the same deal over and over for them. One thing we can say about Roccat, at least, from these 2 games we've seen now the last 2 weeks, is the playstyle is safe, very safe, a lot of focus on objectives, and looking for mistakes from the enemy team. Not exactly the team just going straight in and looking for fights.
Well, I think we've just seen almost 47 minutes of exactly that. So we're going to head over to the stage where Shox is ready to speak from Overpower from Roccat. So let's send it over there.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Overpower here. Congratulations on that victory for you and Roccat. You went for a LeBlanc, and up against the Syndra, some people say a very good Syndra can actually beat out the LeBlanc if it's played correctly. So what did you do to win that matchup?
Well, it's true. Like, I kind of lost some scrims as LeBlanc to Syndra, so I had to play passive, as the whole game was actually. So I would say it's 50-50 matchup, but I didn't want to risk. So yeah, I had to play passive because I kind of wanted to win, and we knew that we have the late game with LeBlanc and Atrox. So yeah, it was easy decision for me to play passive.
To say passive, no, the game wasn't passive at all. Just kidding. It did actually take a while to close it out for you guys. But tell me how you were able to build up the advantage in the mid game. What did you guys do right to get on top of them?
Well, I think that we got a pretty good advantage over the Drake fight, where we killed up 4 and got the Nashor, obviously. Yeah, from there, I think they were kind of scared to fight us, and we could have like initiated with my W and just use my full combo. Then someone was low, and we could have just taken the easy towers and inhibitors. So that was our plan, to just in the late game use my W, use my QQ, and someone was low, get the turrets, and win the game.
Well, finally, you guys are playing here, of course, on this great stage in the Wembley Arena. What has it been like to play here in front of this awesome crowd?
It's amazing crowd for me. It's the biggest crowd I've been playing for, and it's really loudly. And it's amazing. Like, you guys are really rocking this stage.
They absolutely are. And you guys as well just now. Victory coming in for Rocket. Congratulations, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, as for us, it's time to break down this game at the analyst desk with D-Man and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Sharks. So, we got to go through that game. First off, let's talk about the pick and bans that came out from that one. Millennium pretty much got their standard setup. They got the pick comp, they had the cocoon, they had the dart binding, but they also had Syndra.
Yeah, they did. Like the Syndra pick, it fits Curv's playstyle. High damage, single target, blow somebody out. The problem is, it was into LeBlanc. And this is something that we were talking about backstage. Pro players are like, yeah, Syndra into LeBlanc's fine, Syndra into LeBlanc's fine. We haven't seen it in the LCS.
So let's talk about the fight around the Dragon, because we had a replay for you guys. It was all about ward control, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, this crowd is definitely fun. Let's actually pull that replay up onto your screens, because I do feel that we need to emphasize and we need to highlight the key moments in this. So let's roll this clip out. And I think the audience is going to help me as we watch the game-changing moments unfold. So let's roll this clip out, guys, and we can just see how it plays out. Now pay very, very careful attention.
Here he goes.
Now, in all seriousness, after the ward fight, Rocket did gain control of the pit, and you will notice a fight will actually happen. It took a long time to build up. Rocket are going to get control of the pit, and the very important thing is that Millennium, they don't know how to handle Rocket. They don't know how to deal with the engage. And Rocket, they were ahead. It just took a very long time for them to actually make that lead count. We do have to give some props to Cottenex for coming back into the pit even after being booted over to the wall. A little bit of misplay from Rocket, and 3 for 0 at the end of it. Rocket come out ahead.
Yeah, and it was Selavar again, got a triple kill there, I believe he did. He got a couple of triple kills in this game, so if you've got him in your team, then actually I think most people have probably dropped him.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing that this replaying game highlights, both Millennium and Rocket really struggle with the strategic decision making. They really struggle to push advantages and get control of the game, and both of them need to go back to the drawing board and learn from this match.
Yeah, fantastic match, nevertheless, and we got a big one coming up. We're going to take a break, though, but we'll be right back with the last match of the day. Gambit will be facing off against Fnatic, so stay tuned.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play so good today. If you first pick me Lucian, it's an instant win.
There's the kick. His kick connects away. He's going to repel back in. Dragon goes over towards Millennium. No one really putting the pressure down. Wow. It's brilliant to know it's focused. Yakos on the killing spree. Both Jerry and Curve having to back away. But look, Casadas diving headfirst into the rest of them. Is Sullivan going to dive in there? That might actually cost him here. They do get one more. Sullivan, is he going to fall? Yes, he is. Problems down one, and Sullivan going to set to the side. Nice going for Jerry. He's going to drop down instantly. Kevin's right in the middle of him as well. Kicked around by Lee Sin, and that'll be a double for Sullivan.
off versus Gambit game. But first, I am joined by someone who you may know from the scene, of course, the ex-jungler for Millennium, but right now announced today, actually, as the official coach for Team Fnatic. Aranea, welcome. Talk us through... Still very popular, of course. Now, Aranea, coach, that can be very different things within a team, so tell me what it is specifically you do.
Well, right now, I'm acting more like an analyst than a coach, because I can live with them till July. In like middle of July, I will go to the gaming house and I will start like working full time for them. But right now I'm still on my exams, so I've been working from my home, like watching their scrim and telling them how they play and how they have to play better. So it's more like an analyst job than a coach job, but still like I'm trying to focus on that both sides.
All right, and how did this come about? Why did you choose them and the other way around? Why is this a good fit?
Well, I answered like a long time ago in an interview saying that when I left SK, the two teams I would like to join anytime was Alternate, because I have some friends there, or Fnatic, because I had also some friends here. They've been testing me for a couple of weeks, and it's been like many people is saying that I just joined Fnatic because we are just friends. But it's actually like I've been testing, like I passed a test with them for like some weeks already, and they thought I was doing a great job for them. And I was being really strict, and I was like really focusing on points, not even like over friendships and stuff.
All right, and then coming into this game versus Gambit, what have you seen the last couple of weeks from Fnatic that you think they really have to do in this game?
Well, when I joined them, they were doing like some kind of mistake, like obvious mistake that I was trying to point out, like trying to make them fix fast. And they were actually like answering really fast to all what I said. Like every time I wrote like a line, like you have to correct this or something, the next game they already like corrected. So it was like pretty fast evolution on the game. Last weeks, they've been playing better and better scrims. So I'm actually like really confident about their performance. But at the same time, since it's gonna be like my first game as coach, I'm actually a bit nervous, because if the game doesn't go that well, all the eyes is gonna be on me. So it's gonna be like a tough match for me as well.
Everyone's going to come for you if they don't do well. Well, thank you very much, Aranea. Very happy to have you back in the scene here working with Fnatic. And as for now, we're going to see how they're going to do in their match versus Gambit. So let's check in with Quickshot and D-Man.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back, everyone. Good to see Aranea back in the scene, I guess.
It is, and it's interesting to hear him say this is his first role as a public analyst, because he has been helping them out for a few weeks, like he said.
Well, let's see what difference he will make as we head into the last match of the day, which is, of course, Gambit facing off against Fnatic. Fnatic's opponents, Gambit, will have a challenging weekend since Nick will be the only starting member of the team on the roster, as 4 of the remaining positions have been filled with substitutes. The last time that Gambit used substitutes was during the spring split, and surprisingly, the team actually managed to secure an even 1-1 week. They're going to be hoping to replicate that here in London. Fury returns to Gambit as the AD carry after having played for them in the spring split, where he helped them take down the Super Hot crew and ended in a respectable 3-2-6, playing Caitlyn and Lucian.
Yeah, so the substitutes for Gambit do also include Cabochard in the top lane, who has actually competed in the Challenger Series. He hasn't necessarily had the strongest of showings. In the jungle, Lolex. He hasn't competed at this level before, but is a solo queue Challenger level jungler. He's got 289 league points. And finally, we need to introduce Hiva in the support role, who has also played alongside Cabochard earlier this year. Now, these players should, in theory, have very little pressure on their shoulders, as Fnatic are the favorites in this matchup. For me, though, if Gambit want to win, they have to surprise Fnatic during the laning phase, and they need to rely on the players with stage experience in Fury and Nick to deliver strong performances to help them get through this.
I know I'm in England when the crowd are chanting, "Who are you?" That's for sure. Last week, of course, you could be forgiven for thinking that Fnatic were back to winning ways. They played exceptionally well against SK Gaming, running a pick composition which they tried to repeat against Alliance. But, as you all saw, it didn't quite work out as planned.
No, it really didn't. Fnatic did look incredible against SK, then they actually had the same level of control against Alliance, but the problem was their heat-of-the-moment decision-making. Alliance put Fnatic into a do-or-die base race situation, and Fnatic simply made the wrong call. We actually do have a clip of that base race, but from Fnatic's point of view with their team comps.
I don't know if we can... No, they cannot do. They can't
maybe, no?
I'm coming from base.
Supposed to defend it?
I'm coming from base. I'm coming from base.
I could port.
You should
I have 10 for ulti. 10 for ulti.
You should port. Okay.
It's gonna be too late, no?
And I stay. I will walk from base.
Dead, man.
Should have stayed with me, maybe.
Should have just...
I come top, he's for top again, and we push it.
Oh my god, man.
Can he finish?
Yeah. If you don't...
They can finish, yeah, they can finish.
They're gonna finish.
I back already. I have to back, finish now?
Yeah.
I'm coming. Maybe we can defend it. You guys here?
Go,
chill.
So we heard from the players, and they were talking about how if Fnatic had executed their plan well, they would have traded inhib for inhib. But because Soaz and Yellowstar both got caught, you've seen them throwing their faces into their palms. They realized they had made errors and mistakes in that play. They can't afford to do the same. And against Gambit, they are the favorites. They've got far less hurdles to jump over than Gambit do. But on the same token, the unknown factor and the pressure to deliver a winning performance could backfire on Fnatic if they force into those heat-of-the-moment decision-making. So we'll see if RNA's guidance can help them and settle their nerves in front of this very loud crowd.
Very, very loud crowd. Let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it is Gambit. That means in the top lane, it is Cabochard. In the jungle is Lolex. Nick in the mid lane, Fury as the AD carry, and Hiva as support.
And on the red side, it is Fnatic with Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke playing the mid lane, Reckless on AD carry, and Yellowstar playing the support role.
So let's take a quick look at your votes over on lolesports.com. According to those numbers, well, no surprises. You've picked Fnatic to win here. 77%, quite respectable still.
Solid number. Of course, those votes have been up since before the substitutes were announced, which will affect this. And I think, you know, all things considered, they should theoretically have the advantage in most of the team-based decisions, rotation-based decisions. But we do know Fnatic to be a team that can go and tilt, that can be psychologically affected.
Well, just think of the pressure that's on them. RNA is now announced as the official coach. They're basically playing against a solo queue team. If they lose this, it is not going to look good for either of those, that's for sure. Gambit literally have nothing to lose going into this game.
Yeah, completely agree with you. They've got everything to win and everything to surprise. And the question is, how do Fnatic handle it? Truthfully, though, there are very few teams in the world that have this level of stage experience. Talking about Fnatic in particular, with the exception of Reckless, who he himself has even competed with the best in the world at IPL 5. He's played alongside. He was at Worlds, even though he wasn't playing. He was there. He's attended. He's seen the vibe and the scene and the energy. So I'm sure they have it in them to control their nerves.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the teams to get themselves in. Fnatic are the team we are waiting for actually to join the lobby. Gambit are all set and ready to go. So what are we expecting? Pick and bans are going to be getting underway in a few short moments. Once they deal with the issue, you can see the admins are just at the back there sorting them out. What do we think with the pick and bans for this one? I'm
really interested to see how the jungle matchup plays out. Lolex for Gambit is a solo queue Lee Sin god. He's got several hundred games played. He's up 300 points in Challenger. I am expecting it to get banned, especially considering that they are on blue side. If you remove Lee from the pool and knowing that a player like Cyanide can play junglers like Jarvan, it is something he's played in the past, Vi, etc. We may even see Gambit maybe prioritizing other bans because you know that Cyanide can pull those other champions out. So for me, it's most likely going to be maybe jungle or mid lane, but we'll have to see what these guys agree because we don't know what to expect from Gambit.
I know often we get asked to show the chat between these teams, especially the lobby chat, and it's sometimes colorful, let's put it that way. Right now they're trading room numbers though, so I'm kind of glad we're not showing this.
Yeah, it's lucky. I'm sure Pekka doesn't need the room number to find his way into the hotel, but we need to see how he delivers. It's going to be up against Nick. Nick, of course, has played LCS, has got a multitude of champions to draw from. I'm looking at him to help Gambit get ahead in this match.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of the day. Fnatic up against Gambit. Gambit, as the blue team, will have first pick and ban, and will ban away Twitch straight away from Reckless, who had those crazy stats on him last week.
Yeah, very, very scary game. Even in games where he struggles to get going or started, he still makes very strong plays. There's the Lee Sin ban that we did talk about. It is Lolex's most played champion and his strongest champion by a very large margin.
Well, Lee Sin going down, as you mentioned, Lulex. LeBlanc, we've seen him performing very well. Overpower played him. Of course, we also saw the match before that one. Twisted Fate also taken away, so actually focusing quite heavily on Fnatic's pick comps that they've been running lately. Jax and the surprise Kassadin has gone out. That does mean that
Elise, Evelyn.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the junglers they may first pick here.
Nidalee is still up. I do think those are some of the considerations. Braum as a champion as well is something that could be considered. The thing is, whatever gets locked in by blue team means 2 other champions go over to the side of Fnatic. So they could get the likes of Thresh, they could get the likes of Nidalee if they wanted to. But we do know that Yasuo is up as well. It is a counter to Nidalee. So a lot of mind games going on, and Gambit with a very safe first pick.
Yeah, Cabo Shard locking in that Lucian for Fury. Fury, of course, has played with Gambit before as well. So we've seen him on this stage before. Moment Fnatic. So 2 choices. Will they go for the support? Thresh, of course, is available. Morgana's available. Which one will Yellow Star favor? Often, it has been Morgana.
It is such a difficult pick and ban phase for
Braum
Fnatic.
available as well, don't forget.
Yeah, but because they don't really know what to expect from the rest of Gambit's composition, a safe pick like Elise is probably smart. If you want to go for a support, you know, take the Thresh away to prevent that Lucian Thresh lane. That might also be an option, but then you do give up Braum. Lucian Braum is terrifying. They synergize so incredibly well. And you see Fnatic, they're running the clock down because they don't know what to pick that is like the safe, smart pick, so to speak. And yeah, even last second, swapping it out. So Morgana is the support. Yellow Star's one of his most preferred. He has played a lot of Morgana games, and in the weeks 1 through 3, he was preferring Morgana over every other champion, as he's done again, with Thresh, with Braum both being up.
So let's see how this one is countered. I wonder whether Gambit, whether they're going to go for a solid team comp. They decided on it. We talked about Nidalee, of course, earlier on, maybe for Nick. It's a champion he's played alongside full roster of Gambit, so possibility for him. Aurelia in that top lane, Cabo Shard, well, Soaz knows all about that one. Shyvana is available for Soaz. It's a champion he's worked very well on in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and it's something that would synergize well with a lot of compositions. The Morgana pick is reactive, and it also allows you to set up picks because of the power of that Dark Binding route, which is up to 3 seconds at max range.
I mean, it's the double pick we just talked about that obviously Millennium aim at, and Fnatic do often go similar champions.
They do run very similar style, but what I like about the picks is you can mold them into anything else. You can work those champions into a multitude of compositions, and Morgana's always going to provide peel and protection for your AD carry.
Wow.
So, quite smart. That is a very, very fast lock-in. Fnatic now deciding they've got aggression for Corki, they've got an AD top laner, aggression in Aatrox, and when you combine Aatrox and Elise in terms of going forward, you've got a lot of damage already from Fnatic.
Yeah, well, Nidalee was locked in by Nick, no surprises. It is one of his most popular champions. Fury not really going to be picking out that going back or Teemo. But Aatrox, interesting one for Soaz in that top lane. I don't recall seeing him on it before. I'm sure he probably has, but not for a while.
No, not in recent times. Aatrox was used very effectively in the previous game. But the thing for me is, this composition from Fnatic has already got a fairly well-rounded group of both engage and disengage. You've got long-range CC. You've got a lot of poke. Aatrox, Morgana, and Corki can put a lot of poke and pressure down. Also, Reckless may be looking to go for a toe-to-toe 2v2 lane because Corki can do very well, can trade evenly with the likes of Lucian.
So, Zyra getting locked in as the support. We haven't seen that one for a while, that's for sure. Used to be, of course, the big flavor during the Season 3 World Championships. Evelyn, of course, he was the obvious jungler to go alongside him. We have seen Jarvan a few times today, but not this time around. Evelyn will be selected for Lelex.
So there's a handful of engaged champions with that Elise, Morgana, with Aatrox jumping in, and Zyra's going to offer the disengage, but the one thing that I don't really see working is this Nidalee pick, because Evelyn wants to flank, go in from the sidelines. Aurelia wants to dive into the middle of the team, and there's no peel or protection outside of one Grasping Roots and one Stranglethorn. So if Hiva is not spot on with his ultimates and with his positioning, there's not a lot of protection between Fnatic's team that can run at Gambit and the Nidalee who wants to throw spears or Lucian from the back line. Combine that with the fact that now Ziggs is locked in for Peke, and he can throw bouncing bombs through, the members of Gambit. I think Gambit have to get ahead in the laning phase because I feel like there's more innate synergy in Fnatic's team composition once they start grouping up, once they start working together.
Not exactly the pick comp we normally expect to see. The double assassinations, obviously, with the Peke going on towards Ziggs. It does, of course, mean that Gambit are going to have a hell of a hard time sieging down a turret if they get that advantage. Of course, they have got the advantage of Nidalee's spears, which we've seen many times working well.
Yeah, on the same token, in order for Fnatic to siege themselves while they have great poke, Corki's an incredibly short-range AD carry, so it's very risky to go under a tower under those Zyra Stranglethorns.
Well, with these particular champions, who do you think has the stronger comp of the two? And who will win this match? Send your tweets to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag GAMBWin and hashtag FNCWin, and we'll check out those results shortly. These teams are both ready to go as the match loads up. Well, who do you think comes out best in those pick and ban phase?
I think the laning phase can go well for Gambit if Lolex has some effective ganks on this Evelynn. The question is, do Fnatic want to initiate a lane swap to try to coordinate or control his movements?
Let's realistically look at these two teams. Gambit have to win the lane phase.
Yes,
I mean,
completely agree.
The team composition they've picked and the fact that they are basically solo queue team at the moment, they all have a lot of experience in that, so they will all be very good in that solo lane.
Yes, I completely agree. And they will most likely have actually come up against Fnatic's members in solo queue. A lot of these guys are up in challenge.
I managed to speak to Peke and Cyanide earlier, and they said, yeah, we actually know all of these members. We have come up against them, so we're pretty sure what we're going to get.
Well, we'll have to see if they can anticipate and pick up the win in game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game of the day here in Wembley. Of course, we have another bunch of games for you tomorrow, but right now it is Gambit as the blue team up against Fnatic as the red team. We're going to see how this one works out between them.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, and you can immediately see Soaz has started himself off with a Scrying Orb. So because he's gone for the blue trinket, you can anticipate a Fnatic invade, and then most likely seeing Soaz backing and selling that for a different ward trinket later on. May also be taking a page out of Trashy's book, who did that invade with Java in the 4th earlier today. So may end up being a red buff trade, as Gambit has also gone for the 5-man invade. They're looking to get deep wards to anticipate or predict a possible lane swap.
Yeah, identical play from both these two teams. Reverse side, Heaver putting the wards down the side. The crowd chanting that they want wards, and they're going to get wards is exactly what will happen for them. And deep wards, as you mentioned, for both these teams over and around both red buffs. Ooh, this is dangerous territory though. Yellow Star and Reckless, and Peke, sorry.
They've got vision of them.
Yeah, they're going to see them. They've got vision of them all passing by. The rest of Fnatic group around there. Are they going to go for it?
If Fnatic do go for a Dark Binding or a Cocoon, Fnatic are going to be aware of this. This is going to be so scary, and I don't know if either team are going to commit. Grasping Roots is more powerful in this situation because Gambit can lock up multiple members of Fnatic, and I think the wise move is to back away. Fnatic don't have vision. The Scrying Orb is available, so if Soaz wants to get vision, he can use it, and we'll see if it plays out. They're going to catch him!
They're going north, they're calling on to Nick, they're going to pile on towards him, he's in trouble! Is he going to be able to get away? Flash is there! They could have gone the other way. Nick is safe, and that was only one flash used though.
That is incredible play. Flash and Summoner Heal blown from Nick, and Soaz skilled his Dark Flight, so he bounced over the wall to get the knockup. The thing is, Cyanide needs to punish this. There's a window of opportunity. Nick is already going to be weak in lane to Ziggs, thanks to the matchup as in Italy. And if Cyanide can come around and get a good repel gank going, that could be a very strong opening for First Blood for Fnatic.
So, everybody sets themselves up in lanes, and it will be 2v1s, it seems, or will it be? Let's see whether the buddy system, which is working out right now, Soaz and Cyanide in the jungle of Gambit. Gambit, of course, have done the exact same up in the top half of the jungle, but they are now separating. So, 2 AD carries, separate lanes, Reckless and Yellow Star down that bottom lane, and meanwhile, Fury and Heaver up in that top lane. So, impressive, the fact that they are, of course, a solo queue team, effectively. They are doing identical tactics to the team that is probably the most experienced in Europe right now.
Yeah, it is something that when you're at this level of play, you can watch and you can understand, and you can talk about the mechanics of how you're going to open, work those first few minutes. Other than the fact Nick had been jumped on, there's no other pressure from Fnatic on Gambit. So, no strategic decision-making yet between the teams. And I really want to see how Lolex is going to impact these lanes, considering Fnatic have gone for standard, and it's Gambit that have opted for the lane swap, meaning they may have telegraphed potential dives. It does look like there's pressure in mid onto Peke, and he has some support.
3.5-minute Dragon coming up. It looks like you can see Fnatic all moving for it. Peke should be able to hold out this wave in this mid lane. There's going to be 4 members of Gambit in that mid lane area right now. But as you can see, the Dragon is going down slowly but surely to Fnatic. Taking a little bit, they're kind of kiting this one badly at the moment.
Yeah, that's a level 2 Dragon. They're trying to juggle the aggro, doing a decent job there actually. The last few auto attacks have been mostly dealt with. It does look like it's going to get secured.
That was a little anticlimactic, that one, that's for sure.
Took a little longer than Fnatic were hoping for, but when you consider that Soe still has the same amount of CS as Cabochard, he's the same level, and the global gold is going to be spread across the rest of his team, that is quite a smart move. It also allows Fnatic control of the pit when it does respawn, so they can position correctly and they can pull the resources they want. We've gone back to 4v0. Neither team is looking to defend their external turrets.
Well, Yellowstar and Reckless are putting damage down on this bottom area. It is pretty even between the two AD carries when we finally see them meet up. Really, the mid lane is the one we want to focus on, though. We can see actually the jungle pairing, Cyanide and Soaz, close by. Remember, Alliance, of course, did this against Jesus. They managed to catch him out. Nick did burn that flash early on, so he hasn't got it available to try and get out of this one. We'll see. That minion wave will delay this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely will. Yellowstar's going to join that. I mean, this is going to be a 4v1 in the mid lane.
They could flash Dark Bind him, flash Cocoon, anything they want on him right now. He's got no escape on this one. He's just going to have to run north. Cocoon does land. He gets bounced in the air. He's in all sorts of trouble. It's a simple first blood for Fnatic.
That is a very, very strong play. Flash Cocoon from Cyanide at near max rank manages to connect. Fnatic are doing something quite unusual for them as a team. We don't see them roaming around as 4 members at the 5-minute mark. So very intelligent play. They're probably getting underneath Gambit's skin, and very importantly, they're accelerating the rate of the laning phase. By Fnatic forcing Gambit's hand, they are ensuring that the team-based decision-making of their team is one step ahead of Gambit's potential team play, because of course they are a group of mixed players coming together for this weekend.
So some solo damage in that top lane. Fury has managed to put himself up there, but Soaz teleports quickly up there and defends it off. We are still seeing the top laners going against the AD carries at the moment. Yellowstar very deep on his own there, but he had the confidence because they had the vision to be safe around that area. Cabochard in this bottom lane is about to get the help of Fury and Hiva. Is he going to back off, or are they going to try and make a play before he goes?
Yeah, I'm not sure. With the Black Shield and the fact that Corki should have Valkyrie, it should be safe for them to get away. The one thing I do want to highlight, though, is with First Blood and Soaz, the Dragon Gold as well, he's gone back to lane at 5.5, 6 minutes with the Giant's Belt. This puts Cabochard in such a difficult situation if or when he eventually goes for the 1v1. But for the time being, it's Fury that's left up there to farm against Soaz. And I think the Giant's Belt will definitely allow him to remain in lane and be more relevant. You can see by having twice the amount of CS already.
So the mid lane is really the big difference between the two. Peke, 20 CS advantage over Nick. That's a problem. Nick, of course, the only standing member of Gambit's official lineup, and there's a lot of pressure on him, I feel, to perform in this one. Of course, against Peke, and a champion that he knows very, very well in the form of Ziggs. No surprises, honestly. You know, Nidalee going to take a little while to get farm going this early on.
Yeah, Nidalee is a champion with a mid-game power spike. So your laning phase is not necessarily the greatest, but once you get a few items, you can land some very, very strong javelin tosses. The problem is, Gambit are already 2,000 gold down at 7 minutes. And Fnatic are ahead in top lane CS, ahead in every lane CS barring jungle.
It's all right, guys. You can blame Unso, the cameraman, for not showing that last war going down there. Red buff will go across to Lolex, and at the moment, Gambit are keeping up just around about. Fnatic are, of course, in the lead in gold. Lolex going to try and sneak around. He's on towards Peke. Can he get in there? Satchel charge instantly down, and he's free.
There's no CC there, so even if Lolex had wanted to make something happen, Peke still had flash. You've seen him use the satchel charge. That was always an optimistic gank, but it could more likely be putting pressure on Peke to allow a safe blue buff, and also just to back up Nick. Nick has been playing catch-up since he got jumped on at level 1, and is struggling, so that power spike of Nidalee is going to be delayed.
Reckless is going to return this time to the bottom lane again. Ooh. There is a strong position. Blue buff miscalculated there. I think the poison tick must have done it. The cyanide there. I don't think it was a basic attack, but
small misplay. Considering Peke's already got a fairly sizable lead, that's not the end of the world, but what it does mean is it's going to be a little more difficult for Peke to accelerate this lead. He can't punish Nick quite as hard as having that blue buff available. And Yellowstar and Reckless doing a good job of shoving that bottom wave down. That tower's very low HP, but don't forget that Soaz in the top lane is also defending Fnatic's tower, which is also at low HP.
Well, Peke uses the Mega Inferno Arm clears the wave, goes back to buy. That could be the Athene's Holy Grail. I'm not sure if he's got quite enough gold to complete that one. I don't believe so. No, he's going to go Sorcerer's Boots instead. Reckless and Yellow Star down this bottom lane. Reckless squeaking out a lead. Cyanide sneaking in towards the bushes. We'll see if he goes for a gank.
Because Dragon's up in 45,
yeah.
Cyanide's looking for a gank on the bottom lane, get a kill, get pressure, or get the tower. And as soon as Gambit on the retreat, it's going to open the objective. Lolex, I think, has read the situation well. He's going to be in place to counter gank, and he does have Agony's Embrace available. Oh, Yellow Star.
Yeah,
very early Black Shield. There's a window. If Gambit wants to go in, they could.
Hiva spotted it, put the seed straight down on top of the two of them, pinged it instantly out there. Just why Black Shield expected that grasping roots to land towards him. Didn't go for it, and instead they back away. Lolex also cancelling, you can see, not spotted out by the ward. Not sure why.
Just not enough range on that one, I believe. So, numbers advantage to Fnatic. They're going to be moving to the Dragon Pit.
Wombo combo.
Indeed, Dragon's up. They knew Lolex recalled, moved in through the lane, didn't make anything happen, and Fnatic...
Oh, the Cullet's not quite there, though. That's actually Peke that secured it. The smite wasn't used by Cyanide on that Dragon.
Yeah, panicked a little bit, maybe. But Soaz made it down, walked all the way from the top lane, burned his teleport to hold off the tower, and Fnatic just growing the lead. Very focused play, concerted effort from Fnatic. Yeah, to shut Gambit down, to force Gambit's hand in this laning phase. And I think it's very smart to ruffle Gambit's feathers and make life a bit more difficult for them this early.
Yeah, there's a gap opening up between the two top laners, despite the fact they've not faced each other yet. They are about to in the river, actually. Cabochard and Soaz just crossing their paths, and Soaz is actually heading south.
There's a 2-level difference between Cabochard and Soaz, because Cabochard has been sharing experience with Hiva. Now, he did just hit level 7, so Soaz will have a minor advantage for this next point or two, but 20 CS difference. He's still got that Scrying Orb. You could argue the effectiveness of it, but he hasn't been under pressure either. There's been no gank attempts in the top lane, so he hasn't needed a yellow or a red trinket. And Fnatic are just doing very well. They've thought out this early game, and they put Gambit on the back foot.
The ward just timed out in that bush there, but although they're instantly pinging it, saying probably someone... Oh, there we go, just past the ward in the red area, so spotted him out. So they are aware of Cyanide's position, and that means, of course, it frees up either the bottom to try and make a play between themselves. Both on identical builds, actually. The AD carries down that bottom lane. 117 CS Reckless with that lead still. They are finally facing off against each other. Dark Binding lands. It goes on to Hiva. And we are going to see Reckless going back. Soaz going aggressive on Cabochard. Can dive. He has got that Bloodwell available.
Actually, that's interesting. Both of these top laners use their ultimates. And I would dare say Cabochard comes out a little further ahead. Lolex has got Agony's Embrace. Does have Flash. They're going in.
Oh, we're going to see Lolex come around. Doesn't fully commit. Lolex has not been seen yet, so he's actually trying to bait Soaz here. See if he can draw him closer. Lolex, for some reason, does not want to go for this one.
So it is difficult to lock down that Aatrox with Darkbite and with Flash. Even if Lolex had jumped in there with that Agony's Embrace, those are two abilities that are not affected by the movement speed slow. He can still clear the distance. So I think Lolex probably evaluating the likelihood of finding the kill is low and decides not to commit to it. But I mean, just look at the item advantages. So as with the Giants belt, Reckless has got himself a Bloodthirster already at 12 minutes thanks to solid CSing and 2 Dragons under his belt. Dragons, of course, worth less at a lower level, but when you got 2 of them, it helps you get that item breakpoint significantly earlier.
Yeah, Cabochard, on the other hand, couldn't afford the Phage when he went back there. Meanwhile, so as you can see, got himself a Bilgewater Cutlass, so he is going to be much stronger, I believe, when they face each other a second time in just a moment. Yellow Star Reckless down this bottom lane, up against Fury again, trying to land those Dark Bindings, hasn't really been too successful, but if they do land, you feel free that they will pile in towards it. Lolex just off the side there, and looks like Picky is going to go for round 2 on the blue buff.
Yeah, so Lolex is doing a decent job at farming the jungle. He's got a healthy... There we go, gets it this time. Healthy advantage over Cyanide, but you can definitely say that his gank attempts have not been anywhere near successful. Evelynn as a jungler definitely needs a few items before she hits a real power spike. And considering how important Evelynn will be in terms of these flank maneuvers and needing to pull threat away from Nick and from Fury, I think there's a lot of pressure on Lolex this game, because if he is not as scary, Evelyn, then Fnatic are just going to ignore him and run straight to the squishy carries of Gambit.
Well, I guess you get the leader of the Avengers if you combine the two.
We'll have to see if he can do that. For the time being, Fury's got back to lane. He's got his Bloodthirster picked up as well. So, about to lose the first tower of the game. Smart play from Fnatic.
Yep, slow, steady, grinding out this victory at the moment. 4,000 gold already built up in 15 minutes. Not a bad lead for Fnatic here, and they may actually try and contest on this. Oh, Fury caught completely out. What was he doing face checking that? No clue whatsoever what he was doing there.
Yeah, that one really, really hurt. Just all too simple. And Becca's also going to look to get some damage. Look at that. Mega Inferno Bomb was still available, so if Nick had not healed himself, Pekka may have gone all in. But remember, Dragon up in a minute and a half. Look at the incredible vision control from Fnatic in the red buff jungle of Gambit. They're going to set themselves up to not only steal away buffs, but also ensure they've got all of the information to work with when they go for the next Dragon.
Well, that's going to be the second tower of the game going down. Fnatic on this one again. Kabashard getting focused on. Lolex is just waiting off the side though. Soaz has got his blood well available. Should be able to pounce away from this one. There he gets caught out. Gets the pounce down. He's going to get close enough to his tower. He will get the blood well. Can he get away from this one? His tower is very low as well. Soaz is going to get taken down. And Lolex gets a revenge kill.
So patient play from Lolex. He was waiting for the correct time to jump in. First kill on the board for Gambit. It will also ensure a tower. So, good turnaround. First successful gank we've seen from Lolex, but it does also mean he's on the top half of the map, and if he doesn't rush very quickly towards Dragon, Fnatic do have the opportunity to rush it down once again.
I feel it's been a long day when this happens.
I concur. I do indeed concur. So Dragon up 15 seconds, and look at Fnatic. Teleport's available for Soaz. He's going to shove out that top lane, but it's very, very clear Fnatic want each and every Dragon that spawns. They've made such a good effort at controlling this area of the map, and the poke that Ziggs offers in conjunction with the range of the Dark Binding makes it very difficult for Gambit to engage this.
After hit point shredded off Eva, Lolex looking to try and get close to this one, but the Dragon, I feel, will get secured. It's Cyanide's taking a big bit of damage on the back there. That's going to be Eva caught out. Oh, the rocket, not quite enough. Comboed with the Mega Inferno Bomb. He does manage to escape this one. Can they turn it around? Yellowstar blocks out that spear very nicely. Now Peke is going to get caught out. Lolex pushing on towards him. He hasn't got the damage though. And again, no CC for Gambit. The only CC there is the grasping roots from Eva, and he was already taken out.
16 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic have secured 3 Dragons. And that is just such focused effort. They really, they weren't afraid of any steal potential. And thanks to all of the presence and the pressure they've applied, Soaz is most likely going to get this top lane tower and get out cleanly as well. So Fnatic extend their gold.
Oh, Peke gets away with next to no health, but blocked out by Yellowstar. I think that final spear came through on towards him. Reckless is actually sneaking around the side. Going to find himself another pink ward. This is a pretty common position for that pink ward.
It does look to be one. Reckless manages to obviously fire up the crowd once more. I think for Fnatic, the fact that they've got such a strong lead is going to open them up to sieges. Even though Corki's got very short range, the moment they move themselves into an inner turret, if Gambit commit to a fight, Black Shield, the target that's been jumped on, allow Aatrox and Elise to try and lock them up, with a cocoon or a knockup. And if those miss, just Soul Shackles with Morgana. It takes so much for Gambit to dive past and through Fnatic. They're going to need a perfect engage, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it at this stage.
Well, see Fnatic going to try and start sieging this one down. They're doing good zone control with those mines off the side. It stops Lolex from coming around. He's going to try and flank in towards them, on towards that tower, but again, not able to get close enough. The minute they wind off, that's the second set of mines thrown straight in. While this is all happening, Soaz and Kabashard are continuing their single duel, their single player game in this top lane.
And it's Soaz that's coming out ahead. Sunfire Cape completed. Got the makings of that Blade of the Rune King. He's got a very big CS lead. I mean, Trinity Force hasn't even been completed yet by Kabashard, so he's gone for a damage build. And if Kabashard tries to commit to a team fight, he will get just shredded down super quickly because of the damage sources from Fnatic.
Well, full invade now on from Fnatic. Blue buff's going to get taken away. Peke will have that one happily. Reckless took down half the hit points almost off that inner turret as well, while Gambit were haplessly defending in the mid lane. Big advantage in gold, starting to stack out now in favor of Fnatic, as you kind of expect in this game.
I think so too. You know, Fnatic, of course, been playing together for so long, and I dare say their decisiveness in this early game is the most impressive I've seen of them arguably all year long. Because even when they were winning in the beginning of the spring split, it was thanks to outplaying their opponents in laning phase, not by forcing objectives and forcing movements from their opponents. And this time around, Fnatic have just guided Gambit around the map, saying, we want to kill you here, we want to take this objective, and they haven't given Gambit a chance to react or create their own opportunities.
So as returning back to the top there, Trinity Force completed by Kabashar, so see how he can compete with Soaz, who is a level ahead, got that Blood Well back available, and again, Lolex trying to make his way up here, but he's going to pass a pink ward, he's going to get spotted out, and Soaz may actually turn aggression towards him, quickly dashes away, will get slowed down, Soaz in trouble, it's just going to teleport away, they've got no CC, Bloodwell managing to get the damage down, he's in trouble, he's going down from this.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. What can Fnatic do elsewhere on the map? They're pressuring middle, they look to be moving bottom lane as well, Reckless may come up, so a little bit of damage in mid turret, and a good gank by Lolex onto Soaz.
Nick doing enough work to keep Peke and Yellowstar away from that middle turret. Reckless rotating around alongside Cyanide. Cocoon lands onto Hiva. They don't follow through with the damage. One singular rocket from Reckless doing so much damage, shredding down that health. There is a big problem for Gambit right now.
Not just Fnatic's trinkets. There's 2 Scrying Orbs and 3 red trinkets. So they definitely want vision control by denying Gambit. And the way Fnatic have continually grouped up and moved through Gambit's jungle, those Scrying Orbs is going to ensure when they go for those 3, 4, 5-man invades, it is a safer move. It is a safer play. And it is something that they have done very effectively all game long.
Yeah, wards continue to fall.
Dragon respawns in a minute, so hopefully we can see Gambit attempt to steal another dragon. This time there's more ability power in Nick. So at the very least, the steal potential continues to grow as Gambit get more damage.
So Blue Wolf goes back across towards Peke. Yellowstar, ooh, nearly catching Nick with the Dark Binding. No, you know the ward falls. I tell you, one of these days we're going to get a little counter in the corner to see how many of these do drop back and forward. It's something I request every time they ask me.
Well, we'll see. Oh, there's so many wards and shots. Yellowstar's in trouble.
Oh, that's a good culling from Fury. He could have followed through.
He defended the ward. That was the most effective culling. See, defended the ward. Well played. Strategic move. Unfortunately, for Gambit, it means the culling's not going to be available for the dragon attempt in a moment or two. I think our spectators are actually trolling the audience at this point in time. And it's just complete control from Fnatic. I mean, at any point, Fnatic decide... At any point, Fnatic decide to go for objectives. They've got such a strong lead and they've got such strong tools. It really is their prerogative as to how and when they begin pushing.
Well, Fnatic almost certainly in the stronger of the 2 positions here, pushing their way through. It is a 6,000 gold lead. Kabashar pushing hard and fast in that top lane. He wants to get some damage down on towards that top turret. I wonder whether Peke is going to maybe throw that Mega Inferno bomb up there to clear out the wave. He's kind of half-heartedly between the 2 at the moment. It looks like he's going to go for an engage in this mid lane. And again, Yellowstar taking a bunch of damage. Has to back off. That top turret's going down.
Yeah, the javelin tosses have been very good from Nick. They've really delayed Fnatic. He's decided not to back away. Look at the HP bar. Gambit want this fight.
Teleport coming in. Kabashar's going to join this one. Dragon goes across towards Fnatic, but can they pull the damage down? There's going to be a Stranglethorn bouncing Soaz up. No Bloodwell available. He goes down. Peke is going to surely be the next focus target. Lolas gets himself the double. And Gambit actually trying to back away from this one. They could turn and fight. What are they doing? It's a 5v3.
Now the damage from Fnatic is still up because Peke and Reckless were relatively untouched during the course of the fight. If they had stuck around, it could have been a difficult situation. There's no tanky stats on Kabashar. So a couple of auto attacks and a bomb, that could have cost him his life. When we talked about the PL power that Zyra operates, yes, it was great in the pit. It gave Gambit the opportunity to get 2 kills, but it was not enough to continue the fight. Had there been flays or death sentences that could have backed that play up, maybe Gambit would have been willing to re-engage or recommit. And as it stands, Reckless, he's looking for Hiva.
Oh, could have Valkyried after that one, but no, really got the vision around there, so plays it safe. Will get spotted out. Let's check this fight again.
So yeah, the main thing that I just want to highlight is the decision-making of having Evelyn a flank jungler in conjunction with Zyra, which is a very disengaged style champion. the Strangleforce was great. It really prevented the rest of Fnatic getting in and dealing damage to Gambit's members. But because there's nothing else to prevent the damage, I mean, Fury has to back away. Cabochard's thinking about going in, and you can see the miscommunication and the undecided nature of Gambit members. They were in, out, and eventually got away. They got 2 kills, which is good at this stage. They need to claw back as much gold as they can.
You're going to have to do that for a lot longer, that's for sure. Fnatic regrouping, getting themselves back into this matchup. Another ward goes down.
Remember that Nick's spears are always going to scale. I mean, we've seen Nidalee's turn games around. Think back to last week where it was Cloud9 versus CLG. High hit spear after spear after spear, and it was late game 2 or 3 spears that just won them the game. I mean, CLG had some great dramatic moves, but it really was all about their Nidalee.
Yeah, they keep going down, don't they? Those wards. Well, Fnatic making their way. They've got a big minion wave. Nobody had noticed that either, I don't think. They are going to make themselves in towards its inner turret. Gambit way too slow to react to this one.
Yeah, nowhere near. Going to be an easily secure turret. Fnatic, the vision that they had afforded themselves allowed them to make the play. And this is what we talked about. Because of the lead that Fnatic has, it really is just a matter of time before Fnatic pick a lane and try to focus it down. With the very strong front line of Aatrox in the East, and then the protection that Morgana will offer Ziggs and Corki with her Soul Shackles, I think Fnatic have enough time with those abilities. Oh, they're going to try and look for someone on Gambit. Look at Cyanide.
Cyanide caught out briefly there, but look at that. Fury now caught out. Dark Binding Shackles does get away with the flash there. Reckless not quite putting the damage down on the right-hand side. Fnatic still getting taken low from this.
Yeah, very, very smart play from Reckless not to Valkyrie into the whole Gambit team. Had he done that, a Stranglethorns most certainly would have been thrown down. So Fnatic, somewhat split. They were playing the bait game with Cyanide, while Yellowstar managed to land a pick on Fury. So not exactly in the right area at the right time. And I think a little unlucky by Fnatic to not secure themselves that kill.
Well, that's a clear ward going down again for Gambit. That is literally where they're getting their gold right now.
Well, why not? I mean, there's enough wards being thrown around the map. You got to highlight Cabochard's build. He is working towards himself, that Zephyr. And Gambit have actually mirrored the trinkets that Fnatic are running. And which you wouldn't know because there's still so many wards going down.
We should point out that Cabochard actually dueled Darien for this position.
That's right. Yes, Gambit did explain the sourcing process of the substitutes. And it does seem to be working out. 0-0-4. Cabochard's doing well, but he's going for that split push build. He's going for the dueling 1v1 build. And he's got no tanky stats still. So I do feel that if Gambit pick fights, like bigger groups, 4v4s, 5v5s, Cabochard may just get instantly bursted out.
Moment, Fnatic again trying to create a position, but they definitely seem to have hit a brick wall here. They've not made really any plays in towards Gambit's territory for a very long time. They're not able to keep the top or the bottom wave cleared because every time that top's pushed in, Cabochard clears it back out. Fury keeps going back down that bottom. Fnatic just trying to force themselves, trying to get a kill in there. Nick's got to be careful, but they're going to focus on towards Peke. They're diving in towards him. Peke quickly satchel charges away. The rest of Fnatic are in the river just below.
Very effective.
Good job, but Gambit didn't follow there.
Very effective rubber ducking from Peke, gets him out safely. But this is actually something we see a lot from LCS teams in Europe, is the inner line of turrets is the most difficult to break through because we don't necessarily, as a region, have the strongest division control. So good binding, but again, the rest of Fnatic are a little bit split up. They're trying to push middle, they're trying to push bottom. So in order for Fnatic to actually siege, they need to ensure they don't get hit by Nidalee spears, and they need to ensure that they don't get caught up by Stranglethorns. So I think playing it safe, it's not necessarily a bad idea, especially when you consider late game should always be favored for Fnatic.
Cabochard caught out this time around. Mega Inferno Bomb, not enough to take him down. The rest of the team taking some serious damage, so as just around the side clearing out another ward. That will be the middle turret, I feel, going to go down in a moment if they choose to actually tank the down. Oh! Nick Spear finds Peke.
Manages to connect. Gambit 5 kills to 2. They are well ahead of Fnatic when it comes to securing kills, but they are 5 towers to 1 down. Now Soaz is the next target.
Oh, Dark Binding not going to land on Lolex. He's going to try and collapse on towards him, takes a chunk of damage, so now he can't chase. Pink Ward may be in jeopardy, and the Dragon actually is spawning in a couple of seconds. Oh, Heaver caught out. Reckless could go aggressive on this one. Does try and catch on towards him instead. Having to use that black shield to protect him. Gambit teleporting in. There are 5 members going for Dragon.
Oh, that's great play from Cabochard. He sidestepped the Blades of Torment there from Soaz. Now with Dragon under their control, they should secure this and they can turn for a fight. Great counterplay from Gambit.
First Dragon, remember, Peke is not with him. Yellowstar's going to go focus on Lolex, goes deep on this one. He's going to get caught out. He goes down. It's Soaz with the kill. Willie's going to get towards Soaz. The passive is gone down. He's going to get caught out. Cyanide taken out by Nick. Soaz goes down as well. It's Heaver that picks that one up. And that was a 2-for-1 and the Dragon for Gambit.
Gambit are not out of this game because they do have the ability to find picks. I talked about how Yellowstar on Morgana can provide peel and protection, but he put the Soul Shackles down far too early. Take a look at the engage here. Lolex goes very deep, and for a moment you think he may have bitten off more than he can chew. But that Agony's Embrace shield did give him a fair amount of HP to work with, and this is where I feel Yellowstar made a mistake. When Lolex was up there, he popped the Soul Shackle, so now when Gambit are running forward, that threat of the stun from Soul Shackles is not there. And that just allowed Gambit to run through, grab the second tower of the game, and that big gold lead from earlier becomes smaller as the game progresses.
So just 7,000 still, actually technically 6,000 between the two teams. Gambit with their second turret of the game in that mid lane. That's going to expose Fnatic a little bit, take some of their vision away, that's for sure. And unfortunately, if you look at the map, a lot of vision for Gambit rather than Fnatic, which is something that hasn't been happening, which is why if you look at the inventories of all Fnatic, they have stuck themselves out a chunk of wards.
Yeah, a real huge amount. It's actually what Fnatic have been doing the whole game. They've really had a lot of vision, especially in Gambit's red buff area. They've really put such a focused effort in that Dragon control, and up until the Dragon a few minutes ago, they had been playing very well. But that brick wall that Fnatic seemed to hit about 10 minutes ago is now becoming a little scarier, is now becoming a bit bigger because there's a death cap on Nick. He's working his way towards a Void Staff. We've already seen how much damage his spears were dealing before he had that death cap completed.
Well, I thought Soaz may get caught out there. Cyanide clears out some more vision. The rest of Gambit are moving in and sweeping out the river in style.
Only in style because LCS Arena is behind them.
That banding doesn't land. A lot of style points for those. Oh, hello, Fnatic going for this one. Heaver's caught out, he's in no trouble. He's not going to get away from this one. Stranglethorns will go down, but really zero effect off that one. So a simple kill. Fury now caught out, he's going to get locked up. He has to get out of there. Fnatic, though, they're taking a bit of damage back towards them. Nick with those spears still doing work.
Yeah, very important spears onto Yellowstar on the back line, and then of course Cyanide, you know, being forced to repel away from that Stranglethorns. There is good damage onto Nick with Reckless getting closer to his Infinity Edge. You've seen how much burst just the auto attack and the rockets are dealing. Unfortunately for Fnatic, they're not dodging enough spears to have the poke advantage at this stage in the game.
I wonder right now for Fnatic just how much of that decision making, they're questioning themselves after that last Fnatic Alliance game, of course, where we saw earlier on their decisions. Should we stick? Should we stay? And at the moment, they seem to be questioning themselves when these fights come around. A lot of pings around that Baron area. Clearly, a lot of discussions going on about how they should clear out the vision. Gambit have full vision control over this area right now. They've got single ward in that back of the Baron, one ping ward just off in towards the top of the river. And Fnatic are very concerned about this Baron right now.
So the vision is even more important for Gambit, especially when looking around big objectives, because they need to ensure they're not being flanked with Nidalee. They need to throw the spears down. In addition, if they have proper warding around objectives, it buys time for Lolex and Cabochard to either go very aggressive or find the right angle in. So for me, Fnatic's vision is great, but they can get away with slightly less wards because of the slightly more synergetic champion choices they've gone with. Whereas for Gambit, as we said, they need to make sure they have the right decisions. And those spears from Nick have been doing great work in this game.
Yeah, they keep on finding their targets. Only really takes one or two, and as the game continues to progress, that spear will get stronger and stronger. Gambit keeping the waves cleared once again. No pressure on any of the waves, actually, from Fnatic, despite the fact that they've got a Ziggs. You know, Mega and Thunderbomb is available. May well have to be used here. Gambit are going to keep on pushing for this tower. I don't think they're going to get in towards it to get too much damage down. And Fury will get possibly a couple of double taps on towards it, which he will. But that is a lot more than you would expect if you saw the first 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I actually think it's very difficult for Gambit to siege against Fnatic because of just how incredible Fnatic's wave clear is. They've got AoE damage from every single one of their champions, and most of it is fairly long range. so they can actually clear waves very effectively. Gambit, on the other hand, they are going to be relying on Aurelia's ultimate and on Lucian and arguably Zyra for most of their wave clear. So Fnatic, I think, they could have attempted to punish their lead earlier, punish their lead over Gambit earlier, but as it stands, we're evening out the game. That 6,000 gold is significantly less worrying now that we're 20 minutes later.
Continue to see Gambit stalling out. Fnatic just haven't broke through at all. They took that one inner turret down that bottom lane and the middle lane, so they have got close to the base. Oh dear, Cabochard caught out. This time around, I don't think he's going to go away. Flash comes out, Reckless is in there. Straight away knew he was in trouble. Valkyrie used from Reckless. That is maybe the can opener that Fnatic needed to try and push through Gambit.
Yeah, I think it might be. The burst damage from Reckless is very, very good. And you see how quickly they just melted through his HP. That in conjunction with Elise's upfront burst definitely works in their favor. They want Lolex.
And they're going to find Lolex. The cocoon lands, but the follow-up is not there. He will step away, but with that top laner down, he will be up in 25 seconds, but I'm not sure if the Baron will be there. There's a couple of spears, could delay this.
It's all on Nick. Nick needs to land perfect spears in order to prevent. Look for Strangle Thorns in the pit. It's going to be much more effective. It looks like Gambit, they want to go in shortly.
The Baron down to what, 3,000 hit points. Strangle Thorns is going to go down. Who's he going to catch on towards? Yellow Star in there. Baron picked up by Fnatic. They're going to turn on towards Lolex. Lolex goes down. Reckless picks that one up. Heaver's going to be focused on towards now. Soaz catches on towards him. He desperately runs away from this one. He's going to drop down. It's Reckless with a second. Nick now just off of the side with Fury. They're going to try and steal away the blue buff here. Spears continuing to go from Nick. They're sticking around here. Cabochard is up. I wonder if they're going to try and pick someone off on the exit.
2 for 0 and the Baron to Fnatic. Smart play. Fury was all the way down at the bottom of the lane as that started. What it does mean is Fnatic are late to recall. Oh, that's a good spear. So we'll see how effectively Reckless can defend this wave. He does have a big one rocket lined up. He's only going to kill one of those melee minions.
It's a good counter. They get themselves that inner turret. They're quickly rushing straight down towards that bottom lane. They may even try and tank this one out. Oh, we saw that, Nick. Dragon is up. They could go straight towards it. Blue buff is not available. They're going to go for Dragon instead. And that's actually some pretty good gold that Gambit have picked up despite the fact they lost Baron.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, Dragon is almost equal on gold as Baron. But look at the average. I'll actually dare say it is equal on gold with Baron. So while they don't have the buff, they do at least pick up a nice amount of gold to spend, continue working towards their items. Cabochard has got that Giant's Belt in his back pocket, is slowly working himself towards more tanky items. And Lolex himself, Randian's completed, he's had that for a little while. He's got the Aegis as well. So there is defensive statistics being built up for Gambit, which will make their team fight power significantly more effective.
Mega Inferno Bomb thrown down the bottom here to clear out that wave. Cabochard is still sticking around in that bush. I can feel he's going to push on towards that outer turret, and that's going to give them an advantage down there. So they're keeping Fnatic on their toes. Oh, nearly got that one, the spear. Instead, the white goes across towards Cyanide. Cabochard backs away, so he chooses not to stick around. Instead, they want to defend out this inner turret in the top.
So Banshee's Veil popped by Cyanide, and you see a Banshee's also secured on Peke, and I believe, sorry, not Peke, on Soaz, and I believe the makings of the Banshees for Peke. We'll see how quickly they can get those up. It's going to be so important for Fnatic to mitigate the strength of those spears. With Yellowstar, again, just keeps getting hits. He's eaten so many of those javelin tosses. And good defensive play by Gambit to hold on this tower, but how long can it last? Remember, Baron is on Fnatic.
You know, we talked about the short range that Corki does have, and obviously against the Lucian, he is very strong. He's what a lot of players see as one of the counters. He manages to trade very well with him, but in this situation, he can't get close enough to the tower. He's not doing the damage from range, and everybody from Fnatic is eating those spears right now, not just Yellowstar.
Yeah, especially in the 5v5 scenario, when you do also have to take into account Zyra's ultimate. If Fnatic commit, they've got melee champions, you know, with Aatrox and Elise when she's in spider form, and it's difficult. You see, they're finally going to get in range. We'll see. Oh, they've got Heaver.
They've got Heaver. They're going to make Inferno Bomb comes in, and Heaver disappears. And Lolex and Cabochard have to back away from that one. Fnatic push on through. Final inner turret goes down.
All they needed was time. They managed to get the long-range cocoon, the long-range binding. That is what opened up the tower. And with the numbers advantage, they're not afraid.
Yeah, you can see that actually with that Stranglethorns down, that was what they were fearing. That's going to be Lolex getting caught out completely. Inhibitor will go down. This is the big can opener the Fnatic we're looking forward to. And finally, they bust open the Gambit base.
Yeah, Super Minions should be all she wrote as far as Gambit is concerned. Fnatic Took them a long time. Took them a long time, but they finally sieged up. They finally landed the long-range ability that they needed to, and that was sort of what I was getting at in Picks and Bans in terms of the synergy of their comp. They have tools to find picks. You lock somebody down and you poke them out with the satchel charge. Put a minefield down. That allows you to line up a Cocoon and a Dark Binding, and the rest of the champions can burst him out or burst Gambit down. Ends up working in Fnatic's favor. They got the kill lead, massive tower lead, massive gold lead, and it should just be by the numbers now for the rest of the objectives.
Yeah, they should just be able to close the game out. Baron buff is worn off, I believe, it's from Fnatic, so that will not be available. But with that base open, super minions, of course, will be pouring in that top lane. So somebody get from Gambit now has to openly deal with that one. Probably going to be Kabashad, maybe Fury. Nevertheless, it gives Fnatic full control of this lower half of the jungle, which actually Gambit are in right now. And they're looking to maybe focus on Soaz. This is a dangerous move from Gambit.
Yeah, for Fnatic, their vision game is now lacking. They need to make sure they amplify the ward placements. It becomes more difficult when you see how many champions are now hitting this like 6 item stage, hence the slightly reduced amount of wards. Also want to highlight the fact that Liandry's Torment was picked up by Hiva, so he's also gone for some damage in his side of the map, on his side of the game rather. And we'll see if they can actually help out. The theory is good, but he needs to make sure he grabs a couple people with those blocks.
Ooh, he nearly caught out with the Cocoon, quickly dashes out the way of that one. We do see Kabashad, he's in the top, he's having to deal with the super minion. We see Soaz in that mid lane, pushing in towards the inhibitor. He's actually coming around the back of these, and he's just above Nick right now in the base.
Yeah, so no Baron buff on the side of Fnatic. Soaz has got a lot of attack speed and damage, so he's trying to put pressure on that inner turret, and teleports are up for both of the top laners. So we need to see who can have the most positive impact. Soaz forced to back away once Kabashad returns, but look at the super minis. They're getting closer and closer to the base, and Kabashad now has to deal with 2 of them.
Kabashad all on towards them. Hiva is taking a lot of damage. He's got to go back to the fountain. The Culling use this time around, keeping them everything away. Nick has to land some of those spears, but right now he's having to use Cougar form. He's getting low on mana. No blue buff for him either. This siege is not working out well for Gambit.
This game becomes a matter of who can land skill shots better. Soaz is doing very well. He's going to grab this tower uncontested.
Didn't use his
finally,
ultimate.
they're easily secured.
Use his ultimate to speed that one up. The rest of Fnatic are down there then. Rubber Ducky thrown out. Fury caught out with the Dark Binding. Super minions on the Nexus turret as well. Fnatic pushing on through. They're going to take the final inhibitor turret down. Lolex is going all in on this one. Doesn't quite catch out what he wanted to. Mega Inferno Bomb throwing in towards there. Kabashad teleports around the back. Desperately trying to get towards Reckless. Hasn't done the damage. The lifesteal's there. Soaz gets himself a double. Piles on towards the base. The super minions are doing everything they needed to for Fnatic. They're going to go towards the Nexus turret. Finish off the game. It will be Fnatic. They'll take down Gambit. It was a solid performance nonetheless by the solo queue performers of Gambit, but Fnatic, they continue to climb the table.
Hard-fought victory. You can't deny that it was all about Fnatic from the get-go. Just took a little longer than they would have liked to cross that final hurdle. But very well played overall.
A fantastic performance overall for these 2 teams. Fnatic, of course, will be happy with that win, but I don't think they're going to be happy with the way they went about it.
No, I completely agree with you. And I think for Gambit, they need to take away some positives from this game. They really did handle Fnatic's pressure well, but I do feel that their composition was somewhat janky. There was some pretty clear holes in terms of engage or disengage, or the theme behind what their comp wanted to accomplish. And it did make those team fights more difficult later in the day.
So Fnatic, I believe they've just topped over Millennium now. Millennium, of course, losing out that game earlier on today. And overall, it's been a fantastic day here in the SSE Arena. We're just confirming with this book.
They are now tied. With the loss earlier, Millennium was 6-4. They are now 6-5.
Joined 3rd place.
Joined for 3rd place. Fnatic with 5-5 coming into the game. They are now 6-5 as well, unless my math is terribly wrong. And I think for Millennium and Fnatic, they are both still performing like fairly inconsistently in some of the games. But the opening 10 to 15 minutes was some of the most impressive I've seen from Fnatic. Really concentrated, really focused. Their invades, their dragons was immaculate.
It's just a shame the last 30 minutes were not so impressive.
They were passive. They were passive.
There was a lot of wards killed, let's face it.
There was. I'm sure Wembley Arena enjoyed that.
Yes, fantastic stuff. Well, we're going to talk to the man from Fnatic, of course, on stage. It is Shock standing by with Peke.
Thank you very much, G-Man. Well, first off, congratulations, Peke, on that victory. But, you know, talk me through the game, because it seemed like after building up quite a lead, they did put up a very good fight against you guys.
Yeah, we kind of knew at the risk of like picking Thix versus Nidalee, because he's not exactly an engager. He's like poker and a defender, and Nidalee can just land spears like she did. And I think one of the seeds, he threw like 10 spears, didn't hit one, and then she hit one and put someone half HP. Then she got another spear and hit someone, and we couldn't really do much because of that setup, so we had to play it slow. And at some point we kind of lose track of just play it really slow and try to play too aggressive, and they got Drake and a lot of kills. I don't know how behind they were. I think we're still kind of strong, but we had to focus on just do the same we do with Thix. Just take the vision, don't let them farm and starve a bit so we get ahead, and at some point they will face check something, and even if it takes 5 minutes or 10 minutes, then we kill one guy and we can dive and Nidalee if there are only 4 guys. So that's pretty much it.
Excuse me. So pulling out the win here, and we talked to Aranea before, and he said that he felt like you guys have been really stepping it up. You're doing a lot better. So how has it been working with Aranea, even for this short time? For you personally, what does he bring for you?
It's really good because you have like the second opinion after the game. He just tells you what you did wrong or what he thinks you did wrong, or when we had conflict between each other, like, no, this was not the problem, and so both of 2 guys on the team don't think something was a problem, then he can gives his opinion, and then we can respect it more. Like, okay, if he say that he's been watching the whole game, he knows exactly what was going on, so probably he's right, and then it helps a lot. So there are like no arguments, and everyone kind of focus on the same things.
Well, final question for you. You know, we hear a lot of things sometimes about motivation, and you've been playing for a long time, but you must be able to get motivation out of playing on a stage like this and in front of a crowd like this. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I don't know. It's really good when you're playing the game. It feels so different. Like it's just crazy. Like all the people here, everything is shaking. Even though this is really good soundproof, we can hear them when they scream because they are so loud. It's really good.
All right. Well, they have been cheering for you. You guys and Fnatic pulling out the win here. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was it, a win for Fnatic here in our last LCS game of the day. But to wrap things up, we're going to send things over to Demon and Trevor at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shock. So let's check the results after today's matches. Alliance, of course, remain at the top of the table. They've had 9 wins and 2 losses, and now, of course, we have a comfortable 2-game lead over SK Gaming, who beaten them earlier on today. They are now 7-4.
And we do have a 3-way tie for third, as you rightly pointed out, Neman, between Fnatic, Millennium, and the Superhot crew. So things slowly getting back to normal in the European LCS, with ties throughout the standings.
Absolutely. We have more excitement coming your way tomorrow from the SSE Arena at Wembley, starting with the North American Challenger Series finals between Team Coast and Team LOL Pro. And then the European LCS resumes, beginning with Roccat versus Gambit, followed by SK Gaming versus Superhot Crew.
Then Fnatic will face off against Millennium, and closing out the weekend, Alliance will take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Those matches start at Sunday on 3 p.m. Central European Time. That is 2 p.m. British Summer Time, which is 6 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Easy to follow that for sure. That, of course, will all happen tomorrow as the League of Legends action continues live in London. In the meantime, for myself, Quickshot, Joe, Deficio, Shocks, and the entire LoL Esports broadcast team, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, what happens? Like, what if there's someone who hates SK and then he will blind me?
Well, if he hates SK, he won't blind you, he'll blind a good player, so...
Last seconds on his hourglass, but the Colin already running. That will get him the first. The rest of SK, you know, going to be ripped to pieces. But that is a 3 for nothing, and surely the game for Alliance.
The game for a second. You know what?
Prima donna girl, yeah, all I ever wanted was the world.
Tidal wave going through. Unlimited is going to go down. Airwax in the middle of them as well. Youngbuck trying to get onto one. The fish is going to go through. There's the kill. It's a double for Miner.
Fury and Kim having to back away. But look, the Sounders diving headfirst into the rest of them.
Wanna play some ARAMs?
Who's he going to catch on towards the yellow star in there? Baron picked up by Fnatic. They're going to turn on towards Lolex. Lolex goes down. Reckless picks that one up. Heaver's going to be focused on towards now. So has catches on towards him. He desperately runs away from this one. He's going to drop down.